mortal rise through 100 reincarnations. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction, so don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 576, Terrifying Ant-Tide. Crack, crack, crack. In the spiritual plant cave, Zhao Sheng swiftly paced, his magical spear wielding like a dragon, countless spear shadows piercing the towering ancient trees before him. Wherever he passed, vast shards of wood flew, and massive ancient trees collapsed one after another. In a matter of moments, Zhao Sheng had cleared out all the ancient trees and spiritual plants within a radius of several miles. Suddenly, precious medicinal herbs and exotic plants piled up like a mountain. A moment later, Zhao Sheng sheathed his spear, trotted forward, and placed his hand on the vast quantity of precious medicinal herbs, slowly storing them within the Sumeru space. Even if Zhao Sheng and his companions harvested everything at top speed, the cave was so vast that they simply couldn't harvest everything in time. Roar. At that moment, a terrifying roar echoed from the distance. What is that? Following Shajiatong's exclamation, Zhao Sheng immediately looked up. He saw a vast cloud of ashes suddenly rising from the bone field dozens of miles away, like a rolling storm. At the head of the ash storm, a massive yet gaunt minotaur suddenly streaked towards them. As it rapidly approached, a series of loud thuds echoed from the ground. In a flash, the minotaur, with a frantic expression, rushed into the spiritual plant cave and began devouring the medicinal herbs and plants on the ground like a starving ghost. Only then did Zhao Sheng clearly see that the minotaur was a giant with an enormous skeleton, but it wore a massive white bull skull helmet, making it look like a minotaur. Suddenly, dozens of thousand-year-old Ganoderma lucidum fell to his feet, and Zhao Sheng snapped back to reality. He immediately forgot about the minotaur and returned to his work of harvesting. Buzz, 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 buzz. Barely a quarter of an hour later, Zhao Sheng suddenly felt the aura of his will begin to vibrate abnormally, a faint humming sound spreading from the surface of his body to the depths of his mind. Zhao Sheng's expression was filled with solemnity. He suddenly stopped moving and listened intently. He instantly noticed the humming sound growing stronger, and it seemed to originate from within the realm of the mind. So, not good. The anomaly is originating from the demonic side. Over 100 feet away, the black monk turned to Zhao Sheng and asked in surprise, "White-browed patriarch, what's wrong with you?" Zhao Sheng looked up at the sky, but before he could say anything, a beam of white light suddenly shot out from the depths of the oasis. Within the depths of the white light, Jin Heng, clutching a jade wood crystal in his arms, flew in panic, shouting, "This is bad. Let's get out of here." At the same moment, Zhao Sheng's pupils suddenly dilated, a look of horror on his face. At that moment, from all directions across the vast sky, black shadows swept in, menacing and threatening to obscure the sky and the sun. A closer look revealed that the shadow was composed of an endless, terrifying swarm of ants. Its immensity, so vast it obscured the sun, Zhao Sheng had no doubt that even a tribulation realm expert would be completely swamped and devoured in an instant. "The ant-demon tide is coming. What are you standing there for? Run!" Jin Heng roared, flying to Shajiatong's side, snatching up the ghost child's true form, and scuttling frantically into the distance. The black monk couldn't see the terrifying ant-tide, but he sensed something was amiss. Without hesitation, he unleashed his shrinking the earth to an inch technique. His figure flashed repeatedly, disappearing in an instant, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. After the black monk's escape, Zhao Sheng quickly collected the spiritual plants from the ground, not bothering to conceal his gift of time and space teleportation. With a thought, he vanished, reappearing a mere 300 feet away. In the outside world, he could teleport 3 million miles at a time, but in the endless corridor, it was only 300 feet, a distance reduced tens of thousands of times. Even so, Zhao Sheng felt fortunate that his spatial and temporal talent hadn't been completely suppressed. After 3 consecutive teleportations, he unexpectedly surpassed Jin Heng. However, each spatial and temporal teleportation consumed a significant amount of energy, and Zhao Sheng quickly became hungry, his stomach rumbling like a drum. He quickly pulled out a 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng, as thick as his arm, and without even looking at it, stuffed the entire thing into his mouth. He chewed it 2 or 3 times before quickly swallowing it. The next second, he had another 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng in his hand, which he continued to stuff into his mouth like a carrot. In an instant, his hunger had largely dissipated. Whoosh! Whoosh! An endless swarm of ants surged forward, overwhelming the sky. After a few glances, Zhao Sheng realized that the ant-demons that made up this terrifying ant tide were eerie and terrifying. Their heads bore expressionless human faces, their outer covering not a dark carapace but a resilient, dark skin. Some ant-demons' abdomens bulged with bulging nipples, and their densely packed legs resembled pairs of sturdy human arms. Each human-headed ant emanated an unusually pure and powerful malevolence, filling the entire ant swarm with an indescribable, eerie aura. Witnessing the ant swarm's true form firsthand, everyone felt an irresistible urge. This impulse stemmed from the purest human instinct, a deep desire to join in, to become a part of the ant swarm. Roar! Deep within the oasis, a minotaur suddenly leaped from the bushes, its powerful aura unmistakable. Its eyes darted towards the desperately fleeing Zhao Sheng, Jin Heng, and the others, as if sensing the impending danger. A moment later, this being, seemingly above the level of a divine transformation, let out a hysterical scream of terror, as if having a premonition of something utterly terrifying. It desperately fled the oasis, desperate to escape this perilous place. However, as the Minotaur reached the edge of the oasis, various parts of his body began to rapidly diminish, as if being wiped out by some mysterious, invisible force. In a mere instant, the powerful Minotaur vanished completely. Within 3 or 4 breaths, the 100-mile-wide oasis cavern vanished. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The terrifying humming sound echoed from behind. Zhao Sheng, running in the front, took a moment to turn and look back. He saw that most of the sky was shrouded in shadow, sweeping across the sky and swallowing every living thing in its path. After a while, over 1,000 miles had been left behind. The humming sound gradually faded. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng breathed a sigh of relief and quickly took out a large spiritual peach and swallowed it in a few bites. Keep running. Don't stop. We're not out of the ant-demon's hunting range yet, Jin Heng roared in midair. A pale golden glow converged in his right fist, and he thrust it upwards, creating a ripple of golden light that instantly cleared the dozens of human-headed ants overhead. The next moment, with a thud, Jin Heng slammed into the ground beside Zhao Sheng. A massive wave of air spread out in all directions, crushing the surrounding bones into dust. Jin Heng grabbed Zhao Sheng's left arm and roared urgently, "Run! My spiritual energy is running out." At that moment, Zhao Sheng seemed to be affected by something, subconsciously activating his natural ability for space-time teleportation. Once, twice, 3 times. Consuming most of his vital energy, Zhao Sheng, along with Jin Heng and Shajiatuang, teleported hundreds of miles in a matter of seconds, finally escaping the ant-demon's hunting range. The 6 desires are truly terrifying. I wonder what category of demons this terrifying ant-demon belongs to? Even a tribulation crossing master would struggle to withstand such an astronomical swarm of ants. It's terrifying, Zhao Sheng sighed heartily. Suddenly, with a crack, he bit off a large piece of Ganoderma lucidum. After chewing it twice, he swallowed it down, enduring the bitter taste in his mouth. Then, he lifted the umbrella-sized white jade Ganoderma lucidum and devoured this rare, 1,000-year-old elixir in big mouthfuls. The human-headed ant is a type of lustful demon, and a powerful breed among them. Legend has it that it was transformed by the most primitive desire for reproduction. I thought that compared to the ant demon, you were the most worthy subject for study. I never thought that one person could possess 2 high-level space-time talents at the same time. Especially the teleportation talent, which you can successfully display here. This talent must be far beyond the high level, perhaps even reaching the immortal level. Tisk tisk. Are you the reincarnation of a banished immortal? Jin Heng witnessed Zhao Sheng performing the space-time teleportation with his own eyes and could not help but be even more amazed. Burial immortal? Senior, you are joking. I have this talent thanks to my ancestors. After speaking, Zhao Sheng sighed softly and changed the subject. It's a pity that the master didn't escape this disaster after all. Humph, early or late, it's all death. What difference does it make? After this incident, Shajiatong not only lost his flesh shell, but was also terrified by the terrifying scenes that had just happened. He hadn't awakened his will, so he saw nothing of the all-consuming ant tide. He only witnessed the oasis, where the Minotaur and the Black Monk were completely wiped out. Humanity's greatest fear often stems from ignorance. It was precisely because Shajiatong was oblivious to what was happening that his heart was filled with fear. In an endless corridor, somewhere in the skeleton land. Rumble. Waves of violent tremors spread in all directions. A brutal fight for food unfolded before two emaciated figures. Had Zhao Sheng been here, he would have recognized them as two of the hundreds who had entered. The scarcity of food resources made the struggle in the skeleton land 100 times more brutal than in the outside world. As the vast majority of living beings either starved to death or became prey, after rounds of continuous elimination and selection, the truly strong gradually emerged. Ultimately trapped in this hopeless world, two sides engaged in a fierce battle. One, transformed into countless paper dolls, each painted red and dressed in shrouds, surrounded the main body, screaming and charging forward. Their punches and kicks seemed clumsy and feeble, but each strike was met with a terrifying explosion in the air, instantly shattering the bones within a radius of dozens of feet. The horrific scene was truly horrifying. On the other side, a skeletal monster resembled a golden pound, but its jade bones were covered in countless golden veins, emitting a brilliant golden glow. Its body seemed shrouded in a ball of golden flame. It flew with lightning speed, tearing through paper dolls with a single blow. Both the paper dolls and the jade skeleton were immortal monsters, trapped here for tens of thousands of years. Their original human bodies had long been devoured, and now, relying solely on their indomitable will, they inhabited the paper dolls and skeletons, surviving to this day. Oh my goodness! What are these monsters? Fellow Taoists soon, while they're distracted, let's run. Alright, now there's no other choice but to risk our lives. You and I run separately. Before he'd finished speaking, the two men, like two frightened rabbits, suddenly took off in opposite directions. In a blink of an eye, they were 100 feet away. Haha. Looks like the little mouse is trying to slip away. The jade skull chuckled strangely, suddenly retreating far away and shouting at the paper boy, "Hey, we've fought hundreds of battles over tens of thousands of years, and we've always been unable to defeat each other. How about a draw today? You and I each take one, fair and square." The paper boy remained silent, but one of his pale paper figures suddenly shot out and instantly landed on the back of the man fleeing westward. Its arms and legs, like snakes, suddenly wrapped around his limbs, and with a snap, they were twisted and severed. Elsewhere, the jade skull's figure blurred and reached the top of the man to the east. Its right palm, like a bony claw, grasped the man's head and twisted it 180 degrees with a snap. Soon, the two monsters had devoured them completely, and together they flew deep into the land of bones, seemingly heading for a special place. The sky and the earth were dark, and the surroundings were hazy and blurry, floating and powerless. From the depths of the surrounding darkness, there were occasional whispers and vague, incomprehensible mumblings. Zhao Sheng stood in the center of the light, his eyes blurred. The soft light from his head dispelled the surrounding darkness. No, perhaps it was the contrast of the light that made the darkness even deeper and quieter, even more indescribable. Suddenly, with a popping sound, countless tentacles sprouted from Zhao Sheng's two eyeballs. These tentacles reached out, suddenly grasping at his eye sockets. With a single force, they ripped the eyeballs out, leaving behind two dark, blood-stained holes that looked incredibly terrifying. Let's sneak out and play, I don't want to. Master's gonna be scared without us, the two eyeballs argued, their tentacles tangled, and suddenly they tumbled to the ground. Woo! Then, Zhao Sheng's tongue darted out, like a giant purple-black loach, its 8 fins of varying sizes flapping as it slithered down his chest, abdomen, and thighs, pursuing the eyeballs. Hey, you idiot. Eyeballs aren't that tasty. Brains are the most delicious food, Zhao Sheng's teeth screamed, lining up in 2 rows as they crawled out of his nostrils. Then, they piled on top of each other to form a human ladder, then swung endlessly, clutching his hair. You idiots. Why not just get in there? Why go the extra mile? A fang-covered mouth suddenly opened in Zhao Sheng's right palm. He cursed and slapped away all the toothy villains. At that moment, a terrified cry suddenly rang out from the depths of the light above Zhao Sheng's head. Chapter 577 Old Monsters Gather. Wake up. Wake up. The voice seemed to possess some kind of magical power. Its presence instantly caused his palms, eyeballs, tongue, teeth, and other organs to quickly return to the body and return to normal form. In the outside world, Jin Heng was extremely anxious. He concentrated his spiritual consciousness on Zhao Sheng's head and quickly prodded his body with both hands, inducing the most intense pain. Ugh! After a while, Zhao Sheng suddenly moved, then his eyes suddenly opened and he sat up in a flash. What just happened? I think I had a nightmare. Zhao Sheng's eyes cleared of confusion and he asked with remarkable calmness. Haha, congratulations on being the victim. If I hadn't intervened, you might never have awakened from Yama Heaven. Without waiting for Zhao Sheng to inquire, Jin Heng explained, Yama Heaven, also known as the Great Dark Heaven, is the home of the lazy heavenly demon, one of the 6 desire heavenly demons. This demon is the most bizarre and secretive of the demons, always preferring to devour humans with great potential. It excels at attacking from sleep, penetrating every pore and killing without a trace. Zhao Sheng blinked, recalling his nightmare experience, and felt a chill run down his spine. Jin Heng waved his hand nonchalantly, smiling. I once learned a unique technique from an old monster that can resist the invasion of ordinary lazy heavenly demons. If you want to learn, I can teach you. What are the conditions, senior? Zhao Sheng asked directly. Haha, smart guy. My offer is simple. If you ever have the chance to escape, you must take me with you, senior. You? Zhao Sheng wasn't finished when Jin Heng interrupted him with a wave of his hand. I've only entertained a small hope, thinking you might be able to make it. Besides, I've never intended to escape unscathed. If that day ever comes, all you have to do is store my head within the Sumeru dimension. That will greatly reduce your burden. Alright, no need to say more. I'll teach you this Huanglian strange technique now. With that, Jin Heng silently transmitted the formula and accompanying seals to Zhao Sheng through telepathic transmission. Nearby, Xia Jiatuang watched as Jin Heng taught him the technique, a fierce glint in his eyes, but it faded in an instant. Creak, creak. Across the land of bones, a massive 4-wheeled wooden cart sped forward, its wheels crushing countless pale bones along the way. Master Jin, please be kind. Give me a few magical herbs. I'm starving. At that moment, Xia Jiatuang, a child only a foot tall, suddenly expanded into a 9-foot-tall giant. He struggled to pull the cart along as he pleaded with Jin Heng, his voice pitiful. Jin Heng, sitting in the front seat, suddenly opened his eyes, reached out, grabbed the Kaironglong fruit beside him, and threw it over. Don't complain about being hungry all the time. Food is always limited. Let's eat sparingly. We have to plan for the long term. Xia Jiatuang took the Kaironglong fruit in one mouthful, chewing and swallowing it, flesh and core included. His hunger finally eased slightly. He vowed to himself that one day he would return the money with interest. Even as Xia Jiatuang made this vow, Zhao Sheng, sitting cross-legged in the center of the cart, slowly extended his right hand and moved it back and forth in the air, as if stirring water. Change in perspective at this moment revealed a horrifying scene. Countless shimmering white mycelium fluttered in the wind, densely packed like a sea of anemones. The wooden cart cut through the mycelial forest, seemingly passing through the air, as if in different time and space, never intersecting. Except for will. Zhao Sheng extended his right hand, radiating the light of will, repeatedly touching the elusive mycelium as it sped past. As the light of will gradually dimmed, the mycelium it touched vanished. Simultaneously, the cellular will in his right hand, as if sensing a natural enemy, suddenly became more active than ever. At this moment, Zhao Sheng felt a sense of clarity never before experienced, perceiving the various shifts in cellular will with profound clarity. Faced with this unprecedented threat, the cellular's instinct for resistance quickly collapsed, and for the first time, they actively merged with their host's will, spontaneously avoiding destruction. Jin Heng's little assimilation trick is truly effective. This saved me a ton of time, Zhao Sheng thought to himself, overjoyed. Half an hour later, the sharpening of his right hand was complete, and he began to work on his left. Next, his left leg, then his right leg, then his chest and abdomen. It took Zhao Sheng a full 7 days to fully sharpen every part of his body. After a day of rest, the second round of sharpening officially began. In the days that followed, he devoted every spare moment to sharpening his cellular will, striving to increase the strength of his will, spiritual consciousness. 2 years later, one day, Zhao Sheng's cellular will had been initially subdued, and his martial will had become infinitely stronger than at the outset. One of the most notable signs was his ability to levitate his body through pure will, soaring with incredible agility and freedom. According to Jin Heng, this level of strength and will, spiritual consciousness, signifies a reflection of one's own being, the initial awakening of one's inherent potential. If one were to cultivate to the great perfection of the spiritual transformation realm, their chances of achieving the return to void realm would be 10 times higher than those of an ordinary true lord, and their average success rate in transcending tribulations would be as high as 10%. Boom, 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 boom. One day, 2 months later, a series of rumbling noises suddenly erupted from the depths of the earth far to the west. Zhao Sheng and Jin Heng both looked westward, just in time to see a gigantic skeleton, hundreds of feet tall, stomping the ground. Countless bone fragments shed from its body, and with a resounding rumble, it sped towards them, taking several miles at a time. Huh? I actually ran into some little guys on the road. A significant portion of the skeleton's bones shone like jade. They were truly thousands of powerful jade bones. Atop its massive head, countless skulls, each with its 7 orifices vacant, formed a ritual platform. At its center sat a strange humanoid figure, its body covered in bandage-like black spines, resembling an unusual mummy. As a powerful and profound ancient will descended, Zhao Sheng vaguely sensed a cold gaze cast upon him from the platform. Jin Heng took a look at the giant skeleton monster and the acanthocephalic mummy before a sudden recollection struck him. Sweat broke out on his forehead, and he quickly stood up, bowing and saying, "I am Jin Heng, a junior cultivator from the Zuanshan spirit realm. I pay my respects to the great venerable Moxian, Zhao Sheng and Shajiatuang." Upon seeing this, both bowed deeply and paid their respects. In many spiritual realms, Great Venerable is a special title, reserved for those who have reached the tribulation crossing realm as a sign of respect. The Great Venerable Moxian spoke in a dry, low voice, indifferently, meeting his fate. "The opportunity to escape is approaching, and I will do you a favor and take you along." This, Jin Heng hesitated. The acanthocephalic mummy hummed, seemingly displeased. The overwhelming force of his will nearly suffocated Zhao Sheng and the other two. "I will trouble you, Great Venerable Moxian." Seeing no way to refuse, Jin Heng reluctantly agreed. With that, he was the first to fly atop the giant skeleton, perching himself between one of its protruding ribs. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng and Shajiatong followed suit, leaping onto the giant and squatting obediently between its bones. With a crackle, a bang. At that moment, the wooden card on the ground suddenly shattered into a pile of sawdust. A stream of misty green air rose from the debris, instantly being sucked into the mummy's black maw like a rainbow drinking water. Rumble, rumble. The next second, the giant skeleton suddenly took giant steps and began sprinting deeper into the earth, often covering miles with a single stride. Soon, the hundreds-foot-tall behemoth was swiftly dispersing, its figure rapidly dwindling until it vanished at the edge of the vast, skeletal land. Half a day later, Zhao Sheng and the others, following the giant skeleton, reached a distance thousands of miles away. The earth here grew increasingly silent and vast, the sky darker and more eerie. Along the way, Zhao Sheng encountered more bizarre species of demons, each growing ever larger. Rumble. Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged among the skeletons, his body trembling slightly. At this moment, an immense ancient will enveloped everything around him, as profound and mysterious as a vast ocean. But within Zhao Sheng's spiritual consciousness, this ancient will seemed to emanate a faint aura of decay and aging, like a living being reaching its end, its spirit fire almost completely waning, on the verge of dissipating. Zhao Sheng sighed inwardly. He realized that even a tribulation-crossing Great Venerable would find it difficult to defy the unique rules of this place. Tens of thousands of years had passed, and even Great Venerable Moxian, a mighty being at the pinnacle of the spiritual realm, had reached his limit, about to be swallowed by the endless corridor. With a barely perceptible sigh, he slowly closed his eyes, and a faint glow of will quickly rose from his internal organs. A new opening cycle has arrived. I hope more fellow tribulation crossers can join me this time. I can hardly hold on any longer. Shi Gong awoke from his slumber, instantly feeling a lingering sense of boredom, weariness, exhaustion, and even relief. It was a sense of being unable to escape the endless corridor, facing the harsh reality in utter despair, ultimately fading and falling, a liberation. However, this thought was fleeting. How could a great tribulation crosser be so cowardly? Well, a clone is human, too. Deep within the land of bones, a sealed mound suddenly cracked, a series of massive cracks forming, sending countless rocks tumbling down. Dark, evil mist seeped from the cracks in the stone, curling into the sky and transforming into a vast black evil cloud. At that moment, a stone statue slowly rose from the top of the mound, flew into the evil cloud, and pieces of dark red stone fragments cascaded down. Buzz! 2 breaths later, a pair of enormous, narrow gray eyes suddenly emerged from the depths of the evil cloud, followed by an unparalleled, overpowering wail. Hey, when did those 2 troublesome creatures, the Paper Boy and the Jade Skull, get together? We're in trouble. The Stone Lord's true form, hidden deep within the evil cloud, instantly swept across a 1,000-mile radius. He soon sensed 2 familiar waves of will suddenly intruding into his spiritual field, rapidly approaching him. Glancing in astonishment, he saw 2 streaks of light, one white and one yellow, shooting out from the distance. In a flash, they reached the edge of the evil cloud, each revealing its true form. One was a yellow paper boy with rosy cheeks, the other a jade-colored humanoid skeleton. Paper figure, skeleton, you've arrived, the paper boy said bluntly. Stone Master, I never thought your willpower field would weaken to this extent in just 10,000 years. It seems your end is near? Haha, even if I were to pass away now, it wouldn't matter. As long as the main body is safe and sound, that's all that matters. On the other hand, fellow paper Taoist, if you were to die, all would be lost. Stone Master acted remarkably calm, only offering a small counterattack at the end. My end is nearing, too. I'm afraid I won't make it to the next one, the usually taciturn Jade Skull suddenly spoke after Stone Master finished speaking. 3 cycles ago, we still had many surviving comrades. I never imagined that only a few old fellows like us would remain. The younger generation is even less numerous, and of little use at all. After a pause, Shi Gong continued lamenting, Alice, I hope Mo Xian, Hao Yang, and that beast Jin Hao are still alive. Even if we're all dead, old Hao Yang won't die. It's hard to say about Jin Hao. As for Mo Xian, hey, isn't he here? Paper Boy was halfway through his words when he suddenly turned to look west and sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Gong and Jade Skull suddenly sensed the intrusion of an old, evil will, which greeted them. Soon, the ground began to tremble slightly, and rumbling sounds grew closer. The 3 great tribulation masters soon came into view of the massive skeleton monster. Alice, if I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have come here for the sake of profit. Help. I don't want to die. Woo woo. 10,000 miles east of Fenkyu, a black cloud streaked across the ground at high speed, rapidly approaching the site where Shi Gong and his 4 companions stood. A closer look revealed that the cloud was composed of countless long, jet-black hairs, swirling and entwining, entangling the 3 wailing, hapless individuals. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of miles south of Fenkyu, a streak of golden light raced towards them at incredible speed. Within the depths of the golden light, a small, 3-inch diameter golden shield loomed. Amidst a rumbling sound, a giant skeleton monster raced all the way to the foot of Fenkyu. On the skeleton altar, the mummy Mo Xian stood up and greeted his 3 fellow Daoists, Stone Master, Paper Boy, and Skeleton. How are you all, fellow Taoist Mo Xian? You've come. I didn't expect you to be so polite. Even bringing 3 small snacks. I accept them without hesitation. The Paper Boy, known for his brutality, was instantly overcome with thirst upon seeing Zhao Sheng and his 3 living men. He attacked without hesitation. Suddenly, 6-foot-tall yellow paper figures suddenly appeared behind Zhao Sheng and his companions, their limbs silently wrapping around them like ropes. How dare you touch my things? Great Venerable Mo Xian flew into a rage. With a roar, all the paper figures were instantly reduced to dust. Chapter 578, Feng Fengzi enters the arena, and the immortal method begins to show its edge. The clash between the powerful came so suddenly. The 2 imposing wills collided with a clashing chorus, the radiating aftermath instantly leaving Zhao Sheng dizzy and nearly unconscious. Fortunately, his willpower had significantly increased, allowing him to barely maintain consciousness. Sha Jiatong was in a far worse state. He lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Had Jin Hang not grabbed him, he would have plummeted headfirst into the ground. I was just joking, why take it so seriously? After sensing the other party's continued strength, the paper boy's demeanor suddenly changed, grinning. Humph! The great Moxon snorted, disregarding the paper boy's intentions. The other party's intentions were too obvious to be hidden. As one of the 3 ignored ants, Zhao Sheng tried his best to restrain his presence and carefully avoided looking at the 4 old monsters in midair. He could already tell that the other 3 old monsters were as powerful as the mummy and were most likely masters of the tribulation realm. Elsewhere, Jin Hang embraced Xiajiatong's ghost child form and quietly retreated behind a bone crevice, not daring to reveal his face. Mo Xian considered the three men a food reserve, and indeed, Shi Gong and his three old monsters did much the same. Buzz! After more than 10 breaths, a flash of golden light suddenly appeared at the edge of the sky. In an instant, it crossed most of the sky and reached the skies above Fengqiu. Suddenly, the golden light faded, revealing a small, shimmering golden shield in midair. The shield was perfectly round, its surface emblazoned with a three-legged, golden-winged great sun crow, radiating a blazing, fiery flame. In the next second, the golden shield, braving the wind, expanded to approximately 3 feet in size, and a ball of golden true fire erupted, enveloping the entire shield. The golden true fire twisted and squirmed, quickly transforming into a short, stocky old man. The old man had a kind face, a thick golden beard, and stood no more than 3 feet tall. Draped in a golden crow Taoist robe, he looked like an old dwarf. This is the great venerable Haoang. He long ago refined his physical body into a magical treasure, and his spirit and soul merged with the treasure's Yuanling, becoming a unique spiritual treasure. His magical treasure is called the Haoang Shield, and before fusion, it had already reached the first level of Yuanyang spiritual treasure. After fusion, the Haoang Shield's power increased several times, rivaling the legendary Tongshan spiritual treasure. Above magical treasures are spiritual treasures, which are further divided into ordinary spiritual treasures, true form spiritual treasures, Yuanyang spiritual treasures, and Tongshan spiritual treasures, which are even rarer than true immortals. From the level of true form spiritual treasures upwards, spiritual treasures possess the power of transformation, allowing them to assume the form of any living being, including humans. Generally speaking, spiritual treasures are considered a unique and exceptional species, generally without a lifespan limit. As long as the true spirit remains undimmed, they can live forever. Therefore, choosing to become the true spirit of a spiritual treasure nearing death can be a unique path to immortality. However, this path to immortality is by no means easy. Few find a happy ending. The vast majority either becoming controlled by others or simply becoming their own magical tools. Let's get back to the point. Haha, I'm a little late, fellow Daoists. Don't blame me, don't blame me. Great Venerable Haoang slowly descended, casually bowed to the other four, and smiled. We're only a little early. Great Venerable Mo Xian's demeanor was noticeably lower than before, clearly wary of him. Great Venerable Haoang had spent the longest time in the Endless Corridor, having personally witnessed 2 fellow Daoists successfully escape it. Therefore, when it comes to who best understands the secrets of the Endless Corridor, Great Venerable Haoang is second to none, and no one present dares to claim first place. Since we have enough people, let's call the meeting. Shi Gong was the most powerful of the 5, and therefore usually presided over the gatherings. Alright, I can't wait any longer. Alice, I wonder how many of you have survived since the last time. Seeing the other 4 agreed, the enormous eye within the black evil cloud slowly turned toward Fengqiu below. At that moment, Fengqiu began to violently tremble, then slowly collapsed. Then, a transparent crystal pillar, as thick as a man's arms, rose from below, surrounded by the 5 great tribulations. As 5 unparalleled wells poured simultaneously into the pillar, it suddenly shone brightly, and from its summit, a jet-black beam, as thick as a man's arms, radiated. The beam soared into the sky, piercing the heavens. The further it rose, the larger its cross-section grew, resembling a gigantic, funnel-shaped pillar reaching the heavens. Zhao Sheng gazed up at the sky, his entire field of vision filled with inky black light. Due to the unique nature of the Endless Corridor, the radiance of the inky black pillar could be seen even from thousands of miles away. The 5 elder monsters, Shi Gong, Zhi Tongzi, Yu Q Lao, Mo Xian, and Hao Yang, were preoccupied with the crystal pillar, maintaining its hold. For a moment, they were unable to pay attention to Zhao Sheng and the other 2. This brought a sigh of relief to the 3. A moment later, Xiajiatong slipped out and approached Zhao Sheng, whispering, "By May, look there." Following his finger, Zhao Sheng opened his eyes and looked. His gaze fixed on the fragment, and he suddenly saw a sword half sliced beneath a patch of rubble. The blade, like the shimmering autumn water, reflected a faint, clear light. It was clearly a flying sword whose spiritual power had not been lost, and it was likely a precious treasure of the spiritual treasure caliber. In a flash, He spotted a mace shimmering with spiritual energy not far away. It was undoubtedly a rare spiritual treasure. Zhao Sheng's heart was captivated, but he remained calm and quickly turned his head away, no longer observing them. Seeing this, Xiajiatong's face flickered with disappointment. He was about to speak again when Jin Heng, who had followed him, suddenly stopped him with a look. He dared to engage in shady tricks in front of several old monsters. He was simply impatient for life, like a birthday star eating arsenic. Zhao Sheng ignored Xiajiatong's little tricks and quickly took out a few spiritual medicines, slowly swallowing them. At the same time, he didn't forget to give Jin Heng a share. After all, everyone had contributed. However, when he gave it to Xiajiatong, he only received a handful of thousand-year-old bitter heart grass. The appearance of the dark light column startled every living being in the endless corridor. Anyone who saw this strange phenomenon rushed here without hesitation. Time slipped by unnoticed. As those closest to Fenqiu arrived at the scene, emaciated creatures began to gather from all directions. In just over 20 days, nearly 100 people had gathered here. Most of them were new to the area, their condition horrible, nearly starving to death. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng decisively offered several thousand-year-old ancient trees, saving everyone's lives. Fortunately, those who survived were incredibly strong, and even though the ancient trees were mostly wood, they were still edible and manageable. Zhao Sheng wasn't being charitable, the three of them ate daily, a fact impossible to conceal. After all, the others were practically skinny, while you were plump and white. It would be strange if you weren't. So, rather than risk being exposed, it was better to be kind. This way, they could earn a good reputation while avoiding public criticism. As Zhao Sheng had hoped, the three of them garnered countless gratitude, practically becoming the living bodhisattvas of the masses. With the 5 tribulation survivors maintaining order, no one dared to risk public wrath by attacking Zhao Sheng and his companions. As a result, Zhao Sheng not only greatly increased his reputation but also amassed a large collection of jade bones and various magical artifacts outside the Immortal Palace ruins. At the moment the dark pillar of light appeared, a crack suddenly appeared on the jade plate in Fang Fengzi's hand, and the projected 3-dimensional map of the corridor began to fade, as if under some kind of influence. "Junior brother, there's movement." Fang Fengzi stared intently at the jade plate with a solemn expression. He was soon surprised to see red lines rapidly appearing in the previously blank area, and at the very center, a black spot of light suddenly appeared. All the red lines were rapidly approaching the black spot. In a short moment, many of them had reached the black spot and stopped. Seeing this, Fang Fengzi's expression was extremely excited. He immediately rose up and soared towards the corridor entrance, calling his 2 junior brothers to follow. "Junior brother, the opportunity has arrived. Let's enter quickly." As soon as the words left his mouth, the 3 grand elders of the Wuxiang Xianzong disappeared into the corridor. Great and small Ruai divine powers, 10-fold thunderbolt battle body, move. In an empty space, Zhao Sheng roared deeply, and the radiance of his will suddenly enveloped his entire body, erupting with unprecedented brilliance. In an instant, his body expanded rapidly, unleashing the wild energy of a barbaric era. Muscles erupted one after another, and his hair grew rapidly, reaching his waist. Snap, snap. Amidst the crackling sounds of countless bones, Zhao Sheng transformed into a muscular monster over 3 meters tall, emanating a bloodthirsty and violent aura, like a monster of immense power. To ordinary cultivators unable to comprehend the profound mysteries of will, Zhao Sheng seemed more like an old monster deliberately displaying his strength, radiating a terrifyingly powerful aura. At that moment, everything in the world seemed to freeze, as if everything had slowed to an incomparable speed. He could see everyone's every move, their movements as slow as a snail's. Looking around at the strange scene, Zhao Sheng realized it wasn't the other creatures that had slowed down, but rather his own consciousness, which had sped up 100-fold. In other words, the flow of time had been stretched dozens of times faster in an instant. The next moment, with a bang, a figure in midair flew backwards, crashing hard onto the ground 1,000 feet away, transforming into a bloody mess. Instantly, dozens of figures swooped down from all directions, pounced on the pile of flesh like wild dogs, devouring and tearing it apart frantically. "Ah!" someone below cried out in surprise. Zhao Sheng, suspended in midair, slowly retracted his sandbag-sized fist and slowly descended to the ground, his body gradually shrinking as he descended. By the time he touched the ground, he had fully returned to his normal 9-foot-tall form. "Fellow Taoist Bai Mei, You had your abilities so well before. I never expected you to be so formidable. Fenlang is, after all, a true god of transformation who has awakened his original spiritual consciousness, yet I didn't expect him to be so incapable of withstanding a single blow from you. Jin Heng approached, his face full of admiration. Previously, Jin Heng had viewed Bai Mei as a junior with limited abilities, but after this encounter, he no longer dared to underestimate him and treated him as a fellow Taoist. I don't want to kill. It's just that Fenlang is going too far, actually forcing me to hand over my food. He's simply asking for his own life, Zhao Sheng said calmly, concealing the fact that his willpower had nearly been exhausted, as he feigned dissatisfaction. Jin Heng's eyes flashed with ferocity, and he spoke fiercely. Yes, this fellow deserved death, but Fenlang is by no means a foolhardy person. He must have been instigated to act this time. Those instigators must be Pai San, Bihai Laogui, Tian Xingzi, and Ren Motion. The four individuals Jin Heng had mentioned were second only to the five Great Tribulation Exalted Ones, all of them ancient monsters who had lived for countless years. Aside from Tian Xingzi and Jin Heng arriving at the same time, the other three had been here even longer than that. With the five Great Exalted Ones here, Pai San and his companions can't cause any trouble. And anyone with a discerning eye would know that without the consent of the five Great Exalted Ones, how could I dare distribute food to everyone? Zhao Sheng shook his head, his gaze flickering around the crowd. Everyone smiled as he passed by, some even showing awe. Fellow Taoist Bai Mei, you're absolutely right. My concern had distracted me, and I lost my composure for a moment. Jin Heng nodded, a look of sudden realization, yet also of worry. Fellow Taoist Bai Mei, you must be careful from now on. After all, among over 100 people, only 20 have awakened their original spiritual consciousness. Now one has died. I'm afraid I'll have a hard time explaining this to the Great Venerables. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Jin. The Great Venerables will definitely not pay attention to such a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Jin Heng cautiously glanced at the sky. Seeing that the pillar of light remained and there were no unusual movements in the sky, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The reason he had been living better than most these days was entirely due to Bai Mei's control of the vast amount of food. If a great venerable Duji had used this as an excuse to revolt and forcibly seized all the food, it would have been disastrous. Fortunately, the situation didn't take a turn for the worst. Throughout history, killing has always been the most effective way to establish authority. With Fenlang's death, few dared to attack Zhao Sheng. Pai San, Tian Xingzi, and the others also fell silent. At least until they understood his true strength, these old monsters wouldn't dare act rashly. Therefore, for the next month or so, Zhao Sheng had a very relaxing time. While distributing food, he continuously accepted the jade bones and various treasures that people had brought him. In his spare time, Zhao Sheng devoted himself to comprehending the secrets of the willpower field. Without the interference of true essence and spiritual consciousness, the existence of willpower became clearer than ever before. In fact, more than half a month ago, Zhao Sheng had discovered a huge secret. The practice of the big and small Ruai immortal techniques was closely related to the strength of willpower, spiritual consciousness. Only those who had awakened their original spiritual consciousness could practice this immortal technique. No wonder the great sage Jin Hong said that the threshold for practicing this immortal technique was the true Lord of Transformation. In his previous life, he had carefully remembered the great sage's teachings and only began practicing the immortal technique after breaking through the transformation realm, thus inadvertently overlooking this point. In this life, he accidentally became trapped in this endless corridor, unable to escape for a long time. After several sessions of instruction from Jin Heng, his willpower, spiritual consciousness, surged, and he inadvertently discovered the secrets of the great and small Ruai immortal techniques and the willpower, spiritual consciousness, force field. After practicing the immortal technique again, his progress was truly rapid. In just over 2 weeks, he had successfully mastered the immortal technique, catching up with the achievements of hundreds of years of hard practice in his previous life. Chapter 579, Forced Recognition of the Master. Another month passed. The entire sky was obscured by a hazy black light. The towering pillar of dark light had expanded several times since its initial appearance, like a giant peak supporting the heavens, though its brightness had diminished considerably. Senior White Eyebrow, this is a jade skull I found. I wonder how many spiritual herbs it can be exchanged for. Zhao Sheng examined the crystal skull held before him and casually said, 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng or 3 mid-grade fasting pills. Would you trade it for? If not, forget it. Yes, I didn't say no. The thin middle-aged man nodded and bowed with an apologetic smile, fearing he might change his mind. Here, the jade skull was neither food nor drink. Trading it for a little food was, in a sense, a great bargain. Of course, this man profited, and Zhao Sheng also did well. It was a win-win situation. The thin middle-aged man left gratefully, and the next person immediately followed up. Senior, take a look at this. This sword is forged entirely from deep space cold gold and weighs a staggering 103 jin. A moment later, the man left, clutching a bundle of branches, his face beaming with joy. Fellow Taoist White Eyebrow, I have a collection of 18 supremely rare weapons. Just as Zhao Sheng was exchanging food for treasures, as usual, Feng Fengzi and his 2 companions, after nearly a month of continuous flight, finally flew within the 10,000-mile radius of the inky black light column. The 3 of them, a close friend spanning over 10,000 years, had practiced the same secret technique, temporarily merging their willpower fields. This heightened their power, pushing Feng Fengzi to the mid-stage of the tribulation realm. The 3 of them raced at lightning speed, covering thousands of miles in a blink of an eye and invading the willpower, spiritual consciousness, fields of the 5 major tribulation realms. Who is it? Hey. Another unlucky soul has fallen. Great. Before Operation Breaking Heaven, a new fellow has arrived. This is truly cause for celebration, fellow Daoists, who will go greet this newcomer. At the crucial moment, it was the most powerful, Shi Gong, who spoke up. I'll go. Xiao Jiu, go say hello. At the edge of the dark light column, the paper boy volunteered to take on the task. As he finished speaking, a yellow paper figure, about 3 feet tall, drifted away from the main body, instantly transforming into a streak of yellow light, shooting off to the southwest. Thousands of miles to the southwest, Feng Fengzi's face suddenly changed drastically. His willpower field shifted, and he suddenly stopped in midair. Brother, you stopped for no reason. Is there something happening up ahead? Seeing this, his junior fellow Feng Xingzi hurriedly asked. Alice, I was wrong, terribly wrong. But it's too late now. Junior brothers, prepare to greet this distinguished guest. He emphasized the word distinguished guest with great emphasis, clearly implying something. Feng Xingzi and Feng Chenzi were horrified. It was the first time in thousands of years they had seen their senior brother look so grim, and they immediately felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. At that moment, a streak of yellow light emerged from the horizon, instantly soaring across 1,000 miles of space to land not far from the 3 of them. Then, the light shifted, revealing a yellow paper figure, roughly 3 feet tall. Its features vivid and lifelike, as if alive. Before Feng Fengzi and the other 2 could make a move, the paper figure suddenly bent 90 degrees and spoke in a delicate voice. Master Xiao Jiu, respectfully welcome the 3 guests. The master and several great masters kindly invite you to visit Fenqiu for a chat. Feng Xingzi and Feng Chenzi were struck by the word great masters, finally realizing why their senior brother had said they were wrong. Before entering, no one could have imagined that several great masters of the tribulation realm could be lurking in such a haunted place. Well, lead the way, Feng Fengzi said, his expression calm and detached. Now that we're here, we should make the most of it. Since the fellows on the opposite side did not start a fight as soon as they met, it meant that the hostility was not strong, and they might be friends rather than enemies. In short, all conclusions can only be drawn after communication. A moment later, Feng Fengzi and his 2 companions came from the sky, and in full view of everyone, they slowly flew into the dark light column. Most people recognized Feng Fengzi and his 2 companions at a glance, and in an instant everyone knew their identities. Zhao Sheng looked at Feng Fengzi's disappearing figure, and his brows gradually knitted together. He didn't know whether the arrival of Feng Fengzi and his 2 companions would be good or bad for the current situation, but he hated variables very much. Jin Heng sneaked over at this time and said in a low voice, Bei Mei, this Taoist Feng Fengzi is not an ordinary person. If I am not mistaken, this person has most likely broken through the wind tribulation among the 3 tribulations of the true immortal. Zhao Sheng listened without saying a word. Jin Heng smiled and added, don't overthink it. With one more great venerable at this critical moment, our chances of escaping are much greater. This is truly a blessing. Look at the expressions on Pai San, Bi Hai, and the others' faces, They're absolutely stunning. Zhao Sheng nodded slightly. Time passed slowly. After Feng Fengzi and the other two appeared, they never emerged from the Pillar of Light again. No one knew what the great venerables had said. However, from that day on, the dark Pillar of Light grew considerably larger, its brightness slightly increasing. 6 months passed in a flash. On that day, the completely pitch-black Pillar of Light suddenly flickered sharply and began to dim at an alarming rate. Soon, the immense Pillar of Light, which had persisted for months, slowly faded and dissipated, and the sky returned to light. At that moment, the expressions of those below varied: nervousness, fear, anticipation, despair, and so on. A few breaths later, the 6 great masters, Shigong, Zhi Tongzi, Mo Xian, Yu Kulu, Hao Yang, and Feng Fengzi, slowly descended into the air and each occupied a square. 3 months have passed, and everyone who could have come has already arrived. 80% of those who didn't come wouldn't dare to come. Shigong, you may begin. As soon as the old dwarf Hao Yang finished speaking, the mummy Mo Xian chuckled and continued, I'm really looking forward to it. What will this plan that you've carefully prepared for 10,000 years look like? I'm also very much looking forward to it, Feng Fengzi said at the right time. Don't worry, everyone. I won't let you down. The old voice of the Stone Lord echoed from the depths of the dark evil cloud. As he finished speaking, 2 jets of black light suddenly shot out from his enormous, narrow eyes, which flashed and disappeared into the ground beneath Fengqiu. Rumble. The ground within 100 miles suddenly shook, and a large black glow suddenly burst out from the cracks in the rubble. Around Fengqiu, everyone took cover, eventually retreating more than 10 miles away. The next moment, as everyone watched, the rubble on the ground transformed into a huge ball of bone powder, rising into the sky with a long glow. Then, a strange-looking small boat suddenly flew out from the ground. A closer look revealed that the boat was constructed from thousands of various magical weapons. Swords, spears, halberds, steel towers, bells, drums, and so on were clearly visible. The magical ship quickly plunged into the vast smoke mixed with a glow and bone powder. Then, the smoke quickly collapsed inward, as if being rapidly absorbed by something. When the smoke completely dissipated, a brand new treasure ship suddenly appeared before everyone. The ship was about 100 feet long and resembled an ordinary flying boat, but its hull exuded a pale, ash-like sheen. The countless magical treasures from before had vanished, likely integrated into the ship's lining. This is the 10,000 treasures ship, also known as the sky-breaking ship. Please appreciate it, fellow Taoists, Shigong introduced with a certain complacency, looking at the other 5. Zhi Tongzi, Feng Fengzi, and the other 5 observed this and each deployed a force field of will to envelop the treasures ship. After a careful inspection, Feng Fengzi was the first to exclaim in amazement, your skill is almost Taoist. This ship actually shares similarities with our sect's secret method of amplifying spiritual consciousness. Shigong is truly a learned man. I am ashamed of myself, you, an old ghost, could come up with such a brilliant idea. Why didn't I think of it? It seems that after escaping this predicament, the one with the greatest chance of retrieving the fruit of immortality is you, Shigong, Great Master Mo Xian said with jealousy and envy, and at the same time he praised him a little. At this time, the Jade Skull suddenly urged, let's start quickly. Without the suppression of the nightmare light here, the 6 desire heavenly demons will soon attack, and there is not much time left for us. Great Master Mo Xian immediately agreed, the skeleton is right. We still have to spend a lot of energy to force the younger generation to open the original spiritual consciousness. Try to be as fast as possible to avoid accidents. Okay, I will be responsible for 20 places. I am weak, so I will choose 17. I will pick 19, 18, I want them. In a flash, the 80 or so weaklings who hadn't awakened their own wills were swept away by the 6 men. The 100 or so men below, completely unprepared, were immediately divided into 7 groups. Powerful individuals like Zhao Sheng and Jin Heng, who had awakened their spiritual consciousness, were excluded, leaving the remaining group to endure a test worse than death. Unable to change the will of the 6 great venerables, they could only passively accept their blessings. As powerful waves of will penetrated the 80-plus individuals, veins immediately bulged, faces contorted. An unimaginable pain shot through their bodies, radiating from their bodies to their fingertips. Every inch of their flesh and bone felt as if it were being crushed and reassembled over and over again, a hellish, repetitive process. Witnessing these tragic scenes, Jin Heng, Tian Xingzi, the old monster Bihai, and the others were deeply moved, each grasping the six great venerables' intentions. Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged on the ground, his will field fully deployed, observing the great venerable's advanced application of will through his spiritual consciousness. Jin Heng was sharp-eyed, and when he saw Zhao Sheng's gesture, he immediately followed suit. Seeing this, the other old monsters all sat cross-legged on the ground, closing their eyes and staring. 2 hours passed in a flash. Among the 85 people, excluding the 9 whose souls collapsed, the remaining 76 people all successfully awakened their original spiritual consciousness. Of course, the price to pay for forcibly opening the original spiritual consciousness is extremely high, and after this, the lifespan of these people will be greatly reduced. Just when Zhao Sheng was about to converge his will force field, 2 extremely powerful wills suddenly descended at the same time. You are Bei Mei, haha, don't be afraid, little guy. The 2 voices were one cold and one hot, but they sounded very familiar. Zhao Sheng's heart was alarmed, and he immediately opened his eyes. Just as he was about to move, he was suppressed by the tyrannical will and could not move. Mo Xian, don't scare the little guy. As soon as these words came into Zhao Sheng's mind, he felt a flash before his eyes. An old dwarf with a long golden beard suddenly appeared 3 feet away. It was the great venerable Haoang. The next second, the great venerable Mo Xian also appeared out of thin air beside him. I am a mortal cultivator with white eyebrows from the lower realm, and I would like to pay my respects to the 2 great venerables. I wonder what instructions the great venerables have. Zhao Sheng hurriedly stood up and saluted respectfully. I want all the food in your space. Mo Xian didn't know what politeness was at all, and asked for it directly. Of course, Zhao Sheng didn't dare to refuse. He immediately opened the Zumi space and poured out all the spiritual medicines, ancient trees, exotic flowers and herbs. In the blink of an eye, they piled up into a small mountain. Okay. I've given you everything. Go away, don't disturb my communication with the little guy. Great Master Haoyan kept trying to shoo them away. It seemed he and Mo Xian weren't on good terms. Mo Xian snorted coldly, his immense will instantly sweeping up a mountain of food, then turned and flew towards the 76 people. It was clear the food was meant for these people. As soon as he was gone, Great Master Haoang immediately used his will to cast a 3-layer shielding force field, blocking anyone else from observing. Zhao Sheng, confused as to why, felt a surge of unease. Great Master Haoang stroked his beard and said with a reassuring smile, "Little fellow, don't let your imagination run wild. A great opportunity will soon befall you." After I finished speaking, you must control yourself and don't get carried away. The more mysterious the man spoke, the more wary Zhao Sheng became. Seeing his defensive demeanor, Haoang immediately grew displeased and said unkindly, "I'm pleased with you, young man, and would like to sign a contract with you. Simply put, I'll acknowledge you as my master. Tell me, is this opportunity big enough? Is it amazing?" Haha, you are so surprised that you can't speak. Zhao Sheng didn't expect that great Lord Haoang was actually a very funny guy hiding his true self. How can you tell that I was surprised? Absolutely not surprised at all. I was really shocked to the point that I couldn't react. How can this junior be so worthy of being favored by the senior? It is really a blessing that I have cultivated for 10 lifetimes. But no buts. You can only obey the decisions made by this lord. Great Venerable Haoang interrupted him rudely. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Sheng felt an irresistible surge of overwhelming will descend upon him, and he quickly lost all control of his body. A mere moment later, the illusion of a gigantic 3-legged golden crow appeared above his purple mansion Soul Sea. At the same time, a small golden shield hovered quietly before Zhao Sheng, his will somehow connecting with another vast, ocean-like will. While magical weapons have often recognized masters, forcing one to do so is rare. Furthermore, the Haoang shield's rank was too high, far exceeding Zhao Sheng's limits. In a sense, while Great Venerable Haoang had ostensibly recognized his master, in reality, he was effectively a servant bullying his master. This master could sever the contract and soar into the air at any moment. Even Zhao Sheng's life and death depended on his whim. After successfully recognizing his master, Zhao Sheng faced reality with equanimity, in other words, resigned himself to his fate. Senior Haoang, can you now explain why you chose me? Becoming a spiritual treasure has undoubtedly changed the character of the Great Venerable Haoang. This person did not hide it and said frankly, Of course it was this master who had a keen eye and saw that you were gifted. You might be very useful in escaping this predicament. Zhao Sheng suddenly realized that this person had taken a fancy to his gift of time and space teleportation. You guessed right. This master did not trust the old ghosts of Shiguang. At the critical moment, with my help, and your teleportation gift, even if the two of us could not get out in the end, we would surely escape the danger alive. Senior, you are so far-sighted. I admire you very much, Zhao Sheng complimented him. Of course. The old ghosts of Shigong have a nice idea, but no one can compare to this master's convenience. After all, they are not spiritual treasures. The great venerable Haoang accidentally revealed a big secret. It turned out that not only this person, but several other great venerables had also discovered a secret. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 580 Ash Whispering Demonic Barrier, additional Chapter 12 for Alliance Leader San and Baldhead. The sky darkened. Ashes billowed and fell, and millions of strange monsters slowly approached Fenqiu from all directions. Board the ship immediately. Success or failure depends on this. I implore you all to work together. With Shigong's command, the treasure ship descended silently to the ground. Jin Heng, Tian Xingzi, Bihai, Pai San Shajia Yutong, and nearly 100 others ascended into the ship and took their seats. As soon as they settled, a thick, grayish-white liquid gushed out from under their seats, instantly covering their lower bodies. After reaching their chests, the liquid quickly solidified into a grayish-white stone, its color and texture identical to the ship's hull. Instantly, a mysterious, invisible wave of will, spiritual consciousness, surged from the treasure ship, instantly connecting everyone's consciousness through some unknown means. What's going on? I can't move, stop yelling, it's killing me. Yes, that's the feeling. It's truly amazing. 1 is 10,000, 10,000 is 1. Could this be the legendary Myriad Wonderful Heart Sutra? The great venerable supernatural powers are vast, his wisdom is as vast as the ocean. Truly beyond the comprehension of us mere mortals. When everyone was forcibly drawn into the same spiritual field, each person's reactions varied. However, due to the telepathic connection within the myriad spirits realm, everyone's consciousness was exposed to the others. However, Zhao Sheng did not enter the myriad spirits realm, since being forcibly recognized as the master by the great venerable Haoang, his status has skyrocketed, officially becoming the number 1 under the 6 great venerables. Everyone was envious and jealous of his adventure, but no one dared to object. Meanwhile, the 5 great venerables, Feng Fengzi, Yu Qulao, and Mo Xian, also viewed him with a different eye. It wasn't just out of respect for great venerable Haoang, but also because of his astonishing performance. 20,000 miles. In the Dachan realm, this teleportation distance wouldn't be worth mentioning. But here in the endless corridor, it represented hope, the possibility of escaping this space-time hell. After the space-time teleportation experiment, great venerable Haoang became an instant favorite. The other great venerables expressed their goodwill, some even making countless promises behind closed doors. Their motivation was singular, to help their brother in a critical moment. Because of this, Zhao Sheng, influenced by their affection for him, was forced to accept the generous rewards from the other 5 venerables. On the top floor of the treasure ship, 6 towering altars were arranged in the shape of a hexagram. At this moment, great venerable Haoang, seated atop one of them, suddenly spoke, "It's almost time. Shigong, we can set off." Approaching the altar, Shigong's aged voice echoed from the depths of the dark, evil clouds. "Very well. Trapped here for countless years, we finally have a chance. Set off, set off." As the word depart spread throughout the cabin, the myriad spirits realm instantly merged with the entire treasure ship. At this moment, everyone was horrified to discover that the treasure ship beneath them seemed to have become an extension of their limbs, operating at will, as if they were moving their arms and legs. And with the help of the magic of the treasure ship, everyone's horizon instantly expanded countless times, taking in everything that happened in the sky and on the ground for thousands of miles. Why are these 6 desire demons so ugly? Haha, with such a divine ship, we have a chance of escaping. Shigong has done immeasurable good deeds. Shut up, you bastard. Everyone, Listen to me. The road ahead is dangerous. To get out alive, we must work together and never hide our strength. Otherwise, if we fail in the end, we will kill them together. Tianxingzi is right. Anyone who stands in my way will be killed without mercy. Kill without mercy. Kill without mercy. Communication on a spiritual level is often incredibly fast. The moment Shigong gave the order to depart, everyone in the lower cabin had already engaged in a vast spiritual exchange, reaching a near instantaneous consensus. And all of this was under Shigong's control. With a roar, the Wanbao ship instantly soared into the sky, and a vast, invisible flame erupted from its stern. In an instant, the thick ashes within a 10-mile radius were completely incinerated by the invisible flames. The Wanbao ship broke the sound barrier almost instantly, and its speed continued to increase at an astonishing rate. Double, triple, quadruple, 10 times. 11 times. In less than 3 breaths, the ship's speed had surpassed 10 times the speed of sound. But to everyone in the cabin, the Wanbao ship still had immense room for improvement. They piloted the ship effortlessly, constantly pushing faster, higher, and stronger. Though the sky was boundless, they were determined to pierce it and soar into the abyss. Outside the treasure ship, a boundless mist of ash enveloped the heavens and the earth. At this moment, the top floor of the cabin and the surrounding walls were completely blurred, completely reflecting the entire scene within a radius of thousands of miles. The paperboy looked around and couldn't help but say happily, "Great. The children are really full of enthusiasm. They broke through the first ash layer so quickly, it's just a smooth start. The feast has not yet appeared." Great Master Mo Xian waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Zhao Sheng stood behind Great Master Hao Yang, his eyes sweeping across the surrounding clouds, and saw with his own eyes that wherever the 10,000 treasures ship passed by, all the monsters within a radius of 100 miles were crushed by the force field of will, and instantly turned to ashes. But as the altitude continued to climb, the 6 desires of the devil that appeared around the treasure ship became more and more bizarre, and their sizes also became larger and larger. Later, a very small number of powerful monsters retained a small amount of their bodies under the crushing of the force field of will. With the almost immortal nature of the 6 desires of the devil, only a small amount of the remaining body can gradually grow into a new giant species of devil. As the treasure ship climbed, Zhao Sheng's horizons opened up, and he witnessed countless new and strange 6 desires of the devil species with his own eyes. However, after observing along the way, he discovered that while the 6 desire demons were numerous in variety, the large-scale populations could be roughly divided into 7 types: tentacle mushrooms, monster cactus, mud monsters, demon eye flies, ghost-faced demon vultures, human head ants, and shadow nightmares. Whoa, hurry up! There's a swarm of demon eye flies on the left, 800 miles to the upper left. 30 monster cactus. Quickly release your sword of will. Don't let those monsters fire their disgusting gravy. Watch out above, the giant mud monsters are coming. Don't let them get close to the hull, or they'll slow you down. In the 10,000 spirit realm, a vast flux of consciousness was constantly being transmitted. Everyone on board was busily engaged, amplifying their wills through the 10,000 treasure ship and unleashing powerful spiritual attacks to annihilate any powerful demons threatening the ship. Suddenly, a vast swampy continent, roiling with dark yellow mud and emitting a foul stench, crashed down from above. Formed by the fusion of tens of thousands of mud monsters, this swampy continent spanned 1,000 miles. The shadow cast by the swampy continent above enveloped the treasure ship, and suddenly, thousands of pitch-black tentacles emerged from the depths of the shadow. Countless shadowy tentacles attempted to bind the 10,000 treasure ship, but were incinerated by the radiant flames of will rising from the ship's hull. With a roar, a dazzling beam of light, over 100 feet thick, shot out from the ship's bow and instantly sank into the swampy continent above. In an instant, a hole 100 miles across appeared silently in the center of the swampy continent, its mass vanishing by nearly a tenth. The mud monsters squirmed frantically, the cavity shrinking rapidly in an attempt to block the passage of the treasure ship. However, the treasure ship was so swift that it pierced the cavity in an instant, disappearing into the depths of the vast cloud layer. Buzz! Dozens of tentacle mushrooms, as vast as mountains, blocked the path ahead. A 1,000-mile radius was completely blocked by the dancing, immense tentacles, forming an impenetrable net, waiting for the treasure ship to fall into it. However, the treasure ship's hull suddenly expanded a thin force field of will, which instantly twisted and deformed, transforming into an unparalleled, 100-foot-long blade of light. With unwavering force, the blade pierced through dozens of layers of blockade and pierced through the body of a tentacle mushroom troll, its speed undiminished. At this moment, the atmosphere in the lower cabin was extremely high. Everyone was full of confidence, determined to fight their way out of this hell. However, the atmosphere in the upper cabin was completely different. On one of the altars, the jade skull flicked its fingers a few times, and suddenly said in a deep voice, "Shigong, the energy down there is being consumed a little too quickly. If we continue to allow them to waste their spiritual consciousness like this, I think they may not be able to get past a whispering layer." Before Shigong opened his mouth, the great master Mo Xian laughed strangely and said, "It's just a pile of consumables anyway, why bother about their life or death?" As soon as the voice fell, Feng Fengzi said at the right time, "I have a doubt to ask fellow Taoists. How many difficulties do we need to overcome to break through the sky? Don't blame me, fellow Taoist Feng. This is a mistake made by several of us. We forgot to tell you some necessary matters. After many summaries of our experience. In fact, there are 4 major difficulties to overcome, namely the ash layer, the whisper layer, the devil layer and the space-time barrier." As he spoke, Shigong told some information about these 4 major difficulties. Not only did Feng Fengzi listen attentively, but Zhao Sheng, who was hiding behind the great Lord Haoang, pricked up his ears and tried his best to remember every word and even every character that Shigong said. After more than half a day, the Wanbao ship had ascended for who knows how many thousands of miles. At this time, the vast ash clouds and fog around it had completely disappeared, replaced by an almost lightless dark area. The inexplicable strange fog in the depths of the darkness here was even thicker and more dense. Flying in this area, the Wanbao ship was constantly under indescribable resistance, as if it had fallen into an invisible quagmire that was difficult to escape, and its climbing speed was greatly reduced. As the inexplicable resistance continued to surge, the speed of the ship became slower and slower. Because of the protection of the 10,000 spirits realm, everyone did not notice anything unusual at first. But as they went deeper, the inexplicable whispers in the whisper layer became more and more grand and powerful. A moment later, some people suddenly heard a series of whispering voices, as if countless people were speaking in their ears, constantly expounding on various incomprehensible daos and principles. These daos and principles seemed filled with infinite mystery, as if they contained incomprehensible truths. Later, more and more people also heard the whispering. At first, everyone was extremely vigilant, trying their best to block out the whispering. However, as time passed, some gradually succumbed to the temptation, their minds gradually losing their rationality, and finally being captured by the abyss of truth, unable to extricate themselves. Later, more people fell. The state of the treasure ship was greatly affected by this, but powerful beings who had actively awakened their spiritual consciousness, such as Jin Heng, Pai San, and Bian Xingzi, still had the strength to control the treasure ship and kill the powerful 6 desires demons that attacked. Soon, Shigong could no longer bear it and shouted, "Idiot, don't wake up." This sound passed through the realm of all spirits and reached the depths of everyone's soul, instantly awakening all those who were trapped in chaos. After waking up, some people were sweating profusely, some were terrified, and some screamed in fear in the spirit realm, revealing their ugly appearance. After this incident, the relaxed atmosphere in the cabin completely disappeared, and the atmosphere became increasingly solemn and depressing. Everyone's minds were raised to the limit, and they tried their best to block the temptation of whispers. When the first person who took the initiative to pierce the eardrum appeared, it immediately attracted more people to follow suit. This approach achieved great results at the beginning, and the inexplicable whispers in the ears disappeared. However, the good times did not last long. Someone was horrified to find that he actually heard whispers again, this time breaking through the limitations of the physical body and sounding directly in the depths of the soul. The indescribable whispers were like evil thoughts rising from the depths of the heart, which could not be killed or driven away. "Don't wake up, don't wake up." During this period, Shigong had repeatedly called out to wake everyone up, but the effect was worse each time. These situations were actually within the expectations of the great masters. If the whispering layer was so easy to get through, how could it stump the great masters who came one after another? Because he was protected by the great master Haoang, Zhao Sheng was not affected by the whispering at all. He was like a bystander, standing on the top platform, watching the struggles of the people below with cold eyes. Haha. So that's how it is, I understand. Taoist master, I'm going to become an immortal, In the lower cabin, someone suddenly laughed wildly, muttering to himself, and a lot of strange black smoke began to emerge from his head. Some black vein-like things quickly crawled from his face to his whole body, and then large amounts of smelly black mud gushed out of his body. Before this person's transformation was complete, an invisible wave swept over his body, instantly smashing this mutated body into ashes. Haha. The Tao is constant, and I am the only one who is supreme. Before he finished speaking, there was a loud bang, and someone's whole body exploded instantly. As blood and flesh splattered, tentacle mushrooms quickly condensed into shape. The next second, all the mushroom demons were wiped out of thin air. So that's how it is. The body is invisible, and the law is formless. I understand. Ha bang. An old monk was suddenly torn into pieces, and the broken limbs turned into human-faced pythons with fangs and bloody mouths in an instant. The pythons opened their bloody mouths and almost wanted to bite people. However, the human-faced pythons were quickly eliminated by the Great Venerable. In the following period of time, one after another could not withstand the confusion of the mumbling, and their consciousness and mind completely sank. Eventually, their physical bodies were alienated, and their souls and consciousness turned into 6 desire demons. Chapter 581, Strange Thought World, Additional Chapter 22 for the leader San and Bald. After 3 days and 3 nights, only a dozen or so people remained in the lower cabin, barely conscious. Zhao Sheng counted them one by one and discovered that all who remained alive were powerful individuals who had awakened their original spiritual consciousness on their own initiative. The weaker ones who had forced their awakening had perished without a single survivor. Even these powerful individuals were now in a state of extreme misery, having reached the end of their strength. However, the 6 great venerables were remarkably cruel and ruthless, never truly stepping in to take control of the treasure ship. Quite the contrary, Jin Heng and the others who had managed to survive had now discovered the shocking reality that they had been conspired against by the great venerables, becoming the fuel that fueled the ship's ascent. It was clear that the fate of everyone in the lower cabin had been sealed from the outset. Unless a great venerable showed mercy, everyone would die. Would a great venerable intervene? The result was self-evident. Even Feng Fengzi chose to stand by and watch, ignoring the pleas and struggles of his 2 junior brothers, unwilling to waste a single moment of his energy. Seeing everyone's dismal fate, Zhao Sheng felt a chill run down his spine, terrified. Fortunately, Great Venerable Haoyang had a discerning eye for talent, otherwise his fate would be unpredictable, perhaps facing yet another reincarnation. As time slowly passed, one powerful figure after another in the outside world fell into madness, ultimately reduced to ashes, their bodies vanishing. Suddenly, a series of intermittent whispers entered Zhao Sheng's mind. Zhao Sheng's heart trembled, knowing full well what this meant, that even Great Venerable Duji couldn't permanently block out the invisible infiltration of the whispering layer. Shiguang, Yu Qiu Lao, Mo Xian, it's our turn to take action, Great Venerable Haoyang suddenly suggested, looking at the others. I second the proposal. After all, delaying too long could lead to unnecessary accidents. Feng Fengzi was the first to agree. As he spoke, his gaze lingered on Zhao Sheng, intentionally or unintentionally. When Zhao Sheng glanced back, Feng Fengzi smiled and nodded. A pair of enormous eyes within the dark crimson evil cloud blinked, and then Shi Gong said, since that's the case, I will activate the 6 polar star formation. Everyone, please attack simultaneously, don't worry, yes, hey. A moment later, the 6 platforms shone brightly, and a vast circle of dazzling flames suddenly erupted from the hull of the Wanbao ship. Its speed instantly increased countless times, and it soared away in an instant. Breaking through the whispering layer was more difficult than Zhao Sheng had imagined. Even with the protection of the great Lord Haoyang, he was still bewildered by the whispering several times, nearly drowning. Fortunately, despite all the hardships and dangers, he finally passed through this gate of hell. After the whispering layer, the darkness, the strange clouds, and the recurring attacks of the powerful demons all vanished. White. Pale white. Everywhere he looked, everything was pale. Spending too long in this vast, boundless white space-time can easily lead to disorientation, often experiencing the illusion of upside down and left and right being reversed. The treasure ship flew silently, as if it were forever. Gradually, Zhao Sheng's sense of time grew hazy, and he couldn't even remember how long the treasure ship had been flying. He occasionally glanced at the 6 great venerables, But only from Feng Fengzi's increasingly solemn expression could he sense something was amiss. Finally, one day, he could no longer bear it, so he secretly contacted Great Venerable Hao Yang through his spiritual sense. "Senior Hao Yang, if this keeps up, how much longer will we have to fly?" Great Venerable Hao Yang quickly responded, jokingly saying, "How long? It's only been 3 hours since we entered the demonic thought realm. Can't you handle this?" 3 hours, Zhao Sheng was shocked. He remembered the treasure ship flying for at least several months. "I never expected that. Little guy, you're incredibly lucky, yet you still look so clueless. Did you know? In the myriad realms, few have the opportunity to experience the perspective of a true immortal firsthand." Zhao Sheng seemed to realize something, instantly recalling the earth-level talent he'd possessed in previous lives, remnant immortal vision. "Your comprehension is quite good. It's just as you imagined. In a sense, the immortals are truly another level of greatness and holiness, far beyond the reach of any tribulation-crossing realm. In the eyes of a true immortal, time truly possesses the potential for infinite extension. A moment to mortal can be a day, a month, or even longer to true immortal. Of course, sometimes a year to mortal can be a fleeting moment to true immortal. The demonic thought layer we're currently in may appear empty, but in reality, it's entirely within the realm of the true immortal's demonic thoughts. As a result, time is greatly distorted, its velocity fluctuating in countless ways. Unbelievable." Zhao Sheng's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Of course, there was a certain amount of acting involved. After all, he'd already met 2 Dalao Jinxins. A mere true immortal wasn't enough to cause him to lose his composure. "Now you understand the power of a true immortal, don't you? Actually, you're only glimpsing the world from a well. The might of a true immortal cannot be described in words. If I could tell you that all those 6 desire demons you saw were actually the scattered thoughts of a true immortal, and that even the endless corridor might be part of a true immortal artifact, would you believe these things to be true? I don't think you'd make up stories, they must be true." "You're such a sly kid." Great Venerable Hao Yang had just finished speaking when he suddenly exclaimed in delight, "Lucky. Really lucky. Encountering a true immortal's demonic thoughts so soon. Shigong, look, here it comes." At that moment, the other 5 Great Venerables also noticed something unusual ahead. Amidst the boundless white world, a massive inky, deep darkness emerged from nowhere. At first, the darkness was a mere speck, but in an instant, it expanded rapidly, spreading in all directions at an incredible speed. Simultaneously, a shadow of indescribable magnitude loomed from the depths of the darkness. Darker than the darkness itself, it seemed to shift constantly, and countless eerie phantoms struggled frantically within, attempting to materialize and descend upon the world. "Shigong, charge in now before the demonic thought fully unleashes itself." In fact, no one needed to warn him. Under Shigong's control, the treasure ship transformed into a stream of light, charging relentlessly into the abyss of demonic thought. At that moment, Zhao Sheng's mind was filled with confusion, completely bewildered as to why the 6 Great Venerables would so deliberately seek their own demise. However, before he could question Great Venerable Hao Yang, everything around him suddenly vanished, leaving him alone. Rumble. As Zhao Sheng stared in amazement, an enormous white jade bead plummeted from the darkness, its sudden appearance catching him off guard. The next moment, the enormous jade bead exerted an irresistible pull, and Zhao Sheng was involuntarily sucked inside, never to be seen again. When he awoke again, he was stunned to find himself back in Qianlong Pavilion. The furniture, antiques, calligraphy, and even the decorative flowers, everything seemed so familiar, as if exactly as he remembered. However, the more Zhao Sheng surveyed the hall's furnishings, the more he felt something was off, though he couldn't quite place it. Puff, puff, suddenly, a popping sound echoed from the ground, and a series of mud bubbles emerged, followed by a continuous stream of yellow mud, quickly covering a vast expanse. Goo-goo, goo-goo. A mud monster struggled to emerge from the mud, but the moment Zhao Sheng looked over, the ground suddenly returned to normal, as if it had just been an illusion. Zhao Sheng, expressionless, strode over. The ground hadn't changed, so what had he just witnessed? He turned sharply, catching a glimpse of a dark tentacle suddenly retreating into the shadows of the mural. Then, looking again, the shadows were empty, as if it were an illusion. Suddenly, a soft sound echoed from outside the window, as if someone were knocking. Zhao Sheng looked over and saw a slender figure standing outside, motionless. Playing tricks, Zhao Sheng sneered, feeling that everything was completely different from what he had expected. That's it? That's it? A true immortal demon mind was resorting to such lowly tricks? Huh? Zhao Sheng looked up again and suddenly realized that the door to the back hall had been flung open. A tripod on the nearby display case looked different than before, as if it had shifted slightly, and the lid seemed to have opened a crack. A pair of strange eyes seemed to peer at him through the gap. "Are you letting me in?" Zhao Sheng muttered to himself, heading towards the back hall. Crack, crack. Although he was clearly stepping on the stone brick floor, the ground emitted a series of crackling and breaking sounds, as if it could not bear the weight of a person and would collapse at any time. As he walked along, he left deep footprints on the ground, and soon a pool of ochre mud flowed out of the footprints, filling all the footprints. Hiss. It seemed as if something was sliding across his back, smooth and cold to the touch, like a thick tentacle. HMPH, Zhao Sheng did not even intend to turn back. He stepped through the doorway and entered the back hall. The back hall seemed unusually empty, and the furniture inside had changed drastically, completely different from what he remembered. A huge black spiny skin carpet covered the floor, and the ground outside the carpet was surprisingly made of countless crystal bones. In the center of the north hall, a purple-black bed occupied most of the space. A faint smoke lingered around the bed, and the air was filled with a smell that was difficult to distinguish between sweet and stench. At that moment, on the bed lay a large, mixed-haired dog with a bulging belly. Sprawled out on the bed, a bone in its mouth, its eyelids drooping, it looked sated and drowsy. Zhao Sheng's arrival startled the mixed-haired dog awake. "Wake up, little one. You're lucky. I haven't met anyone I'm satisfied with in ages." The dog spat out a bone and jerked its head back, its voice surprisingly crisp and melodious. However, Zhao Sheng stared intently at the thorny carpet on the floor, a look of shock on his face. It took him a moment to react, and he said in a deep voice, "Senior, who are you?" The thorny carpet was actually the bandage that had wrapped Mo Xian's true form. He was confident he wasn't mistaken. "Who am I? Who am I? Who is I? Who is it?" Roar, roar, roar. The dog's belly grew ever larger, as if on the verge of collapse. With a loud bang, its entire body exploded, scattering a blanket of multicolored fur. The dog hair seemed to come alive, burrowing frantically into the thorny carpet. Then, the eerie carpet seemed to come alive again, gradually forming a humanoid figure. "Mo Xian, Great Venerable," Zhao Sheng asked tentatively, but received no response. "Save me, save me," the thorny carpet howled and wailed, struggling and twisting frantically to stand. From the other side, countless voices simultaneously growled, "Why you? It's me, it's me. You eat me, I eat you." Along with these frantic roars, skulls slowly appeared on the bone floor, their mouths opening and closing, as if shouting something. One of the skulls looked familiar. After examining it carefully, Zhao Sheng was startled. This is actually a jade skull. With a snap, a picture frame suddenly fell from the wall to the ground, the painted side facing up. The figure's eyes rolled, revealing a faint look of fear and pleading. Zhao Sheng's gaze fell on it, and the more he looked at it, the more familiar it felt. For some reason, he suddenly recalled another great venerable, the paper boy. Everything before him was so absurd and bizarre, so bizarre yet seemingly natural. However, Zhao Sheng was no ordinary giant and cultivator. He had experienced even more bizarre and wondrous things, such as wandering the great sage's mind realm in the forgotten heaven. Compared to that great sage's mind realm, this absurd and bizarre scene seemed even more unreal and incongruous. At that moment, Zhao Sheng suddenly realized where he was. This was clearly a crude, shoddy mind realm riddled with flaws. No, it was utterly unstable, on the verge of collapse. It wasn't a mind realm at all, but at best, an illusion conjured by the demonic thoughts of a true immortal. Can a single demonic thought easily suppress multiple tribulation-crossing realm cultivators? The power of a true immortal is truly terrifying. Zhao Sheng bent down and touched the thorny carpet, its textured texture. Great Venerable Mo Xian's anger and panic became even more palpable. He struggled and wailed with all his might, but was unable to break free. On the bone floor, countless skulls stared blankly at Zhao Sheng with their hollow eye sockets, a feeling of oppression filling the air. Hundreds of streams of light intertwined and converged on the bed, reappearing as a large, shaggy dog. Immortal? Demon? Stop playing tricks. Tell me your purpose. At this point, Zhao Sheng no longer expected to leave this haunted place alive, and his attitude became more assertive than ever. "I've even seen a golden immortal," he said. How could I possibly care less about the remnants of a true immortal? Zhao Sheng stared blankly at the shaggy dog. Crunch, crunch, the dog chewed a few times before suddenly spitting out a few broken bones. A bloody tongue jutted out and licked its lips. This place has its own rules. While I can temporarily suppress them, I can't always control myself. So are they dead or alive now? Zhao Sheng gestured toward the ground beneath his feet and the ghostly paintings on the floor. Is this important? The big dog grinned, its fur suddenly transforming into countless tentacles. You're right. The lives of others are of no consequence, but knowing whether they are dead or alive is very important to me, Zhao Sheng said with a hint of meaning. Haha, little one, you're special. You're the only creature who has entered this place and remained unbent by the rules. I'd love to know what makes you so special. Guess, puff, puff. The big dog's mouth opened wider and wider, like a dark, bottomless pit, as if it were laughing. A multitude of eerie shadows whispered in the darkness, and a series of shrill howls gradually echoed through the room, sounding an awful lot like Feng Fengzi's. Chapter 582. Falling does not mean death. With a bang, the large, shaggy dog's body exploded, starting with its mouth, until its entire body shattered into a blanket of dog hair. But this time, it quickly reformed before Zhao Sheng, only twice as small. Woof woof. I was trying to say something. What was it I was trying to say? The dog struggled to think, its eyeballs bulging rapidly, its features distorted and becoming increasingly terrifying. Zhao Sheng, observing this, quickly said, Senior, there's no need to think. How about we discuss how we can get me out of here, as expected? You really do want to get out alive, haha. The shaggy dog spoke incoherently, his moods erratic, his mind clearly disturbed, as if deeply affected by demonic thoughts. Zhao Sheng stood still, not saying a word. Do you want to live? I want you even more. Letting you go is easy, but why should I do this? As the saying goes, listen to the words, listen to the tone, listen to the gongs and drums. Zhao Sheng instantly grasped the other party's implication, and his spirits lifted. He hurriedly asked, Excuse me, Senior, what must I do to make you let me go? Simple. Although I have been dead for eons, there is still a glimmer of hope for resurrection. What you need to do is, easier said than done, to carry a wisp of my immortal consciousness away from the sky-roaring pearl, and then, this, Zhao Sheng listened for a moment before understanding what the other party was talking about. This wasn't the first time he'd experienced such a thing. Remember those few things the great sage Jinhong instructed Zhao Sheng to do back in the great sage's mind realm? Compared to the great sage's request, this shaggy dog's demands seemed even more demanding. It actually dreamed of reincarnation and a return to the immortal path. True immortals are nearly immortal. Even a wisp of immortal soul remaining can regenerate a physical body and regain their original cultivation over the course of countless years. However, for a fallen immortal to reverse death and be reborn is never an easy task. The biggest challenge, of course, is the secrets of the womb. Secondly, reincarnation involves karma, fate, destiny, and other fundamental issues. Simply put, over 80% of immortals are strangled in the womb before their reincarnation. After birth, their fate is even more devastating than that of a star born from the sky. Once they grow up, they are likely to become a world-destroying demon. Even the reincarnation of a normal immortal is difficult, let alone a demonic thought from a fallen immortal. Putting aside whether Zhao Sheng could accomplish this, even if he agreed, his small body would be unable to withstand such a huge karma. Furthermore, the other party's demands were even more than that. Zhao Sheng's scalp tingled, and he immediately shook his head in refusal. Senior, your request is truly demanding. It's impossible for me to fulfill it. No, you can do it. For some reason, the large, shaggy dog had immense confidence in him, speaking with unwavering conviction. Don't underestimate yourself, young man. Simply because you're immune to rule distortions, you're the perfect candidate. Plus, this will also be of immense benefit to you. Don't you want to know what I promise you? Don't you want to become an immortal? Yes, Zhao Sheng nodded honestly. Woo, that's right. I hold the golden book of the Great Dao, which records my life's experience in cultivation. If you can comprehend it, you can obtain the fruit of immortality and ascend to heaven instantly. At this point, the dog's mouth widened, and with difficulty, it spat out a shimmering golden page. It wasn't a page, but more like a square golden plate, both sides gleaming with a smooth sheen, yet blank. Clang. The golden plate fell to Zhao Sheng's feet, and the thorny carpet, which had been screaming continuously, instantly became inert, its magical effect extinguished. Zhao Sheng kicked the plate with his foot, his expression impassive, no trace of emotion. He wouldn't trust a word the other party said until he had safely returned to the Dachan realm. After all, in their territory, he couldn't distinguish truth from falsehood. You're a smart guy, little one. You should know you have no choice. The big dog was completely confused as to what the other party was thinking. He dared to reject his good intentions at this point. But that didn't matter, as his time to wake up was running out. Puff, with this thought, the big dog opened his mouth and exhaled a puff of black air. At that moment, Zhao Sheng realized something was wrong with his body. The yellow gourd in his danchan suddenly flew out of his body uncontrollably. In a flash, it flew in front of the big dog and landed steadily on the bed. Zhao Sheng's face changed slightly, and he looked at the mixed-haired big dog in silence. Woof woof. I never thought the bait I placed years ago would attract a treasure like you. God is truly helping me. The motley-haired dog beamed with pride, his chin held high. It was clear that he was deeply influenced by the demonic thoughts, his consciousness and personality warped and alienated, unable to change. Did you send this thing out on purpose? Zhao Sheng asked. Of course. I not only placed the bait, but also the story of the Great Tribulation Master escaping death, which you've all been passing on, as well as the old ghost and the skeletons, were all my doings. My purpose was simple, to facilitate the harvest. The motley-haired dog spoke bluntly, not bothering to conceal anything. Do you think is a treasure trove? When the Great Tribulation began, countless true immortals perished, along with thousands of immortal lords, even Dalao Jinxins. And then there was bang bang bang. At the end of his words, the dog seemed to have violated some taboo. His body exploded and reformed 3 times before it could finally form a shell. But after this incident, its size shrank dramatically, becoming the size of a pug. Damn it. I can't stand this anymore. You want to die, boy? Promise me what I ask, and I'll live. If you do, Junior. Promise, no. Oh, so you agree? Very good. The mutt blinked, seemingly thrilled. Its fur suddenly transformed into countless tentacles, twitching wildly. Zhao Sheng nodded, thinking, promise is one thing, but whether he can do it is another. I will teach you a secret technique for refining the devil. After you've eliminated the demonic power from your immortal thoughts, you must find a family named Zhang and infuse your immortal thoughts into your fetal body. When the time is right, you can come and become their disciple. Once I've unraveled the mystery of my fetal life, I will treat you well. One day, ascending to immortality will be a piece of your life. With that, the mutt opened its mouth, bit off a piece of the paw, held it in its mouth, and spurted out. A beam of black light shot out, piercing the purple palace between Zhao Sheng's eyebrows like lightning. Suddenly, a strange mental method, consisting of just a few hundred words, appeared in his mind. The Golden Book of the Great Dao contains the true texts of 3,000 Great Daos. This item is of vital importance. You must always carry it with you. Never lose it. Remember, as soon as he finished speaking, the mutt suddenly transformed into a stream of brilliant light and instantly burrowed into the yellow gourd. The next moment, the yellow gourd soared into the air, flashing into Zhao Sheng's body, landing firmly in the center of his Danshan Qi Si, where it took root. Hei. Hei. Haha. Woohoo. Without the giant dog to suppress his demonic thoughts, the entire room suddenly came alive. A multitude of eerie shadows emerged from the cracks, skulls flew into the air, and laughed eerily. The bed melted like a candle, and a flood of stinking mud gushed out from the walls. All sorts of strange things revived, a demonic revelry. Zhao Sheng had no time to react before he felt the world spinning and instantly lost all consciousness. He didn't know how much time had passed. Zhao Sheng suddenly awoke from the darkness. He sat up abruptly, opened his eyes, and surveyed his surroundings. Thick ash blanketed the mountain as far as the eye could see, pale clouds swirling overhead. To the southwest, the skeleton of a gigantic beast loomed, emanating a faint sense of oppression. Upon sighting the beast's skeleton, a burst of whispering filled his ears. Then, a thunderous roar echoed in his ears. Hey! Wake up now! Zhao Sheng's mind cleared, and his mumbling ceased abruptly. He jerked his head to the left, only to be greeted by a familiar face. This person, with the air of a sage, was none other than the Taoist master Feng Fengzi. Great Venerable Feng Feng, did we escape? What about the other great venerables? Feng Fengzi sighed, his face filled with emotion. Thanks to you, My friend, for sacrificing your life, I was able to escape. That true immortal's demonic thought was truly bizarre and formidable. Shi Guang, Yu Q Lao, and several other fellow Daoists tragically perished. Even Taoist He Wang's spirit was tainted by the demonic thought, ultimately leading to his demise. Fortunately, before his death, Taoist He Wang exhausted his last vestiges of spiritual consciousness and, together with you, activated the great time and space shift. This successfully breached the barrier of time and space, sending you and me out of this deadly situation. As Feng Fengzi recounted his story, Zhao Sheng's mind suddenly flashed with countless vivid images, all of them memories of the brutal battle that had taken place. However, he clearly had another, more authentic memory. Feng Fengzi spoke with such conviction, as if he had personally experienced it, that Zhao Sheng couldn't help but wonder if his own memories had been tampered with. No, it wasn't him who had been tampered with, but Feng Fengzi. A powerful Tribulation Realm master had his memory secretly altered, completely unaware of the incident. Zhao Sheng, the only one who knew the truth, shuddered. Your life-saving grace is beyond words. Why don't you return to the Wuxiang Immortal sect with me? I will accept you as my personal disciple and teach you the supreme immortal arts. Feng Fengzi said this, then looked at Zhao Sheng with a smile, eager for him to kowtow and accept his position as his disciple. As a dignified Tribulation Realm master, he had spoken today, a rare opportunity. No one in their right mind would refuse his offer. But, this time, he had truly encountered a fool. I appreciate your kindness, great master. But I still have a wife, children, and elderly relatives in the lower realm, and I believe I cannot sever my worldly ties. I can only say that I am unlucky and cannot bear such kindness. Zhao Sheng had actually refused the opportunity to ascend to the highest heaven. This baffled Feng Fengzi. Due to the great master's authority, Feng Fengzi would never repeat his words. Since this boy was so clueless about what was right and wrong, it only meant that he and him were not destined to be master and disciple. In that case, I respect your choice, Feng Fengzi said calmly, his attitude suddenly cold. He then pulled a ring-shaped jade disc from his sleeve and handed it over. This is my token. If anyone ever brings this token to my Wuxiang Xianzong, I will accept them as my disciple, thus resolving the karma between you and me. Zhao Sheng carefully took the jade disc with both hands and said gratefully, Thank you, great master, for this gift. I'll make a note of it. Also, if you encounter difficulties in the burial immortal ruins in the future, you can seek help from the Wuxiang Xianzong disciples. If that still doesn't work, I will also help, but only 3 times, Feng Fengzi said, slowly holding up 3 fingers. 3 times is more than enough. I dare not ask for more. Zhao Sheng immediately bowed his head in gratitude. Take care of yourself. I'm leaving. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Fengzi soared into the air, disappearing in an instant. Zhao Sheng watched the man disappear into the distance, sweat instantly breaking out on his forehead. His entire body was covered in sweat, soaking through his shirt in an instant. He lost his composure because he didn't believe the true immortal's demonic thoughts would be so kind as to let Feng Fengzi off. Zhao Sheng was certain he had been ensnared by the true immortal's demonic thoughts, yet he didn't realize it. Although he appeared perfectly normal now, he would eventually become a demon. At the very least, his will would be twisted, transforming him into a peerless demon. At worst, his demonic thoughts would give rise to his ultimate form of despair. If he had just accepted this man as his disciple, his fate would be self-evident. Zhao Sheng even suspected that this was all part of the Shaggy Dog's long-planned plan. Anyone else would have been overjoyed to hear that the great Master Duji had personally accepted him as a disciple. Little did they know there was a sinister trap hidden behind all this. Thinking of Feng Fengzi's future fate, his expression darkened. 2 hours later, Zhao Sheng traveled 100 miles, only to be shocked to discover that the massive crater he'd been looking for had vanished, leaving no trace of its existence. With mixed emotions, he slowly descended the gray mountain and retraced his steps. Before returning to the long street, to avoid revealing his identity, he altered his features and figure, disguising himself as Guang Sancheng. Then, he stepped onto the long street. Upon his return, he didn't linger, quickly logging off and returning. After a moment of dizziness, he opened his eyes and was immediately greeted by the all too familiar formation and barrier, the surroundings unchanged from when he left. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng finally let go of the last vestiges of nervousness. Boom! At that moment, a vast amount of spiritual energy suddenly surged from his body like a volcanic eruption, instantly filing his meridians and Danshan Key C. Without time to think, Zhao Sheng subconsciously activated his profound skills, concentrating all his energy on refining this seemingly unseen spiritual energy. Boom! Suddenly, a dazzling ball of lightning erupted from his body, and he began to slowly float. Simultaneously, deep within his Danshan Key C, a brilliant purple golden elixir shone brilliantly, and drops of pure true essence rained down from above. However, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged so rapidly and so abundantly that Zhao Sheng had no time to refine it. At that moment, the yellow gourd suddenly emanated in 9-colored radiance, and its mouth suddenly generated an infinite suction force, like a long rainbow drinking water, drawing all the spiritual energy from the surrounding heaven and earth into the gourd. Furthermore, even the Thunder Yuan Pond released a stream of pale purple thunder water, which continuously poured into the yellow gourd. Time slowly passed, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which had been constantly increasing, gradually decreased. Even so, it still took Zhao Sheng 7 days and 7 nights to refine all the spiritual energy and adapt to his surging strength. As a result, his cultivation level soared all the way to the 3rd level of the Golden Core, saving him over a decade of hard work. That day, Zhao Sheng had intended to open the Zumi space and retrieve a new set of robes. Unexpectedly, a square golden plate appeared in the depths of space. This item is so special, once seen, it will never be forgotten. Zhao Sheng's face was as gloomy as water, and with a slight thought, the golden plate instantly fell into his hands. It sank in his hand, and felt icy cold. Zhao Sheng looked down and saw a handsome face clearly reflected on the mirror-like golden plate. Chapter 583 Trivia. An hour later. In the training room, Zhao Sheng withdrew his spiritual consciousness, slowly dissipated the lightning energy in his hand, and thoughtfully placed the golden book of the Great Dao back into the Zumi space. Alice, I can't go out and wander around freely anymore. I must improve my cultivation as soon as possible, he thought to himself, and suddenly a yellow light shot out from his Danshan. The light fell into his right hand, instantly manifesting a yellow gourd about a foot tall. A divine light flashed between Zhao Sheng's eyebrows, and his spiritual consciousness instantly poured into the gourd. Instantly, a spherical space emerged in his mind. This space was much larger than he had imagined, with a diameter of nearly 6 feet, almost enough to accommodate an entire room. At this moment, a ball of light hovered in the center of the space, emitting a magnificent and colorful brilliance. Upon closer inspection, one could vaguely see the light surging and churning, and sometimes transforming into countless strange and demonic shadows. Below the light, a pool of spiritual fluid gathered at the bottom of the gourd, weighing perhaps over 100 pounds. This spiritual fluid is the purest spiritual energy of heaven and earth, a supreme spiritual item for restoring spiritual power and enhancing cultivation. After observing it for a moment, Zhao Sheng suddenly tossed the gourd into the air. The yellow gourd spun, quickly held in place by an invisible force. Hey, 4 directions immortal lords, the Eastern Heaven demon-slaying immortal lord has descended upon the world. My will is as blazing as fire, and the demon refining is truly accomplished, Zhao Sheng muttered solemnly. As his hands formed over 100 spiritual seals, a radiant will flowed from his body, gradually converging at his fingertips. Whoosh! As the last syllable of the ancient demon refining incantation uttered, a fist-sized ball of violet flame suddenly coalesced from the void. Following Zhao Sheng's will, this flame of will flashed and disappeared. The next instant, it suddenly appeared beneath the glow of the demonic thoughts, sending the flame surging and enveloping them. The flames of will burned fiercely, invisible waves of will shifting through countless frequencies, often undergoing 1,000 variations in a single instant, purifying the various evil thoughts within the glowing aura. Stunningly, the 7-colored glow of the evil thoughts, scorched by the flames of will, also shifted constantly, as if resisting the fire's refinement. Time passed quickly, and 3 hours flew by. Within the gourd space, the flames of will dimmed, their purplish hue nearly fading, leaving only a small, transparent sphere barely enveloping the evil thoughts. Zhao Sheng's face paled, his willpower completely depleted. He suddenly shouted, and the transparent flames of will within the gourd dissipated. After 3 hours of relentless refining, the evil thoughts remained undamaged, unwavering. Zhao Sheng wasn't disappointed, for he had long known that refining evil thoughts was incredibly difficult, requiring at least hundreds or even thousands of years of painstaking effort. Afterward, he meditated for the better part of an hour. Once his willpower had more than recovered, Zhao Sheng reopened the zoomy space and began to sort out his findings from this trip. Time flew by, and before he knew it, 3 years had passed. That day, over a barren mountain 3,000 miles southwest of the Chen family's sacred tree, countless dark clouds suddenly coalesced, forming a vast cloud mass stretching for hundreds of miles. Moments later, spiritual energy from the heavens and earth within 1,000 miles converged, quickly forming a massive pillar of spiritual energy that reached from heaven to earth. Rumble. Thunder and lightning flashed deep within the calamity clouds, and a destructive aura brewed within the clouds, signaling the impending arrival of a thunderstorm. Hundreds of miles away, a green wooden boat, over 100 feet long, quietly hovered in the sky thousands of feet high. Inside the 3-story wooden building atop the boat, Zhao Sheng, Chen Dachen, and Chen Daxiang stood on the top floor, gazing out at the barren mountain below. Boom! A moment later, a bolt of pale blue lightning, as thick as a bucket, descended from the sky, crashing down onto the barren mountain top. At that moment, a 5-colored barrier materialized, blocking the lightning in time. A dazzling display of light followed. Chen Dachen, looking gravely at the thunderbolt crashing down from the horizon, turned and asked, "Zir, what's your take on Chen Shou's chances of surviving this tribulation?" Rumbles of sound echoed from the distance. Amidst the thunder, Zhao Sheng remained calm and smiled, saying, "Probably a 50-50 chance. Hey, your uncle has a top-grade condensing gold pill, a 4th-tier divine essence pill, 5 thunder armor, and a triple tribulation avoiding formation. With all these safeguards, if Chen Shou still fails, I'll eat the lightning tower when I get back. I didn't even have this kind of treatment back then. A mere servant." "Humph," Chen Daxiang said sourly. "Ahem, Zir, you've gone too far this time. Some in the clan are bound to have objections. However, this won't happen again." Chen Dachen gently pointed at Zhao Sheng. In truth, he also felt it was a waste to use these treasures on Chen Shou. "Father, they're just a few scoundrels. They'll only dare to gossip behind our backs, but they won't cause any trouble. Why bother with the opinions of these scoundrels?" Zhao Sheng said with a faint smile, unconcerned. "You, sir, I can never argue with you." "Well, I'll just stop talking." Chen Dachen shook his head and looked toward the barren mountain. Boom! The calamity clouds grew darker, and massive bolts of lightning tore through the darkness, slicing through the mountain. The aura of destruction quickly spread over 1,000 miles, sending countless beasts and insects fleeing frantically. Time passed slowly, and the thunderstorm drew to a close. The final 3 bolts of lightning grew increasingly powerful, their destructive force multiplied by the first. Fortunately, Chen Shou had a good master who had gifted him with several magical weapons long in advance. As a result, he escaped danger and ultimately successfully survived the thunder tribulation. The calamity clouds dissipated in an instant, and a vast amount of spiritual energy from all directions continuously converged on the barren mountain, forming a vast, lingering spiritual mist that enveloped the peak. Seeing this, Chen Dachen burst into laughter and exclaimed, "It's done. The family has gained another golden core master, tisk 3 golden core masters in one family. You're going to be heavenly." Chen Daxiang's face was filled with awe and envy, but his tone was even more sour. Zhao Sheng smiled, "There will be more in the future. Uncle Xiang, you'd better get used to it soon." Half a month later, a beam of light suddenly shot up from the barren mountain, circled in the sky for a while, and then shot towards the wooden boat dozens of miles away. In a flash, the beam of light descended from the sky, landing on the deck not far from Zhao Sheng and the other 2. Suddenly, the escaping light dissipated, and a handsome young man appeared in his place. It was Chen Shou who had regained his youth. Seeing the master looking at him with a smile, Chen Shou quickly knelt on his knees and said in a loud voice with great reverence, "Master, I will never be able to repay your kindness for giving me a new life. I swear that from now on, I and my descendants will be loyal to the master's family. If I break this oath, my descendants will be extinct." Before Zhao Sheng could speak, Chen Dachen said, "Chen Shou, my son knows your loyalty. But how can a identified Jiandan's Henren be a slave? Get up quickly, and I will go back and report to the ancestor, and I will definitely add your lineage back to the family tree." However, Chen Shou knelt on the ground and said firmly, "Old master, I will never forget your kindness. But I swear to be loyal to you, and this oath can be witnessed by heaven." Chen Dachen said in a deep voice, "In that case, I will make the decision for once. Chen Shou, you will still serve Zir. But your direct descendants must be included in the family tree. It's settled, Zir. Do you have any objection? Father makes the decision. I have no objection. A good show, now that it's begun, naturally needs a happy ending. Chen Daxiang, the spectator in the audience, couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough. They're all clever. A moment later, the cyan wooden boat leaped from stillness into motion, soaring at lightning speed towards the Chen family's sacred tree thousands of miles away. The news of Chen Shou's accidental breakthrough to the Golden Core stage stunned countless members of the Chen family. The sensation was comparable to Zhao Sheng's breakthrough at the age of 30. Countless people were envious, some even saying that smoke was rising from Chen Shou's ancestral graves. However, some discerning individuals recognized that Chen Shou's current success was due to his good master. Countless invitations poured in like snowflakes. However, few dared to visit in person. It was well known that the owner of Qianlong Pavilion disliked outsiders. Only a select few, those with close friendships from their early years, dared to knock on the door. Of course, there were exceptions. That was Chen Ying, Chen Qi, and other wives and concubines, all relatives within the 5th degree of mourning. Under the pretext of visiting relatives, these people repeatedly visited Chen Ying's mistresses, their motives self-evident. That day, in the garden pavilion, Chen Mingzi, dressed in a colorful dress, spun briskly before Zhao Sheng, saying with a delighted expression, "Daddy, do you think I look good in this? It looks good." "My Zir is the most beautiful girl in the world." Zhao Sheng nodded repeatedly, his face filled with doting. Chen Mingzi, now 18 years old, had blossomed into a graceful young lady. Inheriting the best features of her parents, she possessed a flawless complexion and an unparalleled elegance, like a fairy banished from the mortal realm. Chen Mingzi stamped her foot and grumbled. "Daddy, you're at it again. I was talking about this colorful dress, not me." Yes, Daddy knows. Don't be upset, Zir. Come, Daddy has a surprise for you." "What surprise?" Chen Mingzi blinked her bright eyes, looking at her father with curiosity. "Look here." Zhao Sheng smiled faintly, reaching into his sleeve and pulling out a crystal-clear bracelet. The bracelet was a fiery red like blood, with a vivid relief of a vermilion bird running from end to end, radiating layers of red light. Upon closer inspection, a phantom vermilion bird danced within the red glow, emitting an infinitely scorching aura. Chen Mingzi's face lit up with fascination as she laid eyes on it, her gaze fixed on it. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng smiled triumphantly and introduced, "This bracelet is called the Vermilion Bird Bracelet. It's truly a rare and precious treasure. Come, let Daddy put it on you." With that, he took his daughter's right hand and personally placed the Vermilion Bird Bracelet on her wrist. He then instructed, "This is a precious item. Don't give it away carelessly like you've been doing. Also, don't take it off once you put it on. It has the power to gather spirits and protect its owner. It could save your life in a critical moment." "Yes, Zir, I definitely won't give it away. I'll wear it close to my body day and night." Chen Mingzi nodded repeatedly. She was already feeling the benefits of the Vermilion Bird Bracelet, as strands of pure fire spiritual energy were constantly flowing into her body, gradually transforming her body. "Zir, how's your practice of the Great Sun-Burning Heaven art going? Is there anything you don't understand?" Chen Mingzi's face darkened upon hearing her father mention the Great Sun-Burning Heaven art. She hesitated and said, "I mastered the first 3 levels half a month ago. But the purpose of this art is profound and incomprehensible. There are so many things I don't understand. And I always fail at the most basic visualization of the Golden Crow." "Don't worry, take your time. Zir is smart and will definitely succeed." Zhao Sheng took out the jade slips and several scrolls he had prepared and handed them to his daughter, saying, "These are the things Daddy got from us in that ancient mansion. Since you've already mastered the art, take them back with you. With careful consideration, you'll eventually achieve mastery." "Thank you, Daddy." Chen Mingzi accepted the treasures and smiled sweetly. "Go. Don't keep your mother waiting any longer," Zhao Sheng said, patting his daughter's shoulder with a doting look on his face. "Well, my daughter is gone." Chen Mingzi nodded, turned around and walked lightly out of the garden. When Chen Mingzi disappeared behind the garden gate, Zhao Sheng instantly became expressionless and clapped his hands lightly. Swish! A figure suddenly appeared in front of him and knelt on one knee. "Check, who gave that colorful dress to the young lady?" "Yes, sir." As soon as the voice fell, the figure suddenly disappeared. One night a month later. In the quiet room, Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged, staring at the golden plate in his hand without blinking. This solid state has been maintained for a long time. Suddenly, the face reflected in the golden plate smiled strangely, opened his mouth slightly, and silently uttered an obscure syllable. In an instant, a fluctuation flashed through Zhao Sheng's mind, as if someone was whispering in his ear. But he couldn't hear what was said. Zhao Sheng stayed awake and continued to stare at the wordless golden book without moving. After a while, the figure in the mirror opened its mouth again, suddenly uttering an even more obscure syllable. A buzz. A dazzling, extremely complex three-dimensional structure flashed through his mind. Zhao Sheng's pupils narrowed slightly, and he grasped the fleeting flash of inspiration and, without hesitation, uttered a short, lingering sound. The same Dao mantra reappeared. Thus, Zhao Sheng diligently memorized the Dao mantra's pattern. Whenever it disappeared, he immediately pronounced the specific syllable. The moonlight gradually dimmed, and dawn was approaching. In the quiet room, when Zhao Sheng pronounced the specific syllable for the 1000th time, the Dao mantra that had appeared in his mind did not disappear, but was deeply imprinted into his memory. Although the sound was not loud, for some reason it shook his soul. Startled, Zhao Sheng almost instinctively closed his mouth, simultaneously dispelling the Dao mantra from his mind. For the first time in several lifetimes, he recited the unique Dao sound representing a Dao mantra. Its significance is extremely important and will have a profound impact on Zhao Sheng's future path. Chapter 584 Visitors from the Upper Realm. In the Dachan realm, millions of miles south of the Shenzhou continent, a vast, offshore immortal island stands majestically in the depths of the vast ocean. This island, called Lichen Island, rises gradually, with sacred peaks rising from the center. From afar, each peak is shrouded in mist, while palaces and towers loom. Numerous immortal birds and beasts roam the mountains, and lush greenery blankets the landscape, creating a serene paradise. This offshore immortal island is one of the Dachan realm's most secluded realms, home to numerous nascent soul cultivators who retreat to cultivate in seclusion. Lichen Island's main peak rises over 1,000 feet, perpetually blanketed in clouds in a radiant light. A majestic, jade-white palace stands atop it, and 18 other peaks surround it, forming a towering, serene image of the moon surrounded by stars. On the shady side of the main peak, the slopes are steep, as if chopped by a knife or an axe. This area is riddled with restrictions and permanently obscured by a high-level illusionary formation, making it impossible to discern the inner workings from the outside. Aside from the almighty nascent soul patriarch, the remaining disciples on Lichen Island knew only that this was a forbidden area, forbidden only to those at the nascent soul stage. Late at night, a golden light suddenly streaked in from the outer sea, instantly reaching the skies above the main peak. After circling several times, it plunged into the magical formation at the back of the mountain and vanished in a flash. Soon after, the light landed on the edge of an immense altar, revealing a young Taoist in a golden robe and jade crown. The altar was crowned with a forest of shimmering pillars, their surfaces covered in countless intricate patterns. It was clear at a glance that this was a massive formation of unknown rank. At the periphery of the vast, teeming formation, 3 white-haired elders sat cross-legged, their imposing presence evidently above the nascent soul stage. Upon seeing the Taoist in golden robes and jade crowns appear, the 3 nascent soul ancestors immediately stood up, bowed respectfully, and said, "Greetings, Senior Yu." Nothing unusual, is there?" the golden-robed Taoist simply replied. "Everything is normal here. Senior Yu, you've taken the time out of your busy schedule to come here. We truly admire you," the leading patriarch, Bao Jin, said quickly. The Senior Yu they were referring to was none other than one of the island's great cultivators. His real name was Yu Zuangtong. Although he claimed to be a casual cultivator, his origins were shrouded in mystery, and no one knew his true identity to this day. "Thank you all for guarding the formation. Once the 100-year period is over, I will reward you handsomely." Yu Zuangtong smiled faintly and promised the 3 more promises. However, as he finished his words, the pillars on the altar suddenly hummed, and then burst into brilliant light. The formation consisted of 72 pillars, divided into 3 layers, interconnected, appearing extremely complex and mysterious. At this moment, all 72 formation pillars blazed brightly, clearly activating the entire formation. "Ah! What's going on?" Elder Baoqian frowned, a hint of panic on his face. The other 2 nascent soul ancestors exchanged bewilderment, seemingly bewildered. Only the great cultivator Yu Zuangtong, his eyes gleaming, fixed intently on the center of the formation, as if a thought had struck him. "Don't panic. Someone's trying to teleport here. However, their identity is unknown, so I'm afraid they're up to no good, Yu Zuantong calmly reassured the three. Senior Yu, should we summon the other nascent soul Daoists for assistance? No need. Once this formation is activated, it will undoubtedly alert True Lord Jingwu, who is stationed on the island. He'll be here soon, so we can just delay him for a while. As Yu Zuantong finished speaking, a dazzling white light suddenly condensed and emerged from the center of the formation. The light quickly transformed into vortex. As the vortex appeared, space began to violently ripple, but the vortex of time and space lasted only a moment before abruptly dissipating. At this moment, a massive figure appeared in the center of the formation. He was a middle-aged man with sword-like brows, cold eyes, and flowing red hair. He wore tattered golden armor and reeked of blood, as if he had just experienced a fierce battle. Even so, he looked imposing and arrogant. Who are you? How dare you trespass on the forbidden grounds of Lycan Island? Patriarch Baoqian demanded sharply, receiving a glance from Yu Zuantong. A mere cultivator from the lower realms? You dare to question me? The golden-armored man snorted coldly, extending his right hand toward Patriarch Baoqian. A vortex of glazed gold instantly appeared in his hand and vanished in a flash. As the golden vortex appeared, Patriarch Baoqian's eyes glowed golden, and an invisible pressure, already passing through his gaze, instantly surged into his purple mansion Soul Sea. Above the Soul Sea, a golden vortex materialized, instantly enveloping the boundless sea. The nascent soul's body within the depths trembled in fear, repressed by the ripples of an unknown law, completely immobilized. Elder Baoqian, seeing the situation dire, opened his mouth to beg for mercy, but before he could, he suddenly let out a scream, and a vast expanse of golden flames erupted from his body, incinerating him trash in the flames of the law. Seeing this, Yu Zuantong was horrified. Ants from the lower realm? So vulnerable. The golden-armored man glanced at the others with an icy gaze, his tone indifferent. Form a formation to repel the enemy. The true lord will be here soon, Yu Zuantong shouted, gritting his teeth. The two nascent soul elders suddenly realized their mistake and summoned their natal magic weapons, aiming directly at the golden-armored man. However, as Yu Zuantong shouted, form a formation to repel the enemy, he suddenly transformed into a bolt of lightning and fled. Without even glancing, the golden-armored figure casually clapped his hands, causing the surrounding void to violently tremble. Invisible waves of laws expanded at the speed of light, instantly enveloping the entire main peak. Yu Zuantong felt a shiver of alarm ringing in his heart, subconsciously crying out, "Oh no!" A stream of azure light suddenly erupted from his frontal area. The light spun, transforming into an ancient bronze shield, blocking his head. From the ancient shield, 100-foot-tall bronze turtle, its forelegs like pillars, emerged from its azure light, shrouded in azure light and imposing as heavy as the sea. This shield, an ancient treasure of immense power, was the very foundation of Yu Zuantong's invincibility among his nascent soul peers. However, his limited knowledge completely failed to grasp that the spirit turtle shield, no matter how powerful, could not withstand an attack from the realm of laws. A wave of golden light surged from behind, catching up with the fleeing Yu Zuantong. The spirit turtle shield proved ineffective. The golden light swept through it in the blink of an eye, engulfing the man whole. From that moment on, Yu Zuantong never appeared again, and the Dachan realm lost a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Seeing this, the remaining two nascent souls were terrified and knelt, begging for mercy, but they dared not look up, fearing they would offend the Supreme. This tactic worked. The golden-armored man didn't attack again. Instead, he slowly stepped out of the teleportation array and began asking simple questions about where they were and what realm they were in. The two nascent souls didn't dare to hide anything, rushing to answer him. Upon learning that this was the Dachan realm, he suddenly looked up at the sky, smiled coldly, clenched his right fist, and struck the air with a powerful blow. A golden fist shadow shot up into the sky, instantly transforming into a golden meteor several miles across. It blasted into the air. With a resounding boom, two clouds of light expanded violently and exploded. The seemingly empty sky suddenly erupted with a myriad of radiant light, and then a realm of colorful light emerged, enveloping the entire peak. Countless iridescent spiritual symbols flickered endlessly across the surface of the colorful world of light, interweaving to form long, dragon-like rivers of restriction. These rivers of light swirled endlessly, emitting waves of terrifying pressure. These rivers of restriction surged toward the golden fist light, suppressing and dissolving the power of the laws contained within. The golden fist light dimmed at a visible speed until it collapsed. The rivers of restriction dispersed, dimming the entire colorful world of light slightly. Interesting. This barrier has even temporarily isolated the void realm. I wonder which fellow practitioner created this. The golden armored man nodded, commenting calmly. However, how can such a mere trifle trap me? With that, the golden armored man let out a defiant smile. A golden light shot up from behind him, transforming into a massive, five-clawed golden dragon, coiling like a mountain. As the five-clawed golden dragon solidified, it swung its head and tail and leaped out, surging into the air. With a resounding boom, the entire void was nearly blasted through. The colorful barrier erupted with an unprecedentedly dazzling light, instantly illuminating the entire Lichen Island as bright as day. Then, the colorful barrier wavered, nearly crumbling, and its seven-colored brilliance rapidly dimmed. Just as the barrier was about to collapse, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air in midair. "Sir, please show mercy. I will open the barrier right away," Zhenjin Jingwu shouted panickedly across the barrier. The golden armored man seemed to have known of his presence and was not surprised at all. A moment later, the colorful light gradually faded and disappeared. True Lord Jingwu descended nervously, bowing to the golden armored man from a distance. He respectfully called out, the mortal cultivator Jingwu of the lower realm, pay my respects to the supreme. Little cultivator, boom, boom." True Lord Jingwu's words were interrupted by a series of rumbling thunder. At that moment, countless pitched black calamity clouds materialized from thin air, instantly enveloping the entire sky. Lightning and thunder roared from their depths, and a destructive aura rapidly accumulated, threatening to destroy the being that was affecting the heavenly Deo of this realm. Upon witnessing the approaching calamity, the golden armored man's expression paled. He immediately suppressed his aura, his entire aura rapidly diminishing. Haha, the heavenly Deo of this Hangxi realm is far too petty. However, suppressing strength to the late stage of the spiritual transformation realm is barely sufficient in this desolate realm. You've been so miserable, old thief. Just wait for me. I will repay you 100-fold for stealing your Deo. The golden armored man retracted his golden dragon form and muttered to himself. The calamity clouds quickly dissipated, but the nascent soul ancestors on Lichen Island had already been alarmed and emerged from their retreat, flying towards the main peak. True Lord Jingwu watched the rapidly approaching light, his heart growing increasingly uneasy. He stole a glance at the golden armored figure, his lips parted, about to speak. Soon, dozens of nascent soul ancestors knelt on the ground, paying homage to the proudly standing figure. Overnight, the overseas Lichen Island had its first island master. And the Dachan realm was about to enter a period of turmoil. In the early morning hours, a thick fog enveloped the sky and earth, and even the first canopy of the Dachan sacred tree was filled with mist, accompanied by a cool breeze. Suddenly, a beam of light emerged from a courtyard within the Qianlong pavilion. It flew several miles before suddenly swooping down, passing through layers of branches and leaves, and quickly soaring to a large hollow at the tree's waist. Pausing only for a moment, the light suddenly flew into the hollow and vanished. "Zir, you're here." As Zhao Sheng entered the tree cave, the kind, aged voice of Elder Fihong reached his ears. Reaching the depths of the tree, he saw Elder Fihong half emerging from the tree wall, beaming at him. "Grandson, greet you, old ancestor." Zhao Sheng stepped forward and saluted. Elder Fihong asked him to stand, then teased with a smile, "You little rascal, you would never come to see me unless it was something important. Tell me, what's up this time?" Zhao Sheng feigned an embarrassed smile, then emphasized, "This is a truly auspicious event. Old ancestor, do you still remember the Fing Fangzi incident? Now that it's resolved, your grandson's gains from this trip may be greater than you could have imagined." With that, he shook his sleeves, and a dazzling flash of light appeared, revealing a mountain of treasures, densely packed on the ground. Mixed among the treasures, a small pile of crystal-clear jade bones stood out. These, hundreds of magical weapons were piled together like jumble. The impact of the scene was so overwhelming that even Elder Fihong stuttered in shock. But the next moment, Elder Fihong cursed with heartache. This. What a waste of resources. How could such precious magical weapons become so shabby? The magical barriers and spirituality are all gone. This truly makes me so angry. These magical weapons had lain dormant in the endless corridors for countless years. The magical barriers within them had gradually collapsed over the eons, eventually dissipating completely. It could be said that this pile of magical weapons before them was little more than scrap metal, a mere form, its interior completely empty. Of course, if a matching magical barrier could be found and nurtured and refined from scratch, after decades or centuries, they would become a powerful magical weapon. However, Zhao Sheng was already so busy dealing with the more precious treasures that he had no time to sort through these junk items. He simply handed them all over to Patriarch Fi Hong. "Well, Zir, are you really going to hand over these magical weapons? Even though there were only embryos left, so many of them combined are far too valuable." The family, Patriarch Fi Hong paused, then suddenly changed the subject, saying, "How about this? If you ever want something in the future, feel free to take it from the family treasury. If it's not there, let me know. I'll have Bama Yi search for it and make an exchange. You won't be disappointed, my grandson doesn't want anything right now. You can turn all these treasures over to the family treasury." Patriarch Fi Hong was stunned by these words. Even if these magical weapons were nearly useless, they would still be rare treasures on the market. Giving them up for no reason would be asking for too much, so much that the Chen family couldn't afford it. For some reason, Patriarch Fi Hong suddenly thought of a possibility and his heart sank. Chapter 585, Sharing Treasures and Successive Breakthroughs. In that case, it's up to you. What I said just now stands forever. What do you think? Elder Fi Hong suppressed his ill thoughts and said to Zhao Sheng with a slight nod. "Grandfather, I wonder where Elder Zhengju is now? My grandson would like to see him," Zhao Sheng asked without leaving. Elder Fi Hong was slightly surprised. "Zhengju is currently in retreat in Sansheng Palace. If you're anxious to find him, I can call him back immediately, it's nothing urgent. I just found a lot of jade bones. Elder Zhengju should be able to use them." As he spoke, Zhao Sheng reached out and retrieved a piece of jade shoulder blade bone from the treasure pile, showing it to Elder Fi Hong. "I was mistaken. Could these jade bones be from some fallen great being?" Elder Fi Hong was shocked again. He quickly snatched a piece of jade bone and held it up to his eyes for closer examination. A moment later, Patriarch Fi Hong burst into laughter. "Haha, really? It's truly the legendary mighty jade bones. I'll immediately order Zhengju back. This is such a matter of great importance that we absolutely cannot afford to delay." Of the Chen family's 5 nascent souls, only Patriarch Zhengju possessed mastery of multiple magical arts, making him a rare master of the magical path among the aristocratic families. In this sense, these mighty jade bones were of paramount importance to Patriarch Zhengju, and even drastically altered his path. Though not explicitly stated, Fi Hong and Zhao Sheng both understood that if they could harness these jade bones, the Chen family might one day produce a true lord of the magical path. Soon after, a beam of light shot out from the tree hole and soared towards the suspended city built around the tree. 3 days passed in a flash. That night, deep in the stillness of the night, the stars and moon vanished behind the clouds. Within the inner chambers of Qianlong Pavilion, Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged in a spacious, quiet room, awaiting his guests. About a cup of tea later, a dark figure quietly descended from the darkness and slipped into the quiet room. The person who arrived exuded an air of immortality, a transcendent demeanor, resembling a deity. It was none other than the elder Zhengju, one of the Chen clan's 5 infants, known to the world as the Black Evil Immortal. "Elder, please take a seat." Zhao Sheng smiled faintly upon seeing the main character arrive, gesturing towards the mat across from him. "Excellent. You're truly remarkable. This time, I've fallen prey to you." With a beaming smile, Elder Zhengju gracefully approached, sitting cross-legged on the mat, his gaze piercing across at Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng smiled and said, "Elder, you're joking. This should be a cause for great joy. Your grandson would like to congratulate you in advance on your potential ascension. I dare not even dream of ascending. If I have even a sliver of hope of breaking through to the spiritual transformation realm, I'll be grateful for the blessings of our ancestors." Elder Zhengju shook his head, but his words carried a deeper meaning. "What if we add this?" Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and as he spoke, he flicked his sleeve. A flash of crystal light flashed, and a jade skull suddenly flew into the air. Ancestor Zhengju's eyes lit up, and he immediately reached out and grabbed the skull, instantly catching it in his hand. After holding it in his hand, his eyes gleamed, and he stroked it repeatedly, as if he were looking at a rare treasure. Patriarch Zhengju was ecstatic and almost lost his composure, muttering to himself, "What treasures, what treasures! With them, this old man's dead end will be solved and there will be hope on the road to Taoism." Hey, once the bone refining is successful, This old man will become a god. After saying this, Patriarch Zhengzhi looked over fiercely and asked with an extremely serious expression, Zir, you are a direct descendant of my Chen family. Although my hands are stained with blood, I will never treat my own people unfairly. Tell me, what do you want? As long as I can do it, I will do my best. Zhao Sheng shook his head and said calmly, Ancestor, there is no need to be like this. As you said, I am also a member of the Chen family, and it is only natural for me to give back to the family. If you can break through to the god level in the future and protect the family for 1,000 years, it will be a great blessing for me and the family. At this point, he changed the subject. However, I do have two small matters here that I need your help with. Haha, come on, if I say no, I'll no longer be surnamed Chen. Patriarch Zhengzhi perked up, immediately making a boast. Don't be so, Patriarch. These two things are actually easy for you. Zhao Sheng saw this and quickly said, First of all, I heard that your first disciple, true man Lu Shak. What? Did this wicked disciple offend you? Humph, when I return, I'll immediately refine him into a skeletal corpse and give it to you to vent your anger. Patriarch Zhengzhi, upon hearing this, suddenly became murderous. It's not true man Lu Shak, but his grandson. He's been pestering Zhir lately. Zhir is kind-hearted and innocent, and sometimes she's easily swayed by sweet talk. As a father, it's difficult for me to intervene, but I hope true man Lu Shao will take care of his wonderful grandson. Patriarch Zhengzhi was amused and confused, thinking, is such a trivial matter worth discussing so seriously? But then he thought again, and he felt he had to make his position clear on this matter. Alright. I'll give you an explanation on this matter, and I guarantee it'll be handled to your satisfaction. It was these words that would later bring disaster upon the Green Evil True Person's clan. The entire clan, including Green Evil True Person, was infused into the 10,000 Souls banner by Patriarch Zhengzhi and then sent to the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. Zhao Sheng hadn't expected Patriarch Zhengzhi to be so ruthless, wiping out his eldest disciple's family over a trivial matter. Of course, that's a story for later, so let's not discuss it for now. After taking this incident to heart, Patriarch Zhengzhi asked, what about the second matter? Zhao Sheng smiled and said, I heard you have a copy of the Devil Swallowing and Demon Refining Art, and I'd like to borrow it to see. Why would we even mention borrowing? This art was acquired by me through a chance encounter in the Moonlight Cavern. Today, I'm passing the original on to you. With these words, Patriarch Zhengzhi lifted his robe, exposing his chest and abdomen, then thrust his right hand into his abdomen. With a crackling sound, a bone snapped, and then the blood-stained right hand yanked out of the abdomen, clutching a half-jade rib. Elder Zhengzhi remained expressionless as he casually handed the rib to Zhao Sheng, then solemnly stated, I must warn you. You may read and learn from the devil swallowing technique, but you must not practice it. It is incompatible with your spiritual roots, and practicing it will only lead to demonic possession. Don't worry, Elder. I know what's going on, Zhao Sheng said with a confident smile, playing with the foot-long ribs. Elder Zhengzhi, overjoyed at his newfound treasure, could hardly sit still. Seeing his business complete, he immediately offered his leave. Zhao Sheng rose and escorted the elder out the door. After watching the fading light fade, Zhao Sheng vanished from the scene. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the 4 seasons cycled. 3 years passed in a flash. Since the beginning of autumn, the weather had grown colder with each passing day. In the western mansion of Qianlong Pavilion, adjacent to the training grounds, a faint rustling sound could be heard from within an insect feeding room, as if insects were nibbling at leaves. The insect feeding room was a forbidden area within the mansion, enshrouded in a permanent protective barrier. Besides the master and the head steward, Chen Shou, only the ladies were allowed access. Within the room, the corpse of a 4th-rank demon beast, the black cloud-flying tiger, lay piled in the center of the stone chamber. The beast's carcass, as massive as an elephant, resembled a colossal mountain of flesh. A closer look revealed enormous, arm-length, light gray silkworms, incredibly large, burrowing in and out of the carcass, devouring the beast's flesh with voracious gulps. The silkworms' bodies were shimmering with a constant stream of blood, and their backs were covered in hundreds of black markings, giving them a truly eerie appearance. Eat quickly, eat more. My little darlings, once you're full, start spinning cocoons. Chen Shou, his gaze ablaze, muttered to himself as he surreptitiously watched the immortal devouring silkworms feasting. For the past few years, he had been responsible for the care and breeding of these 7 immortal devouring silkworms. True to their ancient status, The immortal devouring silkworms have been feeding relentlessly since birth. Over the years, they have devoured hundreds, even thousands, of demonic beasts, a pile taller than a mountain. This year, after the immortal devouring silkworms emerged from their cocoons for the third time, they developed a nasty habit of being picky eaters, forcing them to switch to feeding themselves the carcasses of giant-level demonic beasts. A third-level demonic beast can rival a false-stand true person, and reaching the fourth level can rival a giant true person. These giant demonic beasts are formidable, rare, and extremely difficult to kill. Therefore, ordinary immortal cultivators would never dare to provoke such high-level beasts. Outsiders would be horrified to learn that someone was feeding giant and demonic beasts to these insects. But for Chen Shou, this was just part of normal life. Every 10 days or half a month, a golden core demon beast would arrive. Even if the immortal devouring silkworms were stuffed, they couldn't finish the food. They ate and ate, from day to nightfall, until they had devoured nearly a third of the tiger carcass. Boom! As night fell, a muffled thunder suddenly echoed from the sky above. The thunder echoed through the stone chamber, transforming into a series of reverberating waves. At that moment, the 7 immortal devouring silkworms trembled in unison. Then quickly burrowed deep into the corpse, hiding. Chen Shou wasn't surprised. He had long known that the immortal devouring silkworms feared nothing, only the might of heaven. With a rumbling roar, thunderclouds covered the sky, and lightning flashed from deep within the clouds. At that moment, a powerful aura suddenly penetrated a wall and pressed down, sending a shudder through Chen Shou's heart and causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. But the next moment, a look of surprise crossed his face, realizing that his master had made another significant breakthrough in his cultivation. Could it be that the master has successfully broken through to the 4th level of the golden core? Amidst his ecstasy, a thought suddenly occurred to him. Well, after 2 months of seclusion, I've finally broken through to the 6th level. Calculating the timing, it's just in time for my wife to break through to the foundation establishment stage. This is a major event, and I absolutely cannot afford to delay. In a secret training room within the inner palace, Zhao Sheng slowly gathered his aura, muttering to himself. In a flash, he vanished into thin air. 3 months later, Qianlong Pavilion had recently been festooned with lights and decorations, and the servants were brimming with joy, busy preparing for the first Madam's Foundation establishment celebration. That day, countless precious gifts flowed into the mansion, filling the 3 large rooms. However, this wasn't the only happy event at the mansion, it was a series of successive events. Since the first Madam's success in Foundation establishment, the 2nd, 3rd, and 7th Madams have all broken through to the Foundation establishment stage. To everyone's delight, the eldest daughter, Chen Mingzi, had successfully reached the Foundation establishment stage at the tender age of 22, becoming the first of her generation in the Chen family. The master was delighted, and everyone received generous rewards. At night, the sound of shattering porcelain echoed from a luxurious study. Inside this elegant room, a dashing, handsome young man erupted in a rage. HMPH. This old man is so partial. He gave the finest treasure to Chen Mingzi, allowing her to establish her foundation first. And I, Chen Mingren, am the eldest son, so why don't I receive my father's favor and love? Chen Mingren was only 19 years old, but he had already reached the great perfection of key refining. Logically, a mere foundation establishment pill would be within his grasp. However, the master had personally decreed that the young master patiently cultivate for 2 years, until his spiritual power had been fully honed, before he could consume the foundation establishment pill and achieve a breakthrough. The master's words were, of course, imperial decrees, and no one in the mansion, including the wives, dared to disobey him. Consequently, Chen Mingren could only watch helplessly as Chen Mingzi stole his limelight, his fury and competence. Seeing this, the servant Huimo quickly soothed him. Young master, don't worry. Even if the eldest daughter becomes favored, she will eventually marry into a foreign clan. Then, won't the master still prioritize you, young master? And what about the 3rd son? Chen Mingren said coldly, his eyes dark. The 3rd son is nothing to worry about. First, he's the 2nd wife's son. Second, his skills and understanding are far inferior to yours. How could he possibly compete for your favor? The servant Huimo didn't mention the 4th son, Chen Mingqian. Because Chen Mingqian was too young and his qualifications were too poor, he was destined not to inherit the family business. Chen Mingren's eyes softened a little after hearing this, and he nodded. You have a point. In that case, this young master will quickly find a suitable husband for the eldest sister. Go prepare the car, I need to visit the old man and the old lady. Even as Chen Mingren drove to the residence of Chen Dacheng and his wife, Zhao Sheng remained unaware of the situation. At this moment, at the edge of a boundary membrane millions of miles away, darkness gradually faded, and a crimson glow slowly emerged at the end of the curve of the earth. Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged at the center of a suspended altar, shrouded in layers of lightning. As the first rays of sunlight fell, a pair of invisible hands seized all the great sun-purple qi within 100 miles, transforming it into a rolling tide that flowed into the qi sea in his danshan, where it was refined into drops of purple sky thunder essence. Half an hour later, the great sun-purple qi dried up and dissipated. Zhao Sheng immediately put away the altar and, without hesitation, teleported 8,000 miles away. Here, the sky was half black and half white, and dawn had just arrived. He followed his usual routine, releasing the altar and continuing to capture the great sun-purple qi that permeated the void. This process repeated itself over and over. Zhao Sheng repeatedly activated the time-space shift, achieving a continuous and uninterrupted refinement of the great sun-purple qi. This move was unprecedented. If outsiders knew of it, he would undoubtedly become a target of public criticism. However, the place Zhao Sheng had chosen for cultivation was located near the boundary membrane. This high ground was practically inaccessible to anyone, save for those nascent soul ancestors who could fly out of the boundary. However, things are unpredictable, and sometimes, if you walk too much at night, you're bound to encounter ghosts. Chapter 586, Watching the Fun. The Dacheng realm is a vast, endless sand world with more land than sea, rich in spiritual energy. It's composed primarily of 3 continents, with Shenzhou comprising 70% of the landmass. The smaller continents of Dongmengzhou and Zilizhou account for another 20%, while the remaining 10% is evenly divided among 4 major archipelagos. That day, the sky was clear, its azure blue resembling the vast Yangtze Ocean below. At that moment, a gigantic, pitch-black, disc-shaped ship, 1,000 feet in diameter, silently fled out of the realm like a ghostly phantom. The ship was already traveling at over 3 times the speed of sound, yet it continued to accelerate, as if a terrifying enemy might pursue it at any moment. Palace Master, why don't we surrender to Lycan Island? Your decision to retreat today is undoubtedly tantamount to abandoning the foundation accumulated by my Jinghe Palace over the past 30,000 years, as well as thousands of spiritual islands and hundreds of millions of islanders. After today, the prestige of my Jinghe Palace in the Yangtze Ocean will be gone. In the control room on the top floor of the disc boat, the white-haired ancestor Leng Huan persuaded Palace Master Yu Chan to change her mind with great sorrow. But Yu Chan remained unmoved. Her beautiful face was as cold as ice. She suddenly interrupted coldly, "There is no need to say anything, Elder Chuangong. I have made up my mind. If you are dissatisfied with this, you can surrender to that person on your own. For the sake of our 1,000-year-long fellow sect, I will not stop you. You must know that before that person appeared out of nowhere, Jinghe Palace was the largest overseas power, and Lycan Island ranked below Jinghe Palace, barely in second place. This ranking had stood for nearly 10,000 years, until recently, when a man single-handedly broke into Jinghe Palace, single-handedly destroying 3 ancestral corpses of the divine transformation, and severely wounded Master Jinghe, leaving him near death. Yu Chan, Master Jinghe's chief disciple, naturally harbored a deep hatred for him. Ironically, however, no one knew his name or origins, only that he claimed to be the master of Lycan Island. Yu Chan suspected he might be from beyond the realm, and had long since discerned his intent to establish his power at the hands of Jinghe Palace, thus rejecting any notion of surrender. However, his power proved too overwhelming, and Jinghe Palace, unleashing its full might, was only able to repel him. In recent days, he had been making advances, threatening a second attack. Yu Chan knew his unfathomable power and that Jinghe Palace was no match for his next attack. Seeing the dire situation, Yu Chan decisively decided to gather all the palace's treasures and flee to the outer realm with a select group of Jinghe Palace's most prominent disciples, ultimately taking refuge in the Rabbit Cave, a place they had cultivated for 10,000 years. Most of the other ordinary Jinghe Palace disciples, led by Grand Elder Yu Sheng, voluntarily opened their mountain gates to show their submission. Alice, since the palace master insists on this, I have no objection. However, there has been no news from the true lord for a long time, and I'm afraid his survival is slim. If he ultimately perishes, I hope the palace master will make plans soon." With this, Grand Elder Yu Sheng's face was filled with dejection as he staggered away. Yu Chan gazed in the direction he had disappeared, then slowly withdrew her gaze, muttering to herself, "I hope the Grand Elder's pacification strategy will have some effect. That person seems to have ambitions to unify the overseas world. He won't kill them all." Just as the argument was coming to an acrimonious end, a figure suddenly materialized from thin air, dozens of miles ahead of the disc boat. Zhao Sheng steadied himself and, as usual, released his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings for any danger. A coincidence unfolded. Both sides spotted each other almost simultaneously. "Huh? There's a ship down there? What bad luck?" Zhao Sheng looked down and saw a massive black disc-shaped boat hurtling towards him at lightning speed. He had the misfortune of being in its path. Woo-woo! At the same moment, a piercing ring rang out from the control room below. The detection array immediately detected a target that had appeared out of nowhere. Instantly, Yu Chan's face changed drastically, and she vanished from her position. As the disc-shaped boat's strongest fighter, Yu Chan had reached the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. However, compared to that person, her cultivation was nothing. But this wasn't a reason for her to shy away from a fight. To preserve the last remaining pillars of Jinghai Palace, Yu Chan was prepared to face the consequences. In reality, it was a huge misunderstanding. Yu Chan had mistaken Zhao Sheng for that person. A moment later, Zhao Sheng watched the woman who had suddenly appeared across from him with extreme vigilance, ready to flee at any moment. Meanwhile, several miles away, Yu Chan's expression was slightly surprised, deeply puzzled by his sudden appearance, but the next second, Yu Chan cast aside all distractions, her heart filled with murderous intent. Boom! A surge of overwhelming pressure, like an ocean, enveloped the void for 100 miles. An invisible chill instantly froze everything within 100 miles, the air, the wind, the light, even Zhao Sheng's body. Zhao Sheng was caught off guard, his soul and consciousness nearly frozen by the sudden burst of cold. Fortunately, at the critical moment, his willpower field slowed the cold's invasion for a moment. In that instant, Zhao Sheng vanished from the spot. "Huh? This person actually managed to escape from my hands," Yu Chan exclaimed in astonishment, completely baffled by how a mere giant and cultivator could possess such a bizarre escape plan. As soon as this thought crossed her mind, the pitch-black disc boat arrived in an instant, continuing its rapid descent into the outer void. Upon seeing this, Yu Chan's entire body radiated a blue glow. She was about to return to the boat when she suddenly caught sight of a figure from the corner of her eye. She had never expected Zhao Sheng to not flee, but rather, with such audacity, reappear. Yu Chan paused, and a vision of a deep blue ocean suddenly materialized beneath her feet. "Palace Master Yu, stop! We're being pursued," Zhao Sheng shouted. How did he know they were pursuing him? Of course, it was because he had nearly collided head-on with them just now as he was moving downward. Yu Chan paused, suddenly looking down. But below, it was pitch black, and as far as she could see, it was silent and motionless, with nothing unusual happening. But just 3 breaths later, a red beam of light tore through the darkness, rapidly approaching. Then, the atmosphere below suddenly churned, and several beams of light shattered the darkness, following closely behind. Shockingly, all of these beams of light traveled at speed several times faster than the speed of sound, clearly pursuing Yuanying-level ancestors. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng not only stayed but watched the excitement from the sidelines. How could he miss this once-in-a-millennium spectacle? In a split second, he recognized Yu Chan's identity, and then he realized they were within the confines of the Lynx Sea. It was obvious what was happening. The overseas world of immortal cultivation was about to undergo a major upheaval. Jinghai Palace, the foremost overseas sect, had been established for tens of thousands of years, but now it seemed its gates were in jeopardy, a catastrophe imminent. Otherwise, even the current palace master wouldn't have led the charge to flee. Zhao Sheng lingered, not only to watch the excitement but also to secretly seek first-hand intelligence. Given the right opportunity, the Chen family might capitalize on this major reshuffle of overseas power to establish a presence abroad. "Be careful later, I can't spare you," Yu Chan whispered, her expression cold and determined, without even looking at her. The disc boat hadn't yet left this world, but the pursuers were approaching again. By this moment, Yu Chan was determined to risk her life to stop the enemy. "Palace Master Yu, take care of yourself. If I want to leave, I can leave at any time. No one in this realm can stop me. Zhao Sheng nonchalantly snapped his fingers, then pointed downwards. He then retreated 100 miles away, quietly awaiting the impending nascent soul battle. Elsewhere, Yu Chan's expression drastically changed, and she instantly transformed into a blue meteor, plummeting downward. At this moment, the escaping lights below fled in panic, their rapid flight roiling the surrounding atmosphere as a sea of clouds rolled away to either side. Figures emerged from the escaping lights, several of them clad in a sea blue robe, their chests embroidered with wave-like patterns. Zhao Sheng, upon seeing their attire, instantly confirmed that they were all nascent soul grand elders of Jinggan Palace. In the foremost escaping light was a white-haired, one-eyed old man with a dignified appearance, emanating the most powerful aura. The escaping lights behind him were all less powerful. This is terrible. What drastic events have occurred overseas recently that have left so many nascent soul ancestors in such a state of disarray? Zhao Sheng witnessed this shocking scene. Even though he was accustomed to grand occasions, he couldn't help but worry for Jinghe Palace. Shortly after these escaping lights appeared, even more lights suddenly appeared from the darkness below, closely following the ones in front. It was obvious that they were pursuers. Just as Yu Chan stepped forward to assist this palace elder, a panicked voice suddenly rang out from the last of the escaping lights. "Hold on. Hold off, I surrender." Before the words could be finished, a vast, brilliant wave of light emerged from nowhere, instantly transforming into a giant, towering hand. It snatched them up and squeezed fiercely. Instantly, a shrill, desperate scream emanated from the hand, and then there was silence. The three fleeing nascent soul ancestors in front of them looked even more terrified. Not daring to look back, they desperately fled towards the outer realm. At that moment, Yu Chan narrowly arrived, her beautiful eyes brimming with murderous intent. Without a word, she waved her long sleeves, and within her nascent soul realm, 900 foot long, shimmering, crystalline ice swords instantly condensed. "Fall!" she cried delicately, and the 9 icy swords, brimming with murderous intent, instantly swept across the 100-mile void below. However, before the ice swords could descend, an ancient bronze mirror suddenly appeared out of thin air, its reflection catching the ice swords. In the next instant, the mirror shone with a radiant light, and 9 identical ice swords suddenly shot out from within. They collided violently with the falling swords, shattering each other. "Zhuanzhao mirror!" Yu Chan cried out in shock upon seeing the bronze mirror, her face turning pale. The Zhuanzhao mirror was well known abroad, as it was the natal magical weapon of Master Jingwu. Its appearance signaled Master Jingwu's arrival. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a snow-white robe appeared beside the ancient mirror and reached out to snatch it away. Upon seeing him, Yu Chan turned and fled without hesitation. The white-robed middle-aged man gave her a dispassionate glance and flicked his finger at the ancient mirror. A shimmering light suddenly shone on the surface, and Yu Chan's figure appeared within. "Stay here," Jingwu's engine shouted softly, and countless white rays of light materialized around Yu Chan. These rays imbued with the power of the primordial spirit, seemingly tangible. In an instant, the dense mass of light transformed into chains, binding Yu Chan tightly in the blink of an eye. The white-robed middle-aged man shook the precious mirror with one hand. A cocoon of light, wriggling, descended from the sky, its occupant evidently within. Hundreds of miles away, Zhao Sheng witnessed this scene and, instantly intrigued, became deeply interested in the Zhuanzhao mirror. Simultaneously, several beams of light passed Jingwu's engine and pounced upon the fleeing remnants of the Jinggan Palace. The more astute one simply crossed the battlefield and charged straight for the pitch-black disc-shaped boat. It seemed they were determined to wipe out the last remnants of the Jinggan Palace. At this moment, a nascent soul cultivator in green armor, his eyes flashing with a fierce look, suddenly flicked his sleeves, and several beams of green light shot out. With a resounding boom, the green light suddenly exploded, transforming into a sea of green lightning stretching for hundreds of miles, seemingly threatening to tear the void apart. HMPH. You overestimate your abilities. Dozens of miles below, True Lord Jingwu observed this scene, his face expressionless, but a hint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He snapped his fingers, and a vast white curtain of light suddenly appeared, erupting with dazzling light, instantly engulfing the sea of lightning. The nascent soul cultivator's pupils constricted at the horrifying sight, his expression horrifying, and he quickly turned and fled in panic. The other nascent soul cultivators of Jinggan Palace witnessed this scene, their faces drastically changed, filled with despair. Suddenly, an old voice echoed through the void, "I am Yu Wu. I beg the master of Lichen Island to appear before me." Though the voice was quiet, it was resounding and imbued with an indescribable sense of pressure. "Haha, you don't want to hide anymore? To have escaped my grasp, you are truly a formidable figure. Worthy of my appearance?" As soon as the words had fallen, two figures appeared almost simultaneously before everyone. Compared to the blue-robed elder with a face as pale as gold paper, the burly man in golden armor commanded the utmost awe. His every gesture emanated an aura of extreme terror, causing everyone to turn pale, as if carrying a mountain on their backs. Zhao Sheng's heart skipped a beat upon seeing the two men suddenly appear, and he immediately focused his attention. The elder with the face as pale as gold paper called himself Yu Wu, his identity evident, true Lord Jinghe, one of the three transformed gods of the overseas world. Sadly, this man could clearly ascend to the spiritual realm, but for the sake of his ancestral legacy, he had been forced to remain within this world for nearly 500 years. Yu Wu had originally planned to wait for the emergence of a new true Lord of Transformation before ascending on his own. Who could have imagined that instead of waiting for a successor, he would face the calamity that would wipe out his entire sect? "Master Lichen Island, I am willing to sacrifice this broken body of mine to serve you as you please. As long as you release Jainer and the last vestiges of our sect's vitality." True Lord Jinghe spoke with a humble attitude, knowing full well that everyone's life depended on his will. After hearing this, the golden-armored man's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he suddenly said coldly, "Do you think you have the qualifications to negotiate with me?" This, True Lord Jinghe's face darkened, having completely unexpected this man's arrogance. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 587 Overseas Wanted Order. Jinghe's Henjin Yu Wu and the golden armored man stood suspended in midair, facing each other from afar. Sensing the other's unfathomable aura, Yu Wu's expression grew grave. Lichen Island's master, however, remained impassive. A flash of white light appeared behind him, and Jing Wu's Henjin appeared behind him, a gently wriggling cocoon of light in his right hand. Yu Wu's pupils constricted at the sight, a flash of cold light passing through them. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several beams of light returned, landing behind Jinghe's Henjin Yu Wu, revealing three nascent soul stage elders of Jinghe Palace. The purple-robed, white-haired elder among the three men's pupils shrank, a look of immense horror on his face. He cried out, "Master Jingwu! Aren't you a guest on Mount Li Island? Why are you here?" Master Jingwu shrugged his words off. He looked at Yu Wu and said with a smile, "Brother Yu, we've known each other for a while, and I hate to see you fall so young. As the saying goes, a man of insight is a hero. The island master possesses astonishing cultivation and grand ambitions. If you and I join him, we will not lose our status." Although Yu Wu had suspected this, hearing Master Jingwu's complete surrender in person still left him in shock. He couldn't imagine that Taoist Jingwu, one of the three overseas masters, would willingly accept someone else's protection. "Brother Yu, what are you still hesitating about? The life and death of the 30,000 disciples of Jing'an Palace depends on your decision," Master Jingwu finished, then gazed at Yu Wu with a gentle smile, quietly awaiting his decision. Yu Wu's expression shifted for a moment after hearing this. He had intended to bargain, but the other party's attitude was so unyielding that if he said no today, no one would escape. Before he could make a decision, a sudden murmur rose from the crowd behind him. Suddenly, a burly, dark-faced, bearded elder with a light cough flew forward, bypassed Yu Wu, and bowed deeply to the golden-armored man. With a respectful expression, he said, "All-in master, I, Chang Zheng, willingly surrender. I beg you to spare my life. I will do my utmost to serve you." Chang Zheng, the third elder of Jinghe Palace, was born with a golden spiritual root and had practiced 1,000 hammers and 100 refinements golden body technique since childhood. He was renowned abroad for his refined golden body, and few rivals among his peers. Seeing this, Yu Wu suddenly felt the situation was hopeless, and a wave of desolation washed over him. Upon hearing this, the golden-armored man turned and, after examining him with a cryptic gaze, gave him a slight nod. Upon hearing the Lichen Island master's statement, Patriarch Chang Zheng was overjoyed. Just as he was about to speak again, He was suddenly interrupted by a series of exclamations. His heart trembled, and he glanced up abruptly. His face instantly paled, his eyes filled with horror. No, as the man cried out in defiance, an immense suction force ripped him up, his entire body flying involuntarily, his head completely grasped by the golden armored man's hand. Patriarch Cheng Jing had no time to think, and instinctively unleashed his nascent soul realm, his expression grim as he attempted to flee. However, a golden light appeared out of nowhere, instantly freezing the man's form. The man's lips moved in terror, as if about to say something, when the golden light suddenly intensified. With a thud, Patriarch Cheng Jing's nearly indestructible golden body was instantly reduced to ash, completely vulnerable. In a single encounter, the mid-nascent soul cultivator was devoured by the golden light, leaving no trace. Upon witnessing the scene, everyone present paled, their awe and even fear for the Lichen Island Master deepening. Lichen Island Master, why are you doing this? Before he could finish, the golden armored figure suddenly extended a hand and swiped it down towards Yu Wu. With a roar, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth within 1,000 miles of him became incredibly vibrant. Instantly, a vast expanse of golden light emerged from thin air, transforming into a massive, almost tangible golden hand, roughly the size of an acre. Its palm lines were clearly visible, emanating an aura of extreme terror. Shut up! Before the words had even finished, the golden hand slammed down fiercely towards Yu Wu's head. Instantly, the surrounding void became stagnant, as if the air had transformed into impenetrable iron. Yu Wu's face trembled violently, and he attempted to evade the blow, but to his horror, he was unable to move. With a resounding thud, Yu Wu was struck by the golden hand, instantly severing countless bones and meridians throughout his body. His Danshan Qi was nearly shattered by the blow, and his Yuan Shen was severely damaged, leaving him powerless to fight back. Seeing this, the others retreated in panic, their eyes filled with horror, their courage for resistance gone. After striking, the golden armored man cast a cold glance at everyone. They all lowered their heads, no one daring to meet his gaze. In the end, only Master Jingwu could barely withstand the man's fierce aura, though he also bowed slightly in a gesture of respect. At this moment, Zhao Sheng, hiding behind a cloud 100 miles away, witnessed the golden armored man's attack firsthand. His ferocious power was terrifying. Seeing the crowd's trembling fear, the golden armored man withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, 3 breaths of time, surrender and spare your life. Those who exceed the time limit will be killed without mercy. With that, the golden armored man didn't look at the 2 Jinghe Palace remnants. Instead, a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly raised his head to the sky. 100 miles away, Zhao Sheng's heart trembled as he felt a sharp, tangible gaze fixed directly on his hiding place. It shone with greed, desire, and uncontrollable excitement. Not good, haha, a natural half-immortal spirit has actually offered itself to me. It truly is a way out. Boy, you're mine now, Zhao Sheng thought to himself. Oh no, suddenly, the golden armored man's excited voice reached his ears. At that moment, the surrounding void suddenly became stagnant. Then, a vast and boundless divine consciousness transformed into the 5-finger mountain, suppressing it. Zhao Sheng's body, soul, and even all his yin were completely frozen, unable to use a single ounce. The golden armored man was ecstatic. He had never imagined that in such a desolate lower realm, a being born with a natural half-immortal spirit could be born. Now, gravely wounded and his foundation shattered, he was forced to resort to drinking poison to quench his thirst to suppress his worsening injuries. But if he could refine this child into a clone and resume his path, he was certain he would not only recover his cultivation in the shortest possible time, but also potentially reach the fusion realm. At this thought, the golden armored man's gaze grew even more intense and greedy. In a flash, he vanished into thin air. The next moment, the man suddenly appeared hundreds of miles above everyone's heads, right beside Zhao Sheng. Who knew? 100 miles of empty space was completely deserted. That boy had vanished without a trace. The golden armored man, upon witnessing this, was filled with disbelief, then his teeth bared and his eyes glared, his rage rising to the heavens. Rumble. Within 1,000 miles, the atmosphere violently trembled, the clouds ripped apart by the golden light, instantly vanishing. Ugh! Where the hell has he been? Boy, get out here. Who is it? Who kidnapped him? Who dares to ruin my good deeds? Even if you hide to the ends of the earth, I will find you. A series of unbridled roars pierced the clouds and rock, resonating through the heavens. The crowd below, witnessing the island master's fury for the first time, fell silent in fear. Even Master Jingwu was no exception. He screamed inwardly, traveling through the netherworld. The island master. He's a return to Void Realm expert, but a moment later, Master Jingwu's doubts grew, and he couldn't help but wonder, who is that person who escaped? Could he be a disciple of Jinghe Palace? And how could this person escape the clutches of this demon? It's unbelievable. Who is he? The golden armored man clearly shared Master Jingwu's thoughts. Whoosh! A flash of golden light flashed, and the golden armored man suddenly appeared beside the light cocoon. He reached out and easily ripped the cocoon to shreds. Yu Chan, freed from her trap, regained consciousness, and before she could comprehend the situation, she was met with a pair of piercing, blood-red eyes. Tell me, who is that boy with you? Yu Chan hesitated for a moment, but then the golden armored man waved his hand, pulling Master Jinghe Yuwu between them. Master, Yu Chan exclaimed in shock, her face paling. Hurry up and tell me, or not only will he die, but everyone in Jinghe Palace will too. The golden armored man grabbed Yuwu's neck, urging him with suppressed anger. Seeing this, Yu Chan felt a pang of bitterness. Heaven knows. She truly had no idea who that man was. That was a close call. I almost got caught. Zhao Sheng breathed a sigh of relief after being promptly transported back to his training room. Still, with lingering fear, he pondered, who exactly is that Lycan Island master? His cultivation is so high, it's almost beyond the realm of divine transformation. Could he be some return to void semi-immortal from the lower realm? If so, the Dachan realm is in turmoil from now on. Also, I accidentally revealed my identity to this person. I need to be wary of him coming to visit me. To be on the safe side, I need to present a different image from now on. Despite this thought, Zhao Sheng wasn't overly worried. After all, the Chen family was located in the inland of Shenzhou, millions of miles away from the overseas. He couldn't believe that, given such a vast distance, the man could find an unknown young giant and cultivator from the native Shenzhou world. The golden armored man must have assumed he was also from the overseas world, never expecting someone to be able to teleport millions of miles at once. As Zhao Sheng pondered, his worries gradually subsided. Then, visible stubble sprouted across his fair cheeks and chin. Okay, he'd decided. Starting today, he'd grow a beard. Autumn gave way to winter, and time seemed to pass by in cultivation. That day, murmurings echoed through the air of the training room, and the walls were stained a cool purple. In mid-air, two balls of violet lightning fire, the size of water tanks, hovered in front of Zhao Sheng, one on each side. They expanded and contracted, emitting a faint aura of destruction. At that moment, a sword and a spear floated in the depths of the lightning fire, their surface igniting with layers of dim light. The spear was a fiery crimson, its blade gleaming with a cold light. A five-claw dragon, its scales distinctly visible, snaked down the shaft, each claw treading a ball of fire. Its eyes shone like rubies, making it appear vivid and lifelike, as if ready to spring to life. The sword, 3 feet 3 inches long and jet black, shimmered with a faint, cold light, resembling a black hole that devoured not only surrounding light but also the mind itself. The spear, named Fire Dragon, and the sword, Black Abyss, were both considered top-tier spiritual treasures. Before their spiritual powers were lost, each of these magical instruments condensed unique true forms, reaching the level of a true spiritual treasure. Unfortunately, lost for so long in the endless corridor, their true forms vanished, relegating them to the rank of spiritual treasures. Zhao Sheng calculated that for these two spiritual treasures to regain their true forms, they would require at least 1800 years of nurturing. As time passed, the whispering within the stone chamber grew clearer, and eerie shadows gradually emerged from the walls. They struggled mightily, roaring silently, as if attempting to return from the depths of nothingness and descend upon the human world. Upon closer listening, all the whisperings emanated from Zhao Sheng's Danshan, the key sea. At that moment, above the Danshan, pure, white flames of will lifted the yellow gourd, splitting off into strands of pure white flame that poured into the gourd's mouth. Within the gourd, the true immortal's demonic thoughts remained as strong as ever, continuously radiating a dazzling glow. However, at the very base of the gourd, a pitch-black line, about an inch long, continued to grow and twist as if alive, constantly being burned by the flames of will. Intermittent bursts of indescribable whispers emanated. After years of painstaking effort, Zhao Sheng finally forced out a trace of demonic thought. Even so, Refining the evil thought proved far more difficult than he had anticipated. With his current willpower, he simply couldn't completely incinerate it. This was because the evil thought was actually absorbing the dark side of his mind, constantly multiplying and growing. However, thanks to it, his willpower field had been continuously strengthened in recent years, and the speed of refining his internal cells had dramatically increased. While Zhao Sheng was in seclusion, the Shenzhou cultivation world quickly learned of the dramatic changes taking place overseas. Especially after news of the Jinghe Palace's destruction reached Shenzhou, all the more well-informed cultivation forces turned their attention to the suddenly emerging master of Lichen Island. Suddenly, countless pawns and spies lurking in the overseas cultivation world received orders from their highest levels to investigate Lichen Island's movements and the origins of the Golden Armored Man. Any information they gained was to be reported back to the mainland as quickly as possible. Simultaneously, similar orders were issued to the cultivation worlds of Dongmeng and Zili. Not long after, a wanted poster with a bounty that had gone viral overseas was sent back to the mainland by countless secret agents at the fastest speed, and soon ended up on the desks of the leaders of the major families. Chapter 588, Centennial Moonlight Meeting. 10 days later, a sudden snapping sound, like the sound of a shattering teacup, echoed from the Chen family's Yangxin Hall. Chen Deqian's face paled. Without even glancing at the tea spilling across the J table, he suddenly shouted, "Come! Prepare a carriage for me." The patriarch's command galvanized countless people, and a massive, luxurious golden rock chariot quickly descended in front of Yangxin Hall. Chen Deqian hurried out of the hall and dove into the chariot. Suddenly, two golden winged rocks took flight, dragging the vast shrine behind them as they sped toward the treetops above. A moment later, the main gates of Qianlong Pavilion opened wide. Madame Chen Ying and Chief Steward Chen Fu appeared, respectfully welcoming the solemn-looking patriarch into the mansion. Zhao Sheng, upon receiving the summons, immediately emerged from confinement and hurried to the Yixin Hall in the rear mansion, where he met the patriarch, Chen Deqian. Seeing the patriarch's grave expression, Zhao Sheng quickly dismissed his attendants, leaving only the two of them in the hall. Before he could even ask, Chen Deqian tossed him a jade slip and said in a serious tone, "Take a look at this first, then discuss the rest." Zhao Sheng snatched the slip and penetrated it with his spiritual sense. Instantly, an incredibly familiar person emerged in his mind. This person's appearance, figure, temperament, and demeanor were 99% similar to his own. No, this had to be him. Then, a piece of information flooded into Zhao Sheng's mind, and realization dawned on him. His heart sank. The next moment, he declared decisively, "Master, this person is definitely not me. You know, for the past few years, I, Chen Daxi, have been confined to Qianlong Pavilion and have never ventured out. I simply don't have the time to travel millions of miles overseas. Also, Master, please understand. This wanted order was issued 2 months ago. But on that day, I was in seclusion cultivating. Furthermore, 10 days prior, it was my father's birthday, and my wife, children, and I all traveled to celebrate. It's impossible for me to travel millions of miles overseas in just 10 days. Upon hearing this, Chen Deqian's expression relaxed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "Zir, I'm not doubting you. It's just that the man on the wanted order looks exactly like you." "Huh? You're growing a beard." Facing Chen Deqian's scrutinizing gaze, Zhao Sheng said calmly, "Zir, Rainer, and our 4 children are all grown up. As a father, I need to maintain some dignity, and growing a beard is the perfect time." "Oh, I see." Chen Deqian stroked his long beard, immediately relieved. The matter came to a temporary end, and the two chatted for a while, their topic constantly shifting from the recent events in the family. Chen Deqian stayed in Qianlong Pavilion for about an hour before bidding farewell. Zhao Sheng later saw him out the door and watched the head of the family depart in the golden Peng Immortal chariot. Zhao Sheng withdrew his gaze and quickly fell into deep thought, knowing that this matter would not be easily resolved. He would need to be even more cautious in his every move in the future, and must not bring disaster upon the Chen family. From then on, Zhao Sheng retreated even further, focusing on his cultivation, and rarely set foot outside Qianlong Pavilion. Time flowed like water, year after year. 3 years later, he successfully broke through to the 7th level of the Golden Core Realm. That same year, Chen Mingzi, who had successfully established her foundation, officially began to travel abroad for training, her Qiankan bag filled with dozens of life-saving items. It was also that year that the eldest son, Chen Mingren, broke through to the foundation. However, the third brother, Chen Mingai, mistakenly befriended a cultist and was ordered by his father to seclude himself until he had achieved the great perfection of key refining. In the fourth year, Zhao Sheng took Chen Mingsa to 3 trips to the Immortal burial ruins, each trip safe and sound, with some minor gains. In the 5th year, a Chen family giant and elder suddenly passed away. Chen Mingzi reported back, claiming to have found a master. In the 6th year, Chen Mingzi successfully entered the Xingxiu Palace. Her master was a female Yuanying cultivator, proficient in alchemy, known as Zhuan Yuzi. In the 7th year, Zhao Sheng achieved a breakthrough to the 8th level of Jiandan and successfully refined 2 magical treasures, the Fire Dragon Spear and the Black Abyss Sword, dramatically increasing his strength. That same year, Chen Mingai reached the foundation establishment stage. The 4th brother, Chen Mingqian, had only reached the 2nd level of key refining before being inspired by Zhao Sheng and embarked on the path of physical cultivation. In 8 years, he made 7 trips to the Immortal burial ruins. In 9 years, he made 4 trips, further advancing his cultivation. 20 years have flown by since the wanted order was issued, and Zhao Sheng has been secluded. For the past decade or so, no one in the Chen family, including Chen Ying, Chen Qi, and other close associates, has been aware of Zhao Sheng's true strength. On paper, he's only at the 3rd level of the Golden Core realm, but what's his true strength? With his 60th birthday approaching, he's officially reached the Golden Core Great Perfection realm and begun preparing to overcome the nascent soul tribulation. In late summer of that year, Zhao Sheng's eldest grandson, Chen Minghu, was born. His father wasn't eldest young master Chen Guangren, but second young master Chen Guangai. Unknowingly, Zhao Sheng had become a grandfather in this life. As the sun rises and the moon sets, summer fades and winter arrives. At the end of the year, a heavy snowfall blankets the earth. That evening, Zhao Sheng suddenly receives an urgent summons from Chen Dachin, and rushes to his adoptive father's residence. "Zir, come and sit down. First, let's taste the 1,000-year-old spirit heart tea sent by ancestors Hengju. How does it taste?" Upon entering the inner hall, Chen Dachin quickly invited him to sit down and, with a smile, handed him a cup of emerald green tea, shrouded in spiritual clouds. Zhao Sheng took it, raised the cup, took a sip, and praised, "This tea has a lingering aftertaste and has the power to clear the mind and cleanse the spirit. It's truly a fine tea." He then asked, "Father, did you urgently summon me here just for tea?" Chen Dachin's expression grew solemn upon hearing this, and he spoke in a serious tone, "The once-a-century Moonlight Festival is about to begin. This time, I've requested a spot from our ancestors." "Moonlight Festival?" Zhao Sheng was startled, his expression filled with astonishment. "That's right. I know my talent is limited. Reaching the late Jiandan stage is already my limit. Without a great opportunity, I'd never reach the threshold of the nascent soul stage in this lifetime. So, after much deliberation, I've decided to risk my life," Chen Dachin said with a resolute expression. But, Zhao Sheng was interrupted by Chen Dachin before he could finish his words. "Zir, there's no need to persuade me. I've made up my mind. And our ancestors support me. The Moonlight Cavern is too dangerous. Only 1 in 10 will make it out alive. Father, you..." At this point, Zhao Sheng changed the subject. "The Chen family is wealthy and powerful. With the contributions you and I have made, we can more than earn enough to exchange for a Nangying pill. Why would father risk his life to enter the Moonlight Cavern?" Even though Chen Dachin had made up his mind, Zhao Sheng still tried to persuade him to change his mind. "The Nangying pill is good, but using it on me would be a waste. Only by entering the Moonlight Cavern and plundering the fortunes of others can I defy fate and change my destiny. Otherwise, even if I take more Nangying pills, it will be useless." Seeing this, Zhao Sheng had to give up trying to persuade Chen Dachin. The two then discussed some matters regarding the Moonlight Cavern. Then, he hurriedly bid farewell to Chen Dachin and flew away to the family scripture library. Half a day later, in the secret vault on the highest floor of the Sutra Library, Zhao Sheng slowly returned a jade slip. After reviewing the records of past generations, he gained a profound understanding of the Yuho society. It turned out that the so-called Yuho society originated from Yuho Cave Heaven. 20,000 years ago, Yuho Cave Heaven had fallen under the control of the 9 Questions Immortal sect in the spirit realm. The reason was simple: the lord of Yuho Cave Heaven, though originally from the Dachin realm, was also a Grand Master of the Zhao and Immortal sect at the Fusion Realm. While the Zhao and Immortal sect adhered to their ancestors' wishes and did not relocate Yuho Cave Heaven, they continuously dispatched true disciples to the Dachan realm to oversee the increasingly crumbling Cave Heaven. Over time, the Yuho Society came into being. According to long-standing tradition, the Yuho Society opens Yuho Cave Heaven every 100 years and distributes hundreds of 5 luck beads and corresponding invitations, inviting qualified giant and true immortals from Dachan and the surrounding realms to enter Yuho Cave Heaven and embark on a life-or-death adventure for opportunity and fortune. Records claim that the Moonlight Cave Heaven contains countless treasures, elixirs, and other magical artifacts, even including a forest of steelies passed down from a powerful master in the Fusion Realm. Furthermore, the Zhao and Immortal sect has even sealed certain opportunities and inheritances throughout the Cave Heaven, allowing them to be intercepted by anyone. The most crucial element to entering the Moonlight Cave Heaven is the 5 luck pearl. This treasure, meticulously crafted by the Cave Heaven's master, is arguably the key to entry. Legend has it that killing another possessor of the 5 luck pearl will cause it to fuse, stealing the deceased's fortune, destiny, and luck. The more luck one plunders from the Cave Heaven, not only will their own fortune flourish, but their faction will also experience extraordinary prosperity for centuries. Over the past 20,000 years, this rumor has been repeatedly verified, and is now firmly believed by the Dachan Immortal cultivation community. As the Moonlight Cave Heaven gradually crumbles and its blessed land shrinks, many inheritances and treasures have been obliterated by the forces of time and space. Consequently, competition for admission to the Moonlight Cave Heaven has become increasingly fierce over the past few thousand years. The Chen family, a prominent second tribulation clan, boasts 5 nascent soul ancestors and over 50 golden core true immortals. Yet, they've only been granted one spot. This spot was granted thanks to the kindness of Patriarch Fi Hong. If this were the only benefit of Yuho Cave Heaven, Zhao Sheng wouldn't have been tempted. However, upon seeing the new treasures imbued with the power of time and space, his interest peaked. There are so few spots, and so many people want to enter. Where can I get one? And I wonder if Yuho Cave Heaven could withstand my great time and space shift, Zhao Sheng pondered, already determined to enter Yuho Cave Heaven and explore its depths. With his current strength, he could slay even nascent soul cultivators at full strength, let alone some giant and level juniors. With 2 years remaining until the Yuho conference, there was plenty of time, and some intelligence needed to be gathered in advance. This thought immediately reminded Zhao Sheng of his old friend, the Black Alliance. After years of constant trading, he had already raised his Black Alliance membership to the 5-colored rank, a rank corresponding to a nascent soul cultivator. One morning, a palace loomed within a misty valley. Inside, in a simple and elegant living room, 2 graceful figures sat facing each other, a table in the middle filled with several teas. At this moment, a delicate white hand lifted a teacup and filled the opposite cup. The person brewing the tea had long black hair that fell to her waist, a beautiful face, and a graceful demeanor like a chrysanthemum. The woman sitting opposite, with skin as white as jade and a slender figure, was none other than Chen Mingzi, a disciple of the Xingxiu Palace. "Junior sister Chen, how come you have time to visit me today?" Shi Fei asked calmly, setting down her teacup. "I miss you, senior sister." "Is that okay?" Chen Zhi said with a hint of sarcasm, a hint of teasing. "Haha, I'm truly flattered." "Junior sister, you're joking, but you should tell me why you're here." Shi Fei laughed out loud after hearing this, shaking her head. Chen Zhi's expression straightened upon hearing this, and she said solemnly, "To be honest, senior sister, I came here to ask you a favor." "Oh, what is it?" "Senior sister, I'll help you if I can, but if I can't, I can only do nothing." Shi Fei raised an eyebrow and said, "It's about senior brother Luo. He's been pestering me lately." "Senior sister, please help me." Luo Zingchen. "He's one of the 7 stars of this generation and is highly regarded by the palace master. He's always arrogant and has no shortage of women, so why is he pestering you?" After hearing this, Shi Fei's eyes flashed with a strange look, and she suddenly asked back. "I don't know either," Chen Zhi pleaded, her face filled with distress. "Senior sister, you're also one of the 7 stars. Why don't you go and warn him? If you do, I'll give you the Celestial Heart Meteorite Jade." "Okay, it's a deal," Shi Fei declared. The Celestial Heart Meteorite Jade was a rare artifact from outer space, profoundly beneficial to her cultivation. She wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. Thank you for your help, senior sister. I'm relieved now, Chen Zhi beamed, sighing with relief. Not long after, within a cave on Xingsa Peak, the air surged with heat. Crimson flames erupted everywhere, occasionally condensing into fiery dragons that bared their fangs and spewed forth vast swathes of flame, scorching the ground into molten lava pits. In the deepest part of the cave, a young man in a red robe and red hair sat cross-legged at the center of the fire eye, most of his body engulfed in blazing true flame. With each breath, he devoured vast quantities of the earth's true flame, drawing a surge of spiritual energy from the surrounding area. After an unknown amount of time, a ray of green light approached from afar, instantly landing in front of the man and transforming into green jade talisman. The next moment, the red-haired man grabbed the main jade talisman and probed into it with his spiritual sense. His expression suddenly became extremely grim. Almost. Chen Zhi, you can't escape my grasp, the red-haired man muttered a sinister look, then quickly plunged into diligent cultivation. Meanwhile, hundreds of thousands of miles away, amidst a mountain range rich in spiritual energy, a cascade of towering peaks and ridges emerged. The sky was clear, the lake emerald green. A ship drifted quietly in the center of the lake. Inside, an elderly man in a white robe sat opposite a middle-aged man wearing a cloud crown. A dozen jade slips lay on a wooden table in the middle. The man in the cloud crown was handsome. Although he was only at the giant realm, he possessed a unique, detached and free-spirited aura. The elderly man in a white robe opposite him was plain-looking, with a full beard. He was Zhao Sheng's disguised appearance. Chapter 589, All the cultivators gather together and the Moonlight Club begins. Fellow Taoist Xiangqiong, our alliance has indeed secured a spot on the Moonlight Festival. But the spots have already been divvied up by the alliance's higher-ups, so we simply can't squeeze out another one. How about changing your request? The man with the cloud cap glanced reluctantly at the jade slips of elixir recipes on the table, finally shaking his head regretfully. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and he swept his sleeve across the table, dropping a dozen jade slips of elixir recipes into his sleeve. He said in a deep voice, Brother Jin, it seems these recipes aren't enough. But I'm determined to secure a spot on the Moonlight Festival. Well, I'll just have to bring out my most precious treasure. As he spoke, a flash of green light appeared, and a clear, transparent jade box, 1 foot square, instantly appeared on the table. Looking inside, a clear aura emanated from the box's walls. Faintly, within the aura, lay a plump, white, 9-inch-long baby. Its features were distinct, its limbs complete, and a handful of red seeds sprouted from its head. Within the jade box, it struggled feebly and twisted, its face tearing. As the jade box emerged, a faint, exotic medicinal fragrance filled the air. The aroma, reaching the nose, cleared the mind, and a sudden burst of weeping echoed in the mind. Bang! Upon seeing the contents of the box, the man in the cloud cape stood up in shock. He thrust his face fiercely close to the jade box, his eyes gleaming as he gazed upon the precious medicine within, his gaze filled with ecstasy and greed. Haha, fate. This ginseng resembles a human, and is full of spirituality. It's actually a 10,000-year-old ginseng essence. Zhao Sheng shook his head, then smiled and pointed, this 10,000-year-old ginseng essence must be over 20,000 years old. Fellow Taoist Jin, why don't you count the spiritual lines on its forehead? Excellent. 1, 2, yes, there are indeed 2 spiritual lines, the man in the cloud cape said, his face flushed with excitement. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng calmly reached out and reclaimed the jade box. Upon seeing this, the man in the cloud cape panicked and shouted, Fellow Taoist Xiangqiong, what are you doing? Quota, Zhao Sheng said calmly. Isn't it just a single spot? It's easy. I'll get it for you right away. The man in the cloud cape's mind was preoccupied with the 10,000 years ginseng essence, and he immediately agreed. As long as he could please that lord, giving away a single spot was nothing. Okay, I'll come back in 10 days. I hope the deal goes smoothly then. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Sheng flashed and vanished from the man in front of him. The man in the cloud cape was already accustomed to the unpredictable disappearances of Master Xiangqiong. At this moment, he paid no attention to such trivial matters, his mind preoccupied with the 10,000 years ginseng essence. 10,000 years ginseng essence is one of the 3 essential ingredients for refining the Yuan Shen pill. This legendary precious medicine has long been extinct in the Dachan realm. Only Yuho Cave Heaven is suspected of containing it, but not a single plant has appeared in 1,000 years. In reality, Zhao Sheng's Sumeru dimension not only housed 5 or 6 ginseng plants even older than the 10,000 years root, but also even more legendary medicinal herbs even rarer and more precious than the 10,000 years root. If this person knew, he would go mad. 10 days passed in a flash. On the island in the center of Crescent Lake, the man with the cloud crown appeared early in the pavilion, looking around nervously, eager for the arrival of Master Xianqiang. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air. The unassuming white-robed Master Xianqiang arrived as promised. The man with the cloud crown quickly stood up and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xianqiang, you've finally arrived. Please take a seat." Zhao Sheng bowed to the man, walked to the table, and sat down. He was surprised to find no ambushes nearby. This showed that the other party was genuinely interested in facilitating this deal. However, he was mistaken. Competition within the Black Alliance was fierce. A deal with such enormous interests at stake would be too much for the man with the cloud crown to keep for himself, so how could he possibly tell anyone else? After sitting down, Zhao Sheng took out the jade box and placed it in the center of the table, saying calmly, "Fellow Taoist Jin, the precious medicine is here. Please examine it." The man leaned over to examine it carefully, confirming its authenticity. "Fellow Taoist Xianqiang, this is the invitation to the Yuho Society and the 5-element Spirit Pearl. Please examine it as well." The man in the cloud cap beamed with joy. He reached out from his bosom and pulled out 2 treasures, placing them on the table. One was a pure white jade box, embossed with countless jade buildings, shrouded in clouds and mist, reminiscent of a fairyland. The other was a golden bracelet, clasped at the bottom with a thumb-sized grayish-white stone bead. Zhao Sheng had seen images of the invitation and the 5-element Spirit Pearl in previous biographies, and he immediately recognized the authenticity of the 2 treasures. He swept his sleeve across the table and stored the 2 treasures in the Sumeru space. "Not bad, not bad. Fellow Taoist Jin is indeed honest and trustworthy," Zhao Sheng praised with a slight smile. Seeing this, the man in the cloud cape eagerly snatched the jade box and carefully placed it in his Kyankan bag. Then, with a sigh of relief and a hearty laugh, he said, "I've also prepared a gift for you, fellow Taoist. It's my personal token of gratitude." As he spoke, he produced a milky white jade slip and pushed it across the table. "Oh," Zhao Sheng, slightly surprised, released his spiritual sense to probe the slip, and a flood of information suddenly flooded his mind. Si Li Xiansheng, hailing from the ancient Si Li clan, has reached the great perfection of the golden core, possessing the eternal ice peak as his natal magical weapon. Ke Fangzong, hailing from the ancient Ke clan of Western Province, has reached the great perfection of the golden core, possessing the golden core supernatural power of the true evil. Jiu Fanling, a free-spirited golden core cultivator from Lichen Island, suspected to have reached the great perfection of the golden core, possesses the top-grade magical weapon, the 100 Wine Gourd. Mo Sengxiu, hailing from the Mo family of Shenzhou, has slaughtered no fewer than 10 golden core cultivators of his level, and even fought 1 against 3. Ultimately defeating a late-stage golden core cultivator with a mid-stage golden core. Zhao Sheng reviewed the information contained in the jade slip and discovered that it contained information on nearly 100 golden core true immortals, each of whom had a cultivation level no lower than that of the late-stage golden core, and was renowned for their impressive combat records. "I accept this kind gesture, Brother Jin. We should become closer in the future." Zhao Sheng put the jade slip away, nodded, and smiled. The man in the cloud cap was overjoyed upon hearing this and immediately bowed, saying, "No, no. Brother Xianqiang is an honored guest of our alliance. If there's any treasure you desire in the future, I will spare no effort to find it for you. I will definitely not let you down, don't worry, Brother Jin. From now on, I'll be constantly bothering you. Transactions like this won't be just one, but will happen more and more," Zhao Sheng said casually. The man in the cloud cap's eyes lit up like light bulbs, frighteningly bright. Soon after, Zhao Sheng returned to Qianlong Pavilion. He quickly entered his training room and, while refining 2 spiritual treasures, slowly flipped through the information on each of his opponents. Time flies. 2 years passed unnoticed, and the Moonlight Festival was approaching. Late one night, a bright, full moon hung high in the sky. In his training stone chamber, Zhao Sheng, who had been closing his eyes to regulate his breathing, slowly opened them, his eyes gleaming. He looked upward, his deep, calm gaze seemingly able to penetrate the thick stone walls and see the moon in the sky. Calculating the time, it should be about time. Yuho Club, here I come, Zhao Sheng muttered to himself, his figure flashing and suddenly disappearing from the training room. On Yuho Star, beneath the desolate and silent crater, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was Zhao Sheng, who had teleported in. Then, a pure white light suddenly appeared, enveloping him. Zhao Sheng pulled out the invitation jade envelope from his arms and saw a topographic map appear on the surface of the envelope, with a spot of light flickering continuously. About 2,000 miles from here, not far, as he spoke, he transformed into a plain-looking, bearded old man in a black robe. Furthermore, he quickly changed into a hooded black robe and donned a mask, giving off a mysterious look that he didn't want to be recognized. A moment later, a streak of white light shot out from the crater. After soaring into the air, it zeroed in on the east and suddenly sped away. The environment on Yuho Star is near vacuum, allowing for near infinite speeds. In just 100 breaths, the white light had already traveled 2,000 miles. At that moment, dozens of miles ahead, a magnificent, immense, pure white light shield rose from the surface. The shield, 1,000 feet high, sat inverted on the ground in the shape of a bowl, covering an area exceeding 1,000 miles. The dazzling light it emanated illuminated the area for thousands of miles as bright as day. Zhao Sheng slowly approached the shield, retrieved the jade box, grasped it in his hand, and slowly flew inside. The entire process felt like passing through a thin film of water, with only the slightest resistance. In the blink of an eye, the scene before him shifted, and a whole new world appeared before him. Zhao Sheng narrowed his eyes, instantly taking in most of the scene below. Below, I saw a row of jade-like buildings, while clouds and mist swirled above. Between the buildings and palaces lay patches of vibrant greenery, filled with birdsong and the fragrance of flowers. Exotic plants and plants were everywhere. In the center of the complex, a circular meteorite crater, covering dozens of miles, lay barren and covered in thick dust. Suddenly, a young man in a white robe flew out from the center of the buildings below. He was standing on a pure white jade plate, 3 feet in diameter. He quickly flew across from Zhao Sheng and bowed respectfully, saying, "Junior Xin Kui, greetings to the master. I believe you have come to participate in this moonlight festival. Please follow me." Zhao Sheng took a look at him and realized that despite his young age, he had already broken through to the foundation establishment stage. "Please lead the way, young friend, you're so polite, master. Please follow me to Hanlifang, where you'll find dozens of caves for you to choose from. This may be your first time at Yuho Xianfang, so I'll introduce you." The white-robed youth was clearly quite talkative, rambling along, describing the layout of Yuho Xianfang, the various shops, caves, and so on. After a moment, Zhao Sheng randomly chose a cave to stay in, then gave the young man 10 mid-grade spirit stones as a small reward. After the man left, satisfied, Zhao Sheng left the cave and headed to the Hanlifang to inquire about the situation. 2 days passed in a flash. The Yuho conference finally arrived. Zhao Sheng, masked and concealed beneath his hooded robe, left the cave and soared towards the meteorite crater. When he reached the rim, 100 or so people were already scattered around, each occupying a designated area, quietly awaiting the conference's opening. Zhao Sheng landed on an open space and glanced around. From their clothing, accessories, and aura, he quickly identified members of over a dozen prominent families, including the Sheng, Zhuan, and Liu clans. He stood there alone, silently waiting. As time passed, senior masters arrived one after another, along with major factions from the realm. The throng of visitors swelled, creating a bustling scene. Among them were those of extraordinary demeanor and striking appearance. Standing in the most prominent positions were naturally the 8 ancient clans, led by the Silly clan, as well as top factions like the Xingxiu Palace, Lycan Island, and the Xianren sect. Other major factions retreated to the side, forming a distinct divide. The Dachan realm boasted 108 immortal families above the first calamity level, 38 second-tier clans, and only 8 third-tier ancient clans. By this time, all 108 of these prominent families had arrived around the meteorite crater, subtly vying with the sects to the east. Aside from these 2 factions, the remaining few stood on the north and south sides, but most exuded a formidable aura, clearly from otherworldly forces that had crossed over. Furthermore, there were only a dozen or so wandering ghosts like Zhao Sheng, all of whom had retreated to the south of the crater. Zhao Sheng surveyed the various factions, his gaze sweeping over each high-profile case one by one, mentally matching the information on the jade slips with the real people. Meanwhile, those Jindans Henrin who had secured entry were secretly observing their other opponents. Zhao Sheng's gaze suddenly focused, and he spotted the childlike white-browed patriarch and the solemn-looking Chen Dachin among the aristocratic families. He silently memorized the details and then slowly shifted his gaze. An hour later, a vast expanse of white light suddenly rose from the bottom of the crater. Immediately thereafter, a resounding boom echoed, and the ground suddenly collapsed, forming a cavern several miles in diameter. Streams of rich, pure spiritual energy gushed out of the cavern, transforming into vast, violent spiritual rain. The next moment, before everyone's gaze, a massive, pure white stone platform slowly rose into the air from below. In the center of the platform stood a grayish-white stone door, over 20 feet tall. The door remained closed, engraved with countless intricate, obscure, and ancient symbols. Just then, a figure shrouded in a halo materialized out of thin air in front of the stone door. The halo faded, revealing an elderly man with youthful features and white hair. He wore a white robe with golden threads, a high crown and a white belt, and flowing long sleeves, resembling an immortal. Upon seeing him emerge, everyone's gazes snapped, all eyes fixed on him. I, Mo Yanhei, on behalf of the Zhou Immortal sect, welcome you to the once-a-century Moonlight Festival. Under the gaze of the many, the tall, white-robed elder took 2 casual steps, his gaze sweeping around. Though it was only a fleeting glance, Zhao Sheng felt a sharp sting in his pupils, as if pricked by a needle. Another unfathomable true lord of transformation. Zhao Sheng's heart sank. Although this person didn't deliberately project an aura, the arrogance revealed in his words and actions alone was no less than the peak strength of his previous life. This Moonlight Festival will once again be presided over by me. While you should all be familiar with the conventions, according to tradition, I must repeat them. The tall, white-robed elder's voice was calm and gentle, exuding an air of formality and solemnity. At this moment, the area surrounding the meteorite crater was completely silent, and no one dared to interrupt him. Chapter 590, Visitors from Outer Space, the Lord of Red Light in the Wongxing Palace. All who enter Yuho Cave Heaven, remember to keep your invitations. Yuho Cave Heaven will remain open for 3 months. After 3 months, you will be expelled by the power of the Cave Heaven. Once inside, accept your fate, regardless of life or death. Furthermore, if you collect a sufficient number of 5-element beads, a heritage tablet will automatically appear, allowing you to comprehend the Great Dao. Upon hearing this, the many Jindan true immortals attending the conference suddenly became agitated, each revealing expressions of excitement. Zhao Sheng remained calm, unperturbed. Also, upon entering the Cave Heaven, absolutely do not discard the 5-element beads. Otherwise, all consequences will be at your own risk. The elder in the tall white robe and crown paused before continuing. These precautions he mentioned were already detailed in ancient records. Losing the 5-element beads in Yuho Cave Heaven is equivalent to forfeiting your entry. When the Cave Heaven closes, they will remain within it forever. Since ancient times, countless self-righteous individuals have attempted to hide within the Cave Heaven, but when the Cave Heaven opens again, they all perish in some corner of it, without exception. Alright, without further ado, I will open the gate to the cave. With that, the old man flicked his sleeves and summoned a Tai Chi-shaped disc, etched with layer upon layer of ancient spiritual patterns. Holding it in one hand, he turned toward the massive gray-white gate and chanted an ancient incantation. A moment later, a beam of black and white light suddenly emanated from the Tai Chi disc. It quickly struck the center of the stone gate, transforming into a vivid Tai Chi pattern, with a yin-yang fish rapidly spinning. At this moment, the old man in a tall hat and white robe suddenly unleashed his perfect magical weapon. Simultaneously, he formed countless seals with his hands, and a cascade of golden spiritual symbols emerged from the surrounding void, then fell into the stone gate like waterfalls of light. An instant later, the Tai Chi pattern suddenly glowed brightly. With a rumbling sound, the gray-white stone gate slowly cracked, and the 2 doors slid open inch by inch. Suddenly, a dazzling cloud of light burst forth from behind the gates, quickly painting the sky a vibrant riot of color. Soon after, the grayish-white stone door swung open completely, but the area beyond was completely filled with a shimmering halo, obscuring the cavernous landscape. Zhao Sheng, observing this, strained his gaze beyond the door, but seeing nothing, abandoned his futile attempt. Upon seeing the door open, the elder in a tall white robe and a tall cap waved his hand, retracting the Tai Chi disc. He turned and was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed, and he looked up at the sky. The sky blurred and distorted, and a silvery white metallic sphere, shaped like a teardrop, suddenly appeared out of thin air. Nearly 1,000 high-level cultivators surrounding the crater sensed something unusual and gazed upward, only to see the sudden appearance of the silvery white teardrop. Everyone was startled, realizing the presence of a hostile force. They held their breath, waiting for the next moment. The next second, their vision blurred, and 5 figures suddenly appeared in mid-air. Simultaneously, a suffocating, overwhelming pressure erupted, instantly enveloping the entire moonlit spiritual realm. Bang, bang, bang. Caught off guard, most giant and true immortals could not withstand the pressure. They felt dizzy, their vision blackened, and they fell to the ground, making a disgraceful scene. Although the Yuaning elders managed to stay upright under the pressure, their faces also changed drastically, and they were terrified. The terrifying power of this pressure far exceeded their imagination. Zhao Sheng's spiritual sense was powerful, more than 7 or 8 times that of his peers. Although he was also dizzy, he remained steady. The old man in the tall white robe and hat looked at the uninvited guest above, his expression fluctuating, but he did not utter a word of rebuke. Fortunately, the pressure had come suddenly and passed quickly. After a moment, it disappeared without a trace. Everyone felt a sense of relief, and their fear was instantly reduced. The weak-kneed giant and true immortals rose from the ground, their faces covered in dust, their faces full of wonderful expressions. At this moment, 5 figures descended from mid-air. The one in the center was as slender as a pine tree, his hair like snow and clouds. A hazy, brilliant starlight swirled around him, making his face indistinct. Returning to the void, semi-immortal, someone gasped. Zhao Sheng gazed at the star-shrouded figure, inwardly astonished. This person's aura was as vast and unfathomable as the galaxy. Beside this semi-immortal, 4 young cultivators, each wearing a star-shaped crown and azure robes, bore a remarkable demeanor. Zhao Sheng's gaze swept over the 5, a flicker in his eyes. Despite their imposing presence, the 4 couldn't conceal the fact that they were at the Jiandan realm. So, you are the seniors from the Wangxing Palace in the Eastern Star region. I am Mo Yanhei, the 16th true disciple of the Jian Immortal sect. Welcome to all of you from afar. Just as everyone was expressing surprise, the elder in the tall crown and white robe suddenly smiled, cupped his fists, and spoke loudly to the visitors. Hearing the name of the 10,000 Stars Palace for the first time, most people immediately whispered and discussed it. However, a few well-informed nascent soul ancestors' faces changed drastically, revealing fear. Clearly, the name of the 10,000 Stars Palace evoked some kind of taboo in their minds. Perhaps a more appropriate description was a sense of formidable power. The 10,000 Stars Palace was a vast power spanning the heavens. As the name suggests, 1 star represents 1 world, and 10,000 stars represents 10,000 worlds. Because the 10,000 Stars Palace occupied and ruled nearly 10,000 worlds, it earned the name 10,000 Stars Palace from the spiritual realms of the heavens. Haha, a mere divine transformation, Junior, you're unworthy to speak to me. Call out the elder Fangsa behind you, the figure in the starlight said bluntly. Mo Yanhei choked at the words, then flew into a rage, but fearing the 10,000 Stars Palace's infamous reputation, he dared not retaliate. At that moment, a vast white vortex suddenly emerged from the vast light barrier enveloping the spiritual realm. The next moment, an old man in a white robe, with green hair and a face resembling that of decayed wood, stepped out of the void. Huh? Old Kimu, I never thought it would be you who would be in charge of the cave heaven this time. Upon seeing the face of the green-haired, white-robed elder, the starlight figure let out a soft sigh, seeming somewhat surprised. The appearance of another powerful being in the return to void realm stunned not only Zhao Sheng and other golden core true immortals, but also nearly 100 nascent soul elders. Red Light Star Lord, what are you doing here? The white-robed elder said in a cold, blunt voice, his eyes gleaming with a clear recognition of the newcomer. As the name Star Lord suggests, a Star Lord is the ruler of a single star. The newcomer had once conquered the Red Light realm, earning him the name Red Light Star Lord by outsiders. Why can't I come? As the words faded, the starlight slowly dissipated, revealing a middle-aged man draped in a starlight cloak and possessing a striking appearance. Today is the day that the Moonlight Cave Heaven opens. Star Lord, please step aside, old Kimu declared with unwavering confidence. unfazed by the other's presence. The Moonlight Cave Heaven opens only once every 100 years, naturally carrying profound significance. Furthermore, this cave holds a crucial secret of the 9 questions Immortal sect. Therefore, they absolutely refuse to be disturbed, otherwise they wouldn't have sent their next return to Void Semi-Immortal to oversee it year-round. Haha, I've come precisely for the Moonlight Cave. My disciples, all at the Golden Core stage, deserve a chance to enter, the Red Light Star Lord chuckled, suddenly gesturing at the 4 disciples behind him. What, you want to send someone into the Moonlight Cave? Elder Queemu's pupils shrank, as if reflecting on something. He coldly retorted, could it be that we've discovered another primitive world? This was a rather illogical statement, but the Red Light Star Lord nodded solemnly. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's why I'm using the Moonlight Cave to allow them to experience some good training and increase their luck. Upon hearing this, Elder Queemu's eyes flickered, and he paused in thought. The Red Light Star Lord noticed a change in Old Man Queemu's expression and continued, once the conquest of that world is complete, I can make the decision and allow your heavenly ghost lineage to establish a puppetry school in this world. Are you serious? Old Man Queemu was deeply moved upon hearing this. My words are always my bond. Believe it or not, it's up to you, the Red Light Star Lord said with a hint of displeasure. In that case, I will give up 4 spots. Old Man Queemu thought for a moment and decisively agreed. The 2 returning Void Semi-Immortals exchanged their views without reservation. Most of the Golden Core true Immortals were bewildered and confused. However, the nascent soul ancestors of the 8 ancient clans, the Celestial Being sect, and Lycan Island, among other top factions, began to change their expressions. Seeing Old Man Queemu's reassurance, even the most obtuse person knew that the 4 spots would surely be taken from among those who already had them. For a moment, an eerie atmosphere permeated the scene. Xiaomo, I'll leave the quota issue to you, the old man in the tall hat instructed, turning to the old man in the tall cap. Before he could reply, the old man and the Red Light Star Master both left, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, the old man in the tall cap and white robe sighed, suddenly turning around, his gaze sweeping through the crowd with apathy, finally stopping at Zhao Sheng's area. Zhao Sheng's heart tightened at the sight, as the dozen or so people nearby were loose ghosts without support, the easiest targets to be kicked out. The next moment, what happened confirmed his suspicions. You, and you. The 4 of you hand over the Jade Casket and the 5 Luck Pearl, and you can leave, the old man in the tall hat said calmly, casually selecting 4 unlucky individuals. Unfortunately, Zhao Sheng was one of them. The other 3 individuals, all with gloomy expressions, hesitantly removed their pearl necklaces, then took out the Jade Casket and tossed it into the air towards the 4. But Zhao Sheng remained motionless, as if he hadn't heard. Are you deaf? Hand over your stuff now, you Sanchi, one of the 4, shouted impatiently. His face was as pale as jade, and half his face was covered in countless Damu star symbols. The symbols emanated a faint starlight, eerie and mysterious. Just 1 spot. It'll be filled soon. Zhao Sheng slowly raised his head, muttering to himself. His figure suddenly transformed into a streak of purple lightning, shooting towards a black-robed, masked man nearby. His speed was lightning fast. The masked man was clearly caught off guard. Seeing the lightning strike him, he only had time to unleash his life-saving measures. In an instant, 9 layers of golden light enveloped his body, each layer capable of withstanding the full force of a late giant and cultivator. However, Zhao Sheng simply raised his hand and slashed. The sharp lightning transformed into a purple lightning blade, slicing through the golden wall. 90% of the golden wall split down the middle like 9 thin sheets of paper, silkily splitting. A streak of purple lightning flashed through the gap, swirling around the black-robed, masked figure before blasting out again. Rumble. Only then did the golden wall suddenly crack, emitting a series of resounding explosions. The black-robed, masked figure within silently disintegrated into a heap of flesh. The entire process took less than 1/10 of a breath, leaving many people barely aware of the situation before the murderous spree was over. Here's the thing, take it. Zhao Sheng retreated spotlessly, raised his hand, and hurled 2 streams of light towards Yu Sanchi. The crowd erupted in astonishment at this scene. In a single encounter, this man easily dispatched a giant and level cultivator of unknown strength. Just how terrifying was his true power? This person is invincible. Hiss. Could it be that this person is a nascent soul ancestor who deliberately lowers his realm? Oh no. This person must be a fake nascent soul, Master. The life aura that erupted from that person's body just now is many times higher than that of my disciples, and even a bit stronger than you, Master. This person is most likely a nascent soul stage physical cultivator, and I am absolutely no match for him, Zanger. This person's spiritual consciousness is so strong that it is almost comparable to that of a nascent soul. In addition, that purple lightning blade seems to contain great mystery. If you meet this person, stay away from him immediately. If you really can't avoid him, hand over the 5 movements pearl without hesitation. This may save your life. At this moment, among the 4 disciples of Waxing Palace, a cold woman suddenly sent a voice to the eldest brother. Elder brother, I seem to sense a trace of spiritual consciousness fluctuation, not seem. That person has indeed awakened the original spiritual consciousness in advance. This person is really a powerful enemy. Chen Guang looked at Zhao Sheng below with a strange look in his eyes, and a burning fighting spirit rose from his body. Chen Guang is a descendant of the Red Light Star Lord. He cultivates both his dharma and body, ranking among the top 100 of the Waxing Palace's millions of Jinden disciples. He has also awakened his own will. Below, Zhao Sheng clearly sensed the burning fighting spirit within him, but made no response. The elder in a tall cap and white robe examined Zhao Sheng deeply, but said nothing. He calmly turned, surveying the crowd, and said, "All right, the rest of you may enter Yuho Cave Heaven. Follow the instructions on the jade casket for entry." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Sheng saw the jade casket in his hand glow faintly. The continuous jade buildings on its surface gradually faded, revealing the interwoven black and white symbol 109. Zhao Sheng's gaze fell on the number, realizing it was his entry sequence. But what else could this number mean besides the sequence? Soon, streaks of light shot up from all around the crater, plunging into the rosy glow behind the gate and vanishing without a trace. Not long after, Zhao Sheng also followed the order, rose up with the light, and took the initiative to enter the cave portal. Chapter 591, Initial Exploration of the Cave Heaven. Just as everyone flew into the cave, the grayish-white stone gate closed again with a resounding roar, reminiscent of thunder. Immediately afterwards, the stone gate suddenly shone with a brilliant white light, and a light list over 100 feet tall emerged from its surface. The list, also a pure white like snow, displayed rows of numbers from top to bottom, with the last number at the bottom reading 354. This meant that 354 Jinden true immortals had entered the Moonlight Cave Heaven. The next moment, however, 5 numbers suddenly faded from pure white to pitch black, a striking sight against a pure white light list. The nascent soul ancestors remained expressionless. Every Moonlight Festival always had a few unlucky souls, a fact they had long since grown accustomed to. However, 5 nascent souls from aristocratic families wore unusually grim expressions, as the 5 numbers were in the possession of their own Jinden clan members. When numbers turn black, it signifies the death of a person. At this moment, another dramatic shift occurred on the light ranking. Sequence number 26 suddenly leapt to the top, surpassing all the previous numbers. The lettering glowed even brighter than the others. Wow, number 26. Someone's gotten the first kill so quickly? Who's so swift? A nascent soul cultivator remarked with a hint of surprise. Maybe, haha, we just happened to land in the same area. A few nascent soul elders scanned the rankings while exchanging telepathic messages with old friends. Many more, in their own ways, promptly reported the aliens back to the lower realms, warning of potential complications at the Moonlight Gathering. East of Shenzhou, a vast, breathtakingly beautiful floating island drifted high in the sky, obscured by layers of white clouds. Without a pass token, it was virtually impossible to find. Atop the central mountain peak, 2 elders sat cross-legged, playing a game of Go. One of them had white hair and a youthful face, resembling an immortal. The other was dressed in brown clothes and hemp shoes, looking lazy and sloppy. The 2 of them restrained their auras as if they were ordinary people, and took turns to place chess pieces with indifferent expressions. Suddenly, a green rainbow light flew through the air, breaking the tranquility. The white-haired old man raised one hand slightly and took the green light into his hand. The sacred wood talisman, Jing Wei is willing to use it. It seems that something big must have happened. The old man in white flicked his finger, and the green light suddenly exploded. As he spoke, the white-haired old man suddenly looked startled. "What's the matter?" the old man in brown asked calmly when he saw this. "Oh, nothing. Just now, A Star Master from the Wangxing Palace suddenly appeared in Yuho Cave Heaven, the white-haired old man replied calmly. Bang! The black chess piece in the brown-clothed old man's hand suddenly exploded with a bang. What? In the center of Lichen Island, deep within a palace shrouded in spiritual clouds, a golden armored figure was practicing Kigen to heal his wounds. The surrounding spiritual energy surged in like a tidal wave, all drawn into the spirit-gathering formation on the ground. Suddenly, a massive golden flame materialized before the figure, transforming into lines of luminous text. The figure raised his head, his gaze suddenly piercing. HMPH. Why have those bastards from Wangxing Palace suddenly arrived in this desolate little world? Have they been following my scent and tracking me down? If you dare, I'll crush you to dust. The golden armored figure unleashed a brutal roar, sending a tremendous tremor through Lichen Island. In the center of Shenzhou, towering above the clouds stood a massive, unimaginably vast sacred tree. Its canopy stretched for thousands of miles, home to billions of living beings. At that moment, within a vast hollow within the sacred tree, an old woman in Confucian robes, draped in verdant green, her figure resembling decayed wood, slowly emerged from the depths of the tree's heart. Alice, another harvest has come. I hope a few more children survive this time. After a long pause, the woman sighed softly, the deathly aura emanating from her growing body intensifying. Meanwhile, the other 7 ancient clans, the Celestial Being sect, and other major factions received nearly identical news. Somewhere in Yuho Cave Heaven. After Zhao Sheng soared into the rosy glow, his vision suddenly spun. When he could see his surroundings clearly again, he found himself on a desolate hill, its ground uneven and its summit littered with scattered rocks. This is Yuho Cave Heaven. Zhao Sheng, once steady, scanned his surroundings. A desolate aura washed over him. From his feet to the horizon, the ground was covered in sand and rocks, crisscrossed with gullies. The vegetation was sparse, yet tenaciously alive. However, the concentration of spiritual energy here was unusually rich, with the gold and earth particles comprising the majority, followed by wind and fire, and undoubtedly the rarest being water particles. Looking up at the sky, Zhao Sheng's eyes narrowed. Instead of a sea of clouds, sun, or moon, the sky was a boundless azure ocean. Waves could be clearly seen crashing, and sea beasts danced on the surface, creating a completely different world. Suddenly, a crackling sound echoed from the ground, followed by a massive, rough, and cratered stone hand that broke free. Its 5 fingers were as thick as pillars, each one roughly as thick as a man's embrace. Upon seeing this, Zhao Sheng instantly soared into the air, reaching a height of 100 feet. Following a series of loud crashing sounds, a vast expanse of grayish-white stone light shone from the ground, a distorted and blurred light suddenly revealing a 20-foot-tall grayish-white stone monster. The massive stone monster roared to the heavens, unleashing an overwhelmingly powerful aura. The surrounding area, 1,000 feet in radius, was transformed into a swirl of grayish-white stone light. Zhao Sheng's mouth twitched slightly upon seeing this. His luck was truly unfortunate. Upon entering the cavernous heavens, he had encountered a giant-level stone monster. Following the monster's roar, stone monsters of varying heights emerged from the surrounding earth. Despite their bizarre appearances, each possessed strength exceeding the Foundation establishment realm, and their defenses clearly surpassed those of similarly ranked monsters. If dozens of them were united, even an ordinary giant and true person would likely flee in panic. Of course, these fearless stone monsters were nothing but a joke in Zhao Sheng's eyes. He simply pointed downwards with one hand, and a vivid, 5-clawed fire dragon instantly flew from his sleeve, roaring and swooping down upon the horde of stone monsters below. The next moment, the fire dragon split in 2, then in 4, then in 8. In a flash, 16 5-clawed fire dragons swooped down upon the group of stone monsters, piercing their chests like lightning and shattering them into countless shards. As each stone monster crumbled into rubble, the largest of the giant and stone monsters roared furiously. Its arms blurred, and the surrounding gray stone light suddenly condensed into countless gray-white stone spears, which shot towards Zhao Sheng in midair. However, Zhao Sheng remained unmoved. With a calm expression, he raised his hand and pressed downward. Instantly, the sky full of stone spears condensed in midair, then shattered by some invisible force, suddenly turning into vast shards of stone powder that fell to the ground. Simultaneously, the 5-clawed fire dragons crashed into the massive stone monster, and the next moment, a massive 3-meter-wide hole suddenly appeared in its chest and back, piercing through from front to back, allowing a person to be seen. Flaming bolts of lightning darted back and forth around the stone monster, emitting a resounding roar. In just a few breaths, the 20-foot-tall giant was reduced to a pile of rubble. Zhao Sheng waved his hand, and the fire dragon spear shot back from below, disappearing into his sleeve in a flash. Simultaneously, dozens of grayish-white stone cores flew out from the surrounding rubble. The largest, as big as a skull, emanated a dazzling spiritual light. These cores, the equivalent of the demon beast's guts, imbued with a rich earth element spiritual energy. They were invaluable spiritual materials for refining elixirs, artifacts, and stone puppets. This largest core, in particular, would surely yield a colossal stone puppet comparable in strength to golden elixir in the hands of a puppet master. Ancient records had long claimed that Yuhu Cave Heaven was a blessed spiritual realm, rich in spiritual resources, and this proved true. Just as he was putting the core away, he suddenly noticed a blurry image emerging from the jade box in his hand. A closer look revealed a map of the surrounding terrain, covering an area of approximately 100 miles. A yellow dot of light was flickering at the edge of the map. Zhao Sheng knew immediately that the yellow dot represented a participant who had intruded into his map. Suddenly, the yellow dot of light rapidly flew towards the center of the map, right where Zhao Sheng was. Haha, you didn't take the road to heaven, but you barged into hell. You're out of luck. Zhao Sheng smiled and shook his head, then soared into the air, reaching a height of over 1,000 feet. Looking west, he saw a streak of light streaking towards him. Zhao Sheng smiled faintly. Since someone was seeking death, he might as well send him back home. Give me your life. Spare me. The light of light flew closer, followed by a haughty and unbridled shout. Before he could finish his words, the person suddenly screamed, turned their light, and fled frantically into the distance. Even if he recognized Zhao Sheng's identity, it was too late. As soon as he uttered the words "spare my life," a figure appeared out of nowhere behind him. A powerful spiritual sword, beyond imagination, suddenly pierced the purple palace between his eyebrows. With a single breath, it crushed all his mental defenses and directly suppressed his soul. For a moment, the man's eyes turned white, his body froze in place, and his vital energy was in chaos. With a snap, his head exploded like a watermelon. In a single encounter, a great immortal of the 8th level of the Golden Core realm died at Zhao Sheng's hands, a death of utter humiliation. Soon, his Kayankan bag, magical artifacts, and other possessions were confiscated, and his body was abandoned carelessly on the Gobi Desert. A moment later, the 5 energy bead tied to Zhao Sheng's right hand glowed brighter than before. Remarkably, the map on the jade box had nearly doubled in size. 10,000 miles away from Zhao Sheng, above a serene lake over 30 feet in diameter, a streak of starlight descended from the sky. It landed on a large rock beside the pool, then faded, revealing a young man in a star-blue robe. It was Yu Sanchi. Not far away, a pale thigh lay soaking at the edge of the pool, half-stained red with blood, and dozens of fragments of robes floated to the surface. The Moonlight Club had just begun, and someone had already been attacked and killed, causing Yu Sanchi's expression to darken. Huh? Yu Sanchi glanced at the map on the jade box, his gaze suddenly fixed. He uttered a soft hum and soared above the lake. At that moment, a slender black shadow, without warning, shot out from beneath the water and stabbed Yu Sanchi's chest. Faced with this sudden attack, Yu Sanchi sneered coldly and, with a flick of his sleeve, a massive, pitch-black shield materialized, deftly blocking his path. With a resounding boom, the shadow was instantly stopped. Yu Sanchi then erupted in starlight, and with a powerful punch, he blasted the water's surface. With a resounding boom, a silver-white meteor plunged into the water, denting the lake and sending waves swirling in all directions. A vast, nearly 100-foot-deep cavity formed at the center of the explosion, revealing a 100-clawed demon seal, its body azure blue and its tentacles shimmering black. The seal roared, a bloody hole ripped open in its massive skull. Layers of starlight eroded and expanded along the edges of the wound. The starlight seemed to possess a powerful corrosive power, and even the seal's nearly abnormal body was unable to resist the erosion. The wound expanded at a visible rate. Just as Yu Sanchi was about to strike again, the seal suddenly erupted with countless black auras, then transformed into a streak of black light and sank into the water at lightning speed. Yu Sanchi snorted coldly, but made no move to pursue. The Moonlight Cave Heaven was fraught with danger, and he was unwilling to venture into it without first exploring it. Of course, The main concern was his eagerness to reunite with his companions, leaving him no time to chase down a mere beast. After retrieving the Kyankan bag and 5 energy bead bracelet from the bottom of the pond, he soared into the air, sprinting eastward. In a wild jungle thickly covered with vines and towering ancient trees, Chen Dachin, fully armored, wielded nearly 103-inch wooden swords, fiercely battling a 10-foot-tall ancient tree spirit in the Jinden realm. Compared to the tree spirit's immense size, Chen Dachin naturally seemed dwarfed. However, his lightning-fast form rendered the swirling vines, needles, and thorns incapable of harming it, and he was instead slashed repeatedly by the wooden swords. With each strike, part of the wooden body lost its vitality, and soon its movements became sluggish, its breath steadily fading. A series of rapid roars followed. The ancient tree spirit suddenly roared in fury, and the surrounding ancient trees erupted in a blinding green light, surging into its body. Almost instantly, the ancient tree spirit's size exploded, its aura soaring. In the blink of an eye, the ancient tree spirit revealed its true form, a towering ancient tree several hundred feet tall. A cold glint flashed in Chen Dachin's eyes, and with a thought, nearly 100,000-year-old sacred wood swords shone brightly, instantly transforming into streams of azure light that penetrated the ancient tree spirit's body. Puff, puff, a series of explosive sounds echoed from the ancient tree's vital points, and streams of pure wood energy surged out from the wounds, like green waterfalls. Then, as if under a spell of immobilization, the towering ancient tree's frantic flailing branches suddenly drooped, its entire trunk becoming motionless. With a resounding boom, a massive pit suddenly ripped open at the tree's waist, and several wooden swords, carrying a massive heart crystal that shimmered like emerald, flew out. Chen Dachin reached out and took the tree heart crystal, examined it for a moment, nodded with satisfaction, and put it into his Kyankan bag. Not long after, the sound of swords and axes suddenly rang out from the depths of the jungle. Chapter 592. Some people survive the disaster, some sneak across. Half a day later, the desolate Gobi Desert gradually vanished, replaced by rolling hills and ravines. Over a canyon several dozen feet deep, a white cloud slowly moved forward. Above it, a middle-aged man in a red robe sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, Zhao Sheng's new image. At this moment, he focused his attention on sensing the external space-time beacon. Perhaps due to the layer of cavernous heavens separating them, the space-time beacon appeared vague and elusive in his perception. After hundreds of repeated attempts, Zhao Sheng was astonished to discover that the space-time beacon was constantly shifting, like a buoy floating on the water, constantly rising and falling with the waves. A moment later, Zhao Sheng calmly opened his eyes and reached down. With a bang, a giant hand of lightning materialized from thin air, snatched up a huge green rock from the ground, and flung it far away. The next moment, a foot-tall spiritual herb, emitting a brilliant glow, appeared in sight. Langsu grass? About 2,000 years old. Barely acceptable, I guess, Zhao Sheng muttered to himself, commanding a giant lightning hand to uproot the spiritual herb and swiftly store it in the Sumeru dimension. While Langsu grass isn't a rare spiritual herb, it's extremely fragile, easily dying from even the slightest change in its environment. It typically grows in areas rich in spiritual energy and isn't particularly special. However, once it's over 1,000 years old, its medicinal properties dramatically transform, becoming a precious elixir that can calm the mind and soul. It's also the main ingredient in the Lanling soul-fixing pill, which can aid in overcoming tribulations. Furthermore, Langsu grass only survives in small numbers in Yuho Cave Heaven, it's completely unavailable outside. Therefore, in the Dachin realm, Langsu grass over 1,000 years old is often in short supply, almost entirely monopolized by large immortal cultivation forces. Zhao Sheng was simply flying aimlessly forward, only to stumble upon an easy windfall. Just as he was about to drift away, a startling roar erupted from the ground. The ground began to loosen, and with a resounding boom, the ground gave way. A giant, one-horned python, striped with yellow and black, instantly broke through the earth and leaped towards Zhao Sheng. The python was over 20 feet long and as thick as a water tank. Its eyes were blood red, and its single horn rapidly shone with dazzling yellow light. Soaring into the air, its maw opened wide, spewing out a vast, black, poisonous cloud that instantly filled an area hundreds of feet wide, filling the air with a deadly, toxic gas. Simultaneously, an even more devastating attack followed. As the poisonous cloud spread, a streak of yellow light shot out from within, piercing Zhao Sheng's chest at incredible speed. However, this surefire move missed. Suddenly, a figure appeared from nowhere behind the python's head. Zhao Sheng, expressionless, flicked his long sleeve, and a jet-black sword light suddenly pierced the python's skull. With a single puff, the demonic python was bisected from head to tail by the jet-black sword light. The giant-level demonic python didn't even have time to roar before it fell to the ground with a thud. The two halves of its corpse thrashed and struggled for a moment, their blood gushing out and corroding the earth. A torrent of poisonous gas suffocated all life within a radius of several miles. Soon, the two halves were devoid of any life force. With Zhao Sheng's current strength, those below the nascent soul stage wouldn't last more than a few encounters. Slaying the giant and demonic beast was as easy as butchering a chicken. With a single wave of his hand, Zhao Sheng's black abyss sword flew back, disappearing into his sleeves in a flash. He then flew over to the demonic corpse, nodded with satisfaction, and pulled out an empty Kyankan bag, storing both the poison pill and the body. He was more interested in the whereabouts of the nascent soul demon king within Yuho Cave Heaven than the giant-level demonic beast itself. After all, the demon king was far more valuable. At the same time, over a grassland 8,000 miles from Zhao Sheng, Chen Guang, Yu Sanqi, and 4 other disciples of the 10,000 Stars Palace had successfully reunited. The Star Lord truly foresaw everything. Thanks to the treasures he bestowed upon us, we were able to reunite with such speed, otherwise, it would have been quite a while longer, Yu Sanqi exclaimed in admiration before the 3 of them. Yu San, you should be grateful to senior brother Chen. Without his kindness, we wouldn't have been able to obtain this great opportunity. The usually cold and aloof woman now smiled brightly, her words filled with pride. Chen Guang's expression grew serious, and he spoke in a deep voice, enough of the idle chatter. Don't forget your mission. While I'm transcending the tribulation and becoming an infant, no one can enter within a 300-mile radius. Yu San and Xiaoling, you two will be responsible for clearing out all demonic beasts within a 300-mile radius and ensuring safety. Junior brother Liu, I'm leaving the patrol and security to you. With this, Chen Guang looked at the middle-aged man next to him, who had a vertical scar between his eyebrows. Brother Chen, don't worry. With my divine power of heavenly vision and earthly hearing, not even a fly can escape my detection. Liu Mao nodded, his expression solemn. Very good. Once we complete the infant formation, we'll kill them all. Chen Guang smiled faintly, his face radiating immense confidence. Yes, Liu Mao and the other 2 responded in unison, each grinning cruelly. A short while later, the creatures of this vast grassland were met with an unprecedented bloodbath. As time passed, an indescribably powerful aura rose from the center of the grassland, expanding in all directions. 3 days later, the sky above the grassland suddenly became overcast, followed by bursts of thunder that resounded for thousands of miles. This extraordinary phenomenon of transcending tribulation quickly alarmed the entire Moonlight Cave Heaven. Someone's undergoing a tribulation. Forget it, regardless of whether or not. This kind of thing isn't something I can afford to get involved in. Better get out of the way. Hey, where did the tribulation clouds come from? Is it a human or a demonic beast undergoing a tribulation at this time? Haha, this person is so bold. Isn't he afraid of being attacked by the crowd? Brother, let's go over there and see. Maybe there's something to be gained. Witnessing someone boldly undergoing a tribulation, the giant and true immortals had varying thoughts. Some chose to stay away, some watched indifferently, and some quickly approached. However, whenever someone intruded within a 300-li radius, they were met with a head-on attack. Some uninvited guests were swamped by the brilliant starlight, never to be seen again. Some giants, seeing the situation was dire, quickly turned and fled, fleeing far away. Of course, the Moonlight Cave Heaven was a vast 200,000 li, while the thunder tribulation phenomenon on the grasslands only extended over a few thousand li. Therefore, most giant and true immortals were unaware of the event. They were also unaware of the life or death catastrophe that was about to unfold. The thunder tribulation came and went quickly. A quarter of an hour later, the calamity clouds dissipated, and the grassland sky once again reflected the boundless expanse of sand and rock. In mid-air, Yu Sanqi, Liu Mao, and Shen Ling gazed at the unwavering figure below, their faces brimming with ecstasy. Haha! Senior brother has truly succeeded. Yu Sanqi burst into laughter, the Dao star seal on his face trembling, emanating layers of spiraling halos. Then, A voice filled with suppressed excitement reached the three. "Brothers and sisters, please protect me for 10 days. As soon as my realm is solidified, I will emerge from seclusion." "Yes," the three men's faces straightened, and they shouted in unison. In the center of the cave heaven, within a valley surrounded by mountains, a roar echoed. Deep within the valley, a fierce battle unfolded between a man and a beast. As time passed, the entire valley's vegetation was destroyed, the ground tossed up, and large pits and cracks appeared everywhere. The valley was littered with the traces of the fierce battle. Roar. As a final, desperate roar echoed from the valley, a massive, battered golden lion fell from the sky. The demon's corpse smashed into the ground, creating a massive crater. Fortunately, this golden lion has just given birth and is weak. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'd be no match for it. Immortal Po Yan of the celestial being sect sighed deeply, took a few healing pills, and descended from the sky to the corpse. He examined the 6th-ranked demon lion carefully, then laughed heartily. He casually snatched up the corpse and placed it into his Kyankan bag. At that moment, Immortal Po Yan's hair stood on end. He suddenly looked up and surveyed his surroundings. His spiritual sense instantly enveloped an area of several hundred feet, but found nothing. "Did I sense it wrong?" Po Yan frowned, but when he looked up again, a young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a graceful demeanor, had appeared about 70 to 80 feet away, gazing at him with a smile. "So your brother Cheyenne Cheng of the ancient Silly clan. I'm Po Yan of the Cheyenne Rin sect. Nice to meet you." A flicker of fear flashed across Po Yan's eyes, but he feigned composure as he bowed. Meanwhile, his life-defining magical weapon, the flameless cauldron, was already stirring, ready to burst forth from his body at any moment. "Such nonsense. Leave behind the 5 elements pearl, and I'll spare your life, or you'll stay here," Silly Cheyenne Cheng said indifferently, his face expressionless. "I'm sorry I can't obey," Po Yan refused without hesitation, summoning the flameless cauldron and holding it before him. Unfathomable true flames erupted from the cauldron, encircling him, his figure slowly merging into the flames. Upon hearing this, Silly Cheyenne Cheng's gaze grew cold, and a blazing white light emanated from his body. The next moment, countless pure white snowflakes, hotter than the flames, emerged from thin air. In an instant, a dense, snow-like icy divine light froze everything within a radius of several miles, even the very void itself. Immortal Po Yan reacted with remarkable swiftness. With a mighty slap of his hand on the cauldron's lid, a vast expanse of unfathomable true flames erupted, forming a flaming barrier that blocked the surrounding chill. "A trifling trick," Silly Cheyenne Cheng said indifferently, extending his right hand and pressing down on the man. Instantly, all the colors around Po Yan faded, and the world became a pure, unwavering white. Behind this whiteness lay an unimaginably low temperature. Crack, crack. The unfathomable true flames froze into chunks of icy flame, cascading to the ground before being completely disintegrated by the icy divine light. Immortal Po Yan's expression darkened. He suddenly opened his mouth, spewing a torrent of blood and essence into the flameless cauldron. Simultaneously, he spun and darted into the cauldron, its lid instantly closing. With a resounding boom, the flameless cauldron suddenly broke through the frozen void, attempting to soar into the sky. But at that moment, a crystal-clear ice bead materialized from thin air above the cauldron, fiercely suppressing it. With a crackling sound, endless ice and snow surged from the ice-soul divine bead, instantly engulfing the flameless cauldron. In the blink of an eye, a 100-foot-tall iceberg crashed to the ground. Sealed within was an ancient bronze cauldron the size of a water tank. Silly Cheyenne Cheng paid no attention to Immortal Po Yan's fate, but instead suddenly looked up at the sky. The sky reflected a vast, boundless grassland. Suddenly, a vast, pitch-black cloud appeared out of nowhere, quickly obscuring the prairie and emitting a thick aura of destruction. "Nascent soul thunder tribulation? Looks like soon, I won't be so lonely anymore." After saying this, Silly Cheyenne Cheng's face unexpectedly showed a hint of excitement and bloodthirsty smile. At that moment, with a cracking sound, the flameless cauldron within the iceberg suddenly cracked, then rapidly shattered, revealing a face of despair on the face of Immortal Po Yan. As time passed, the scattered giant and true immortals from across the cave heaven met one after another, and fierce battles broke out one after another. The strong gained everything, while the weak died or fled, ultimately facing a disastrous end. Of course, some voluntarily discarded the 5 luck pearls and chose to temporarily go invisible, but Zhao Sheng was different from most giant and true immortals. First, he didn't actively kill, And second, he didn't search the cave heaven for treasures. In fact, his interest wasn't in killing and stealing treasures, but in the inheritance steal and the treasures imbued with the power of time and space. There was no rush for the inheritance steal. After all, someone would voluntarily offer the 5 luck pearls, and the rewards would grow as time went on. He had been in Yuho Cave Heaven for 7 days, yet he had only found a dozen grains of spacetime sand and a thumb-sized spacetime crystal. The rarity of spacetime treasures was somewhat greater than he had expected. Furthermore, after 7 days of wandering around Yuho Cave Heaven, covering a vast expanse of 200,000 miles, he strangely failed to find the cave heaven's boundaries. Could it be in the sky? Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged on a cloud above the ocean. After a long moment of deep contemplation, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he looked up at the heavens. The sky reflected a vast expanse of mountains and ridges. A flash of lightning shot up into the heavens, and Zhao Sheng soared swiftly into the heavens. 10,000 feet, 30,000 feet, 100,000 feet. After soaring past 1,000,000 feet, the mountains and ridges above not only didn't become clearer, but instead grew increasingly blurred and distorted, seeming to grow farther and farther away. All around him was a dead silence, and Zhao Sheng's sense of space was constantly flawed. Sometimes the world seemed boundless, sometimes it felt strangely cramped. Occasionally, he would glance down at the sea below, only to see its surface gradually blur. At that moment, Zhao Sheng suddenly felt a deep sense of danger, as if he flew any higher, death would come suddenly. With a flash of lightning, the lightning dissipated, and he suddenly stopped, motionless. A trace of cold sweat ran down his forehead. At the same time, countless time and space beacons emerged from the darkness, suddenly becoming extremely clear. The next moment, Zhao Sheng disappeared into thin air. At the same moment, an indescribable invisible force swept through his previous location. If Zhao Sheng had remained in the same place, he would have been obliterated by this force. Chapter 593, Land of Inheritance. Just as Zhao Sheng had successfully escaped a fatal crisis, the atmosphere around the meteorite crater outside Yuho Cave Heaven grew unusually heavy. From time to time, a streak of light shot up into the sky, hastily escaping from the area. Over the past 7 days, 37 numbers on the vast light list had turned black, signifying the tragic deaths of 37 giant and true immortals. Hey, what's going on? Look at number 109, an elderly man with a black beard and short armor suddenly shouted, his face changing slightly. This alerted the nearly 100 nascent soul cultivators present to the unusual situation on the light list. The number 109, ranked 13th, suddenly dimmed before their eyes, finally vanishing completely. What's going on? Is there something wrong with Yuho Cave Heaven again, fellow Taoist who, you're well informed? Do you know if something similar has happened in history? Sure enough, another unlucky soul has mistakenly entered the restricted area and been wiped out by the Cave Heaven's restrictions. Haha, I wonder which youngster is so reckless. Just as the nascent soul elders were discussing this, the tall-crowned, white-robed elder standing beneath a stone gate suddenly frowned. He glanced around at the crowd and shouted coldly, "Silence!" These 2 words were like thunder and lightning, instantly drowning out the surrounding clamor. Nearly 100 nascent souls fell silent at the sight of the true Lord's wrath. Seeing this, the tall-crowned, white-robed elder withdrew his gaze and returned his gaze to the light list, but his heart wasn't as calm as it appeared. Over the past 20,000 years, Yuho Cave Heaven had opened hundreds of times. Anyone who had mistakenly entered the restricted area and been wiped out by the Cave Heaven's restrictions would have their numbers suddenly vanish, but not as slowly as it did this time. This was the first time such an unusual phenomenon had occurred, and even he didn't know the reason. If Grandmaster Gimu were here, he might know the reason. I hope it's not a new loophole in the cave's restrictions, Mo Yanhei pondered, a hidden worry suddenly flickering in his eyes. At the same time, the tightly closed door of one of the most heavily guarded training rooms within Qianlong Pavilion's inner mansion suddenly flew open, and a figure emerged. It was none other than Zhao Sheng, now in his true form. The 2 Foundation Establishment Realm Guards stationed outside, upon seeing the Master emerge from retreat, immediately bowed and kowtowed. Congratulations, Master. You've achieved great success and have successfully emerged. Yes, Zhao Sheng hummed, nodding slightly at them. He then instructed, you 2 will each go to the storehouse and collect 1,000 spirit stones. Now, go down. Thank you, Master, for the reward. The 2 bowed again, then happily turned and left. Soon, news of the master's return spread rapidly throughout the mansion, and Chen Ying, Chen Shuang, and other wives and concubines quickly received the news. Just as they were eagerly awaiting the master's arrival, servants arrived to report that he had already left the mansion, his whereabouts a mystery. So, where had Zhao Sheng gone? He hadn't gone anywhere. He simply visited Fihong Cave and appeared before the Fihong Patriarch. Afterward, he journeyed to Hanging City, browsing over a dozen shops belonging to other families, buying a cache of elixirs and ingredients, as well as dozens of exquisite garments and accessories. After leaving Hanging City, Zhao Sheng remained as if nothing had happened, spending several days at his wife's residences, including Huxin Courtyard and Yumei Pavilion, enjoying the company of his 3 wives and 4 concubines. Then, he re-entered his training room to continue his secluded cultivation. During the 7 or 8 days Zhao Sheng was offline, the situation in Yuhe Cave Heaven underwent another drastic shift. Following Chen Guang's successful tribulation transcending nascent soul formation at Wangxing Palace, more than a dozen of the Dachan realm's most elite giant and great perfection true immortals, seemingly inspired by this, also began seeking out retreats to strive for the nascent soul stage. Over the course of just 7 or 8 days, thunderclouds of apocalyptic force appeared repeatedly over the cave. All the giant and true immortals were stunned by this catastrophic event, becoming uneasy and considering retreat. To prepare for the impending danger, the giant and true immortals within the cave quickly united, and the number of lone rangers dwindled dramatically, nearly disappearing. In the northwest region of Yuhe Cave Heaven, amidst rolling hills and lush greenery, bursts of bird calls and animal roars echoed from the depths of the dense ancient grass forest. A multicolored miasma cloud permeated the dark, ancient forest, creating a magnificent and mysterious scene. Suddenly, a massive figure emerged from the depths of the miasma cloud. It was a burly, red-faced man in a swordsman's robe, Zhao Sheng in disguise. Surveying the surrounding miasma cloud, Zhao Sheng raised an eyebrow and waved his sleeve, stirring a gust of wind that dispersed the surrounding miasma. After gazing clearly at the mountains and ancient forests below, he was about to depart when he suddenly turned and saw 2 balls of black light bursting through the air from a valley dozens of miles away, hurtling towards him. Zhao Sheng narrowed his eyes, paused, and waited quietly. 2 breaths later, the swirling black light abruptly ceased. It faded, revealing 2 figures in dark robes. One had disheveled hair and wore a skull crown, while the other was bald and had a single ear, his mouth split open. "Huh, you're from the 10,000 Swords sect? Why haven't I seen you before?" The man with the loose hair suddenly changed his expression upon seeing Zhao Sheng's attire. The 10,000 Swords sect's giant and true masters were all exceptionally powerful warriors, rarely rivaled by their peers. Ordinary giant and true masters wouldn't dare provoke these battle-crazed warriors. What are you afraid of? No matter how powerful the madman from the 10,000 Swords sect is, he's only one man. Together, you and I can easily take him down. The other middle-aged man with yellow brows swept his gaze over Zhao Sheng with a cold expression, speaking in a stern tone. Well, Brother Li is right. There are fewer and fewer of us left alone these days. While those monsters are consolidating their realm and haven't yet emerged from retreat, you and I must quickly find a heritage site to hide in. Otherwise, when the slaughter begins, neither of us will be spared. Upon hearing this, the man with long hair shouted with a ferocious expression. You're talking about killing me right in front of me. Are young people this arrogant these days? Aren't you afraid that I might be one of those monsters you're talking about? Zhao Sheng suddenly asked in a strange tone after listening to the 2 men's words. HMPH, a fool who hasn't even survived a thunder tribulation, what do you know? Prepare to die later. Otherwise, I'll let you experience what it's like to refine your soul and extract your marrow. The middle-aged man with yellow brows snorted coldly, his face filled with disdain. Brother Li, why bother talking to someone who's destined for death sooner or later? If you submit to the 5-luck pearl, I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Otherwise, the man with long hair threatened impatiently. Since you're so eager to die, then proceed. Zhao Sheng suddenly smiled. You're looking for death? Attack! The man with long hair roared in rage. Black demonic energy surged from behind him, instantly transforming into a 10-foot-tall, 6-headed, 100-armed skeletal monster. With a monstrous murderous aura, it leaped towards Zhao Sheng. A middle-aged man with yellow eyebrows, watching his companions attack, immediately opened his bloody maw and violently spewed a stream of dark red demonic light at Zhao Sheng. The attack method of this light was extremely strange. The moment Zhao Sheng saw it, the dark red demonic light suddenly appeared above the purple mansion Soul Sea and instantly transformed into vast, dark red maws thousands of feet wide, grinning eerily. These eerie maws plunged into the boundless Soul Sea and began to devour the surrounding soul water. Zhao Sheng sensed the shift in his Soul Sea, and with a sudden thought, he saw boundless thunder clouds materialize above it. The next moment, countless divine lightning bolts descended from the sky, like piercing swords, instantly destroying all the dark red maws. Furthermore, the divine lightning also passed through his line of sight, striking back at the yellow-browed middle-aged man's purple palace Soul Sea with lightning speed. Powered by Zhao Sheng's powerful divine sense, the divine lightning's destructive power surpassed that of ordinary nascent soul realm spiritual attacks by a factor of 3. It instantly shattered the opponent's mental defenses, shattering the man's soul in a single blow, sending his spirit tumbling into the afterlife. Simultaneously, Zhao Sheng swung a single blast of inky black sword light, annihilating the aggressive skeleton troll with a single blow. "What?" the long-haired man exclaimed. Before he could finish his words, the yellow-browed middle-aged man beside him suddenly and silently fell from the sky, his entire body now lifeless. "One-on-one, that's fair," Zhao Sheng said calmly. The wholesale man's face paled, and he pleaded, "Senior, I didn't recognize." Before he could finish his words, a thick bloody light suddenly rose from his body, and he instantly transformed into a streak of blood, disappearing in an instant. In an instant, he flew 100 miles, and in just a few flashes, he had fled hundreds of miles, almost escaping. Zhao Sheng gazed at the bloody light on the horizon, a hint of disdain on his face. The next moment, he vanished from the spot. Hundreds of miles away, a burly figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere, blocking the path of the bloody light. The middle-aged man with untied hair was startled and hurriedly waved his hand, throwing a black jade talisman. The jade talisman flew into the air and suddenly shattered. With a loud bang, accompanied by a terrifying pressure that soared into the sky, a vast, foul-smelling, black, poisonous flame appeared out of thin air, instantly enveloping the void 100 feet around Zhao Sheng. The surrounding void hissed, as if corroded by the strange poisonous flame. Seeing the man being engulfed by the devil flame, the man with long hair laughed wildly with joy. "Haha, the 10,000 erosion devil flame is the innate divine fire of the demonic ancestor. It is your great honor to die under this devil flame today." However, the next moment, a cold and calm voice suddenly came from behind. "Oh, really? I don't believe it." Upon hearing this, the man with long hair felt his heart skip a beat, and his hair stood on end, terrified. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. The next moment, an irresistible force suddenly broke through the barrier of true essence and poured into his body from behind. In the blink of an eye, it not only sealed his meridians and Danshan Ki Si, but the remaining force also pushed him out. The man with long hair was terrified, but he couldn't help but crash into the 10,000 erosion demon flame in front of him. His whole body was suddenly ignited by the demonic flame, and then he let out an extremely miserable wail. The wailing lasted only 2 breaths before it stopped abruptly. Looking at the man with long hair again, he was shocked to find that his body was gone, reduced to ashes. With Zhao Sheng's current strength, even if he made a casual move, the power contained in it was far beyond the imagination of those at the same level of Jinden. It could even be said that it would not be an exaggeration to regard him as a Yuanying ancestor. The demonic flames continued to corrode the surrounding space. Suddenly, several treasures fell from the demonic flames. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and he stretched out his hand, seizing the treasure. He first placed the Kyankan bag and the skull crown in his arms, then activated time and space teleportation, returning to the original scene to continue collecting corpses. Later, Zhao Sheng found a secluded place and integrated the 2 5 elements beads into his bracelet. To his surprise, the area of the cave map on the jade box had increased several times, reaching a total of 700 miles. And a glittering golden dot appeared on the left side of the map. Zhao Sheng immediately realized that the golden dot was actually a place of inheritance. After taking a closer look, he realized that it was not far away, just over 200 miles to the west. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng put away the jade box, unleashed his aura, and transformed into a sword rainbow, piercing the air towards his target. However, just a moment after he left, a phantom suddenly appeared at the place where the wholesale man fell. The phantom dissipated, revealing a hideous old man, as ferocious as a demon. His eyes were cloudy and black, and his mouth was filled with protruding fangs. The shadows beneath him moved slightly, as if alive, as if lurking countless ghosts. The old man looked at the scorched earth and then at the remaining 1,000 erosion demon flame. His face turned pale and he shouted, "These two idiots! The ancestor has repeatedly warned them not to provoke those monsters. Instead, they act so arrogantly and are courting their own doom." Then, after checking the traces around, this person's face became even uglier. Seeing that he could not find any clues, he turned into a phantom in disappointment and suddenly disappeared. Swish, the sword light passed through the neck of the monster bird, like a streak of light. A monster bird as big as an elephant fell heavily to the ground, and then a drunken man flew over and easily put the monster corpse into the Kayankan bag. This person was the Giant's Henrin from Lycan Island, named Zhao Fanling, known as the Immortal. Soon, he jumped onto the cliff on one side and carefully dug out a tender green Ganoderma lucidum from the cliff. The cap was as big as a wash basin. Green Ganoderma lucidum, the medicinal age should be more than 800 years. It's just right to brew a jar of Zealand wine. Zhao Fanling nodded with satisfaction and put it into the Kayankan bag. Then, he took out the pure white jade box from his arms, and saw a golden light spot appearing on the map. He raised his eyebrows. Another place of inheritance has been discovered. It's a good time to go and have a look. This person was quite surprised. After a moment of silence, he turned around and flew to the west. At the same time, Zhao Sheng came to the so-called inheritance place and was surprised to see that in the dense jungle, there was a 100-foot wide open space. In the center of the open space stood a 3-foot-high, pure white stone tablet. He dared to swear to the sky that this place was all forests before and there had never been a piece of open space. However, it appeared so abruptly. Zhao Sheng's eyes moved and slowly floated in front of the stone tablet. After walking around it twice, he carefully released his spiritual sense according to the records of his predecessors and probed into the stone tablet. In an instant, a large amount of information flooded into his mind out of thin air. It was all about some knowledge about alchemy and medicine making, and gave 36 high-level pill recipes, including the Ningying pill recipe, Yuanshan pill recipe and other rare pill recipes. It is worth mentioning that this alchemy inheritance records the refining steps of each pill recipe in great detail, and even includes a lot of refining experience, as if it was afraid that the inheritor would not be able to learn it. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 594 Don't Mess with a Half-Immortal. Outside Yuho Cave Heaven. As the number of survivors on the light list dwindled dramatically, the number of nascent soul ancestors still lingering near the crater had also decreased by nearly a third. At this point, only 177 numbers remained on the light list, a full 50% decrease from its initial count. When Zhao Sheng teleported back to the cave heaven, the light list shifted again. Number 109 had miraculously reappeared. Huh? The old man in a tall white robe and a tall cap was the first to notice the change. His eyes lit up with surprise, and he exclaimed in astonishment. Fellow Taoist Luo, quickly look at the light list. Hey, is in seeing things? Then, how did number 109 appear again? It really appeared again. Oh no, could this be a sign of the collapse of the cave heaven? What fellow Taoist Si Li said is very likely. Speaking of which, the Yuho Cave Heaven has been able to survive for over 20,000 years, thanks to the years of meticulous maintenance by the Zhao and Immortal sect. The fact that the Cave Heaven has persisted until now is already a kind of limit. According to the ancient records of our sect, Yuho Cave Heaven has had many loopholes in its restrictions over the past 20,000 years, but they were all repaired by great beings from the upper realms. Even so, the area of the Cave Heaven has shrunk from the original 1 million miles to 200,000 miles. Not only that, the number of Cave Heaven places has also been reduced by nearly 60%. Think back to 10,000 years ago, how prosperous was the world of immortal cultivation in this world. It can be said that every 100 years, a group of divine transformation true lords ascended to the spiritual world. But looking at it now, it is a blessing to have one ascender born in 100 years. Alice, it all depends on how that Supreme Master handles this matter. If there truly is an irreparable problem with Yuho Cave Heaven, it's also a matter of fate. After all, a gentleman is beheaded after 5 generations, and this world has enjoyed the legacy of the Danayang Patriarch for over 20,000 years. We should be content. Damn it, damn it. All of our members perished in the cave heaven. How can I explain this to the patriarch when I return? Oh, and all this is caused by number 109. I'm the smartest, beneath the massive gray-white gate. Mo Yanhei, in his tall white robe and crown, hesitated for a long time, ultimately refraining from withdrawing the heavenly sound disk and informing Patriarch Kimu of the changes in the cave heaven. After all, if he did, the Red Light Star Lord would also learn of it. If number 109's disappearance and reappearance truly foreshadow the collapse of Yuhu Cave Heaven, that would be a grave disaster. For if Yuhu Cave Heaven collapsed, its most precious Dongshan Lingshu would emerge. The Lingshu is the most crucial cornerstone of a cave heaven, a true seed. The most crucial factor in a returning void semi-immortal's successful advancement to the fusion realm lies in their ability to carve out a cave heaven. With a spiritual pivot, a returning void semi-immortal's chances of successfully achieving the fusion realm increase dramatically. If the attributes match, the success rate can even reach 30%. One can imagine the immense desire and eagerness of returning void semi-immortals to obtain the cave heaven's spiritual pivot. If the Red Light Star Lord perceives the Moonlight Cave Heaven's imminent collapse, he will undoubtedly seize the opportunity and accelerate its collapse. Once the collapse is complete, he will resort to any means necessary to secure the cave heaven's spiritual pivot. A devastating battle is inevitable. Mo Yanhei's greatest concern is that Patriarch Gimu is likely no match for the Red Light Star Lord. At that time, for the sake of safety, the Red Light Star Lord who snatched the spiritual pivot will surely go on a killing spree and kill all witnesses and insiders. Although the probability of Yuhu Cave Heaven collapsing immediately is not high, Mo Yanhei will never gamble on its probability. Not only that, he will also issue a gag order to everyone present. Thinking of this, Mo Yanhei suddenly turned around with a stern expression, releasing a divine consciousness as vast as the sea, covering the entire spiritual realm, and announced one thing to everyone indifferently. As he spoke, the faces of the Yuanying ancestors present gradually changed, and everyone realized the seriousness of the matter. In the cave heaven, deep in the jungle, Zhao Sheng didn't know how much fear his coming and going had brought to the people outside. At this moment, he was enjoying the irrigation of alchemy knowledge, and the whole person was very happy. It must be said that the fallen cave heaven master was so thoughtful and generous. Even a novice in alchemy, after fully accepting the legacy from this stone tablet, would most likely become a master alchemist, with a high probability of reaching the Grandmaster realm, provided they didn't perish midway. As a former Grandmaster of alchemy, Zhao Sheng could only too well sense the profound love that powerful fusion-level master held for the beings of the Dachan realm. Just as the legacy was nearing its end, a sword-like rainbow suddenly streaked from the horizon, quickly entering the range of his spiritual awareness. Zhao Sheng's eyes snapped open, and he looked westward, just in time to spot the dejected figure within the sword-like rainbow. In an instant, the sword-like rainbow soared into the sky, plummeting over the jungle 100 feet away. The sword-like light dissipated, revealing a 9-foot-tall man clutching a wine gourd and carrying a sword. It was none other than Jiu Fanling, the wine immortal. Zhao Sheng took a quick look and immediately recognized his identity from his appearance and clothing. Hey, drunkard! This inheritance land has an owner. Seek another location. Zhao Sheng's eyes moved and he began to persuade. Jiu Fanling did not answer, but raised the wine gourd, tilted his head back and drank a mouthful of wine. Then he said drunkenly, "Haha, I didn't expect to meet a swordsman from the 10,000 Sword sect here. Do you want to drive me away? Okay, as long as you can defeat the sword behind me." At this point, Jiu Fanling's eyes suddenly became extremely clear, and he shouted, "Su Hai Sword, unsheath it." With the sound of a sword humming, a sword rainbow suddenly flew up from behind this person. The sword rainbow was as blue as the water. As soon as it appeared, the jungle within a radius of hundreds of feet disappeared, and a turbulent sea evolved. In an instant, dense waves rose from the sea, and the waves rolled into the sky, and in an instant they turned into countless blue water swords, which came to kill Zhao Sheng. However, this person's killing move was not the endless water swords on the surface, but the countless sword lights reflected by the sea surface. The sword intent was hidden but not released. Once it broke out, it would be like a raging tide, completely destroying everything in its way. Come on. Seeing this wonderful sword, Zhao Sheng couldn't help but applaud, but at the moment of cheering, a jet-black sword light suddenly flew out from the bottom of his sleeve. The pitch-black sword light had just flown out 3 feet when it rapidly expanded and twisted in midair. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a black hole with a diameter of more than 10 feet and an extremely deep area. A black hole that even light seemed unable to escape. The next moment, the rolling Wulian water sword was madly swallowed by the black hole, and not even a ripple was raised. Not only that, as soon as the sword-like black hole took shape, it generated infinite suction, causing the sea of sword intent to crumble. Even the Zuhei sword was affected by the gravity of the black hole, and was about to escape from the control of its master. Jiayu Fanling's face changed slightly when he saw this, and he hurriedly pinched the sword formula with his hands to strengthen the connection with his natal flying sword. At the same time, he condensed several solid sword lights and shot them into the black hole from under the sea. Bang! Boom! Boom! This person shouted repeatedly, but there was no movement from the black hole, and his face changed again. At this moment, Zhao Sheng suddenly pinched the sword formula with one hand, and the sword intent black hole transformed by the black abyss sword suddenly increased tenfold. It not only swallowed up the opponent's sword force in reverse, but also slammed into Jiayu Fanling. Jiayu Fanling's face changed drastically, and his cultivation level instantly increased to the limit. In an instant, countless brilliant sword lights rose from the sea, slashing towards the black hole like a storm. But the black hole seemed like a bottomless pit. No matter how many sword lights were shot out, they all went out without returning, and only caused it to twist slightly. The Black Abyss Sword is a spiritual treasure, and its power is far beyond the imagination of the Golden Caller. Jiayu Fanling is not even the Yuanying ancestor. How can he shake the Black Abyss Sword domain comparable to the Yuanying domain? Seeing this, Jiayu Fanling raised his eyebrows and finally made up his mind. He pinched out several strange seals with his right hand, and with a tang sound, a large golden flame burst out from his body. As all the flames suddenly condensed into a ball, a golden figure with a majestic aura appeared behind him. He did not make any movement, but his aura suddenly surged. In a blink of an eye, he exceeded the limit of the Jinden realm and reached another higher realm. Seeing that a fierce battle was about to begin, Zhao Sheng was shocked. He suddenly retracted the Black Abyss Sword, turned around, looked at the other party with glittering eyes, and shouted, "Stop! I'll give this place to you." However, Jiayu Fanling had already used his most forbidden move, so how could he let him escape unscathed? "Want to leave?" "It's too late," he shouted, and the golden figure behind him suddenly moved. "Wait!" As soon as the voice fell, Zhao Sheng took out 3 wine jars from the Zumi space at lightning speed and threw them between the two of them. Pa pa pa. A large amount of jewel-like nectar splashed immediately, and the air was soon filled with a fragrant and tempting aroma of wine. At the same time, Zhao Sheng flipped his left hand, and 3 J talismans emitting amazing magical fluctuations appeared in an instant. Jiayu Fanling saw the nascent soul talisman in his hand at a glance, and the murderous intent in his heart subsided. Then he smelled the aroma of wine, and the wine bugs in his stomach started to rise. He shouted with a distressed face, "You are wasting God's gift." Zhao Sheng smiled slightly, waved his hand and released 5 identical wine jars, and said confidently, "I have no grudges with fellow Taoist. Why do we have to fight to the death? Come on, let me introduce you to fellow Taoist. This wine is also known as Amber Light. It is a peerless spiritual wine that I got by chance. As long as fellow Taoist gives up and does not fight, these last 3 jars of Amber Light will be yours." Jiayu Fanling twitched his nose repeatedly, with an intoxicated and obsessed expression on his face. As his fighting spirit gradually faded, the golden figure behind him also dimmed, and finally shrank completely into his body. "Very good. Give me the wine, I'll give it to you here." Jiayu Fanling recalled the Zuhei sword, and said to Zhao Sheng with bright eyes. Zhao Sheng nodded, waved his hand and slapped out a breeze, rolled up 3 wine jars, and handed them to the other party steadily, and then was hugged in his arms. After Jiayu Fanling accepted the spiritual wine, he was very happy, and said, "You are quite powerful. I think you can survive to the end. If we wait until the high-level inheritance is born, maybe you and I will have a chance to join forces to kill the nascent soul demon king guarding the inheritance. If we really meet each other then, I am also willing to form an alliance with fellow Jiudeo." Although he said so, Zhao Sheng had already made up his mind to switch back to his previous disguise and make this identity of the 10,000 Sword sect disappear forever. This was because he saw that Jiayu Fanling was hiding an extremely terrifying divine consciousness, and the owner of this divine consciousness was none other than the golden armored man he had met once before. This old man coveted his flesh, and he was also a semi-immortal master, so he must not be provoked. A few breaths later, Jiu Fengling soared into the air on his sword, transformed into a sword rainbow, and quickly disappeared at the end of the sky. After watching the other party disappear, Zhao Sheng immediately sat down cross-legged again and continued to receive the inheritance from the stone tablet. Soon after, the infusion of this inheritance was completed. Then, before Zhao Sheng's own eyes, the empty space and the inheritance stone tablet slowly disappeared, and the place became a wasteland overgrown with weeds. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng hurriedly released his divine sense, repeatedly scanning the wasteland before him, and at the same time, he used countless exploration methods, but to no avail. The inheritance site had long been hidden again by the cave heaven restriction, and it was impossible for him to find it. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng abandoned his plan and vanished in a flash. As time passed, the number of living giants henrin in the cave dwindled, and most people came to terms with a harsh reality. Some not only joined forces but even hid themselves, gathering strength while fishing with a straight hook. Other small groups engaged in a frantic search and kill mode. But even they had to avoid numerous forbidden areas. These included areas where Yuaning demon kings resided, and the retreats of monsters who had broken through the damp stage and reached the infant stage. 5 days flew by in a flash. In the northern part of the cave, by a vast lake measuring 100 miles in radius, Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged on a large green rock, silently contemplating the jade in his hand. 3 days ago, he had slain a giant's henrin from the ancient Luo family. After absorbing the 5-luck pearl, the map's area suddenly expanded to over 1,000 miles. Well, after 2 days of waiting, finally another fish has fallen into my trap. 2 at a time, not bad. Looking at the 2 light spots that suddenly appeared on the edge of the map, Zhao Sheng smiled and immediately stood up. But soon, his expression was stunned. Huh? There's another one? Is it a pursuer? Haha. 1 against 2. This guy is pretty fierce. Zhao Sheng put Yuhan away with a flash of his eyes, and looked up at the southern sky. Not long after, a green boat came towards him at lightning speed. Dozens of miles behind the boat, a golden winged rock was approaching at an even faster speed, and on the back of the rock stood a cold and beautiful woman with flying black hair. Suddenly at this moment, Zhao Sheng narrowed his eyes, and instantly sensed an unusually familiar breath from the boat. Alice, the old guy is in such a miserable state. It seems that I have to rescue him. But be careful, and don't reveal your identity. Zhao Sheng sighed softly, casually drawing a long sword shrouded in purple energy. In an instant, man and sword merged into a purple sword rainbow that soared into the sky, escaping towards the small boat. Dozens of miles passed in a flash, and the purple sword rainbow approached the green boat. It flashed in front of it, and in the blink of an eye, it split into a dense mass of purple sword lights. The vast sword light hung high in the sky, like a towering sword mountain, pressing down from the sky. Seeing the sword mountain blocking their way, Chen Dacheng in the green boat's face changed drastically, and he shouted in fear, "No! Get away!" Chapter 595, The conspiracy begins to emerge, the shrine is born. No! Get away! However, Chen Dacheng's voice, no faster than the sword light, was no match for the warning. It was too late. In a split second, countless purple sword lights descended like lightning, instantly swamping the cyan boat. But then, a miracle occurred. Just as the sword light struck the outer wall of the cyan boat, countless more sword lights slithered around the boat like silken fish, instantly encircling it. Suddenly, a vast sword cage filled the sky with sword energy and a brilliant purple light. Inside the cyan boat, Chen Dacheng and another old man in a green robe had grim expressions. Gazing out at the vast sea of swords, they sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from it, and their hearts sank to the bottom. Simultaneously, a stream of light shot out from the vast sea of swords, reaching above the golden winged rock's head, revealing the figure of Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng's expression was impassive. He extended his right hand and pressed it downwards from afar. With a resounding boom, the void shook. A massive, lightning-like palm, 100 feet tall and imprinted with distinct lines, descended like the five-finger mountain, bearing a crushing force. The golden winged rock screamed in fear, flapping its wings in a frantic attempt to dodge the devastating blow. The icy, beautiful woman perched on the rock's back uttered a low cry, and a swirling black mist erupted from her body. It instantly rose above her head, transforming into a vast cloud of mist, densely packed with eerie, dark figures flickering within. Then, the icy, beautiful woman formed hand seals, and the mist blurred, crystallizing into a lifelike, 80-foot-tall, black tiger. It exuded an indescribable malevolence, yet also an immense ferocity. With a long, fierce roar, the tiger soared into the air, charging head-on. A resounding boom echoed through the sky. In mid-air, the black tiger and the lightning palm collided. After a violent collision, the giant tiger was shattered, bursting apart on the spot and dispersing in a hurricane of black energy. The giant lightning palm, reduced by only a third after the collision, continued to bombard the man and the rock below. Seeing this, the cold and beautiful woman's face changed drastically. Her body flashed, transforming into a streak of black light, instantly flying hundreds of feet away. The golden-winged rock, remaining in its place, suffered a tragic fate. With no time to dodge, it was struck by the lightning palm and instantly engulfed by the lightning. Like a meteor, it plummeted to the earth, creating a crater dozens of feet deep. The bottom of the pit was charred black, leaving only the shattered remains of the bird. "You're quite capable," Zhao Sheng muttered, looking up into the distance. A streak of black light was desperately escaping towards the horizon. Then, in a blur, it vanished from its original position. 100 miles away, Zhao Sheng teleported into the sky, blocking the black light's path. The two were only a few dozen feet apart. For a giant's Henren, this distance was practically face to face. Zhao Sheng pointed silently through the air. As a blinding flash of lightning shot out from his fingertips, his powerful consciousness condensed into an invisible divine sword, which rushed into the spiritual realm of the cold and beautiful woman. Puff was like a needle piercing a balloon. The cold and beautiful woman felt an extremely painful pain between her eyebrows. Her consciousness was instantly severely damaged. Her 5 senses immediately became chaotic, and her body suddenly stiffened. In an instant, the lightning flashed like a sword, piercing through the cold and beautiful woman's body. However, Zhao Sheng frowned slightly, feeling a little confused. The next moment, a strange scene happened. The cold and beautiful woman's body suddenly collapsed with a bang, and it collapsed without any resistance, turning into wisps of black gas that drifted away with the wind. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng's expression changed slightly, and a playful smile appeared on his face. He unhurriedly pulled out his jade handkerchief and examined the map. Besides the 2 pinpricks of light trapped by the sword formation, a bright pinprick of light was rapidly moving outwards from the right side of the map. "Haha, can you escape?" Before he could finish his words, Zhao Sheng had vanished. A moment later, a series of rumbling sounds suddenly emanated from 100 miles to the east. Lightning flashed, and black energy surged. However, the black energy could not hold out for more than 3 breaths before being completely dispersed by the lightning. In a flash, a figure appeared out of thin air at the edge of the purple sea of swords. Zhao Sheng's mind moved, and a purple longsword flew out of the sea of swords and landed in his hand. Immediately, the dense purple sword light, deprived of its sword intent, automatically collapsed and dissipated into the void. Soon, 2 panting, terrified figures appeared before Zhao Sheng. They had just joined forces to break through the sword sea barrier, but they had been unable to break through, and despair had settled within them. At this moment, Chen Dacheng saw that his enemy was dressed in a hooded robe, and his despair grew even greater. After all, before entering the cave, he had witnessed firsthand the ferocity of this mysterious individual's attacks, killing a fellow giant and cultivator with ease. The green-robed elder beside him also saw Zhao Sheng's attire, and a look of fear and panic immediately crossed his face. "Brother Chen, it looks like you and I will die here today. Even that crazy woman couldn't hold out for a moment before she perished. Let alone the 2 of us. This man's strength is unfathomable, and we are definitely not capable of dealing with him alone. We should find a way to escape as soon as possible." Noticing that the other party didn't immediately attack, the green-robed elder quickly sent a telepathic message. Unfortunately, the talisman bestowed by the ancestor ran out a few days ago. Otherwise, we might still have a fighting chance. Chen Dacheng, his expression bleak, sent a message back. He took a deep breath, stepped forward, bowed, and said respectfully, "Chen Dacheng of the cunning leopard Chen family, thank you for saving my life. I cannot repay this kindness, and I am willing to repay it with my life. Also, you can take the 5 elements beads I carry." As he spoke, Chen Dacheng took the initiative to untie the bracelet from his wrist and tossed it far away. Seeing this, the old man in the green robe, as if awakened from a dream, hurriedly took off his bracelet and tossed it towards Zhao Sheng. "You two are quite tactful, but it's a pity that you are not strong enough. Staying here is quite dangerous," Zhao Sheng took the two bracelets and said calmly. You are right, senior. We are grateful for your help. The old man in the green robe bowed respectfully. It's just a small favor, Zhao Sheng said casually, his eyes sweeping over the two men. Dao. Senior. We have obtained some treasures in Yuho Cave, and we are willing to give them all to you. Chen Dachan thought he was going to make a move, and his face suddenly changed. He hurriedly took out all the Kayankan bags and held them above his head with both hands. The old man in green robe followed suit, trembling with fear for the judgment of fate. Seeing this scene, Zhao Sheng raised the corners of his mouth and showed a little smile. However, this smile fell into Chen Dachan's eyes, like the beckoning of the king of hell, and he was so scared that his whole body trembled. You guys go? Zhao Sheng finally spoke. What? Senior, you? The old man in green robe was stunned when he heard the words, and then he was terrified and surprised. Chen Dachan was also stunned on the spot. Why, do you still want to get close to me? Zhao Sheng's face sank, and his voice became murderous. No, thank you for not killing me, senior. Chen Dachan quickly bowed in apology, daring not to utter another word. The two men simultaneously left their Kayankan bags where they were, bowed their heads, and hurriedly boarded the Kingayan boat, swiftly piercing the air as if fearing Zhao Sheng would change his mind. In a few breaths, they vanished into the horizon. Zhao Sheng gazed at the direction where the King Zhao had vanished, his face expressionless, as he slowly advanced and stowed 7 or 8 Kayankan bags into his sleeves. Leaving the 5 elements beads with Chen Dachan would be a nuisance. It would be better to store them for him and return them secretly upon his return. Zhao Sheng had already left a space-time beacon on Chen Dachan during the previous meeting, allowing him to teleport to his vicinity at any moment with a single thought. Later, Zhao Sheng examined the cave map, which had expanded to 2,000 miles, and once again transformed into a sword rainbow, piercing the air towards a newly revealed point of light. In a dark corner beneath the moonlight cavern, 3 powerful and eerie divine thoughts were engaged in a fierce communication. Hey, 6 of the inheritance stone tablets left by old Daniyang have been triggered, leaving only the last 3. Once the 9 inheritances are complete, it will be the turn of the divine palace to open, a sharp voice declared. Great. For thousands of years, we've been constantly drained of our essence, blood, and demonic energy, lingering on for this day. Once these human beasts unlock the inheritance divine palace, we can slaughter them to our heart's content. Then, through that loophole, we can break free from the imprisonment and escape this damned prison. A gentle, charming laugh echoed. The 3 of us carry the true blood of sacred beasts. Our status is so noble. Yet, we were forcibly suppressed within this cavern from birth. Every demon king of past generations has dreamed of escaping this prison, but the cavern's strict restrictions have ultimately led them to perish filled with resentment. Fortunately, heaven has mercy on us. A flaw in the cave's restriction allowed us to discover it before we were killed. Once I'm free, I'll seek a place to cultivate for 10,000 years. Once I've transformed into a true dragon, I'll completely destroy Danayan Cave Heaven and annihilate every living being in the Dachan realm. Only then will I quench my hatred. A third voice, ancient and hoarse, spoke calmly, its tone seemingly calm but filled with murderous intent. We're 2 solitary monsters, without the support of the true dragon clan. We can't be compared to Brother Ao. As long as we can leave here alive, we'll be content, the sharp voice replied calmly. Alright, let's save those harsh words until we're truly gone. We've been planning this for 1,000 years. If we fail, there will be no chance again. So, we're taking precautions. I thought that when those human beasts entered the divine palace, they were not as good as us, said the sharp voice. Day by day, new Yuanings in various parts of Yuhu Cave walked out of their retreats one after another and began to reap human lives unscrupulously. A tragic battle of life and death was finally staged in various parts of the cave. One day, above a mountain among the mountains and valleys, a white escape light emerged and quickly approached a secret cave deep in the mountains. The speed was so fast that it was like a flash of light, passing by in a flash. After just a few breaths, the white escape light plunged into a canyon. Bursts of roars soon came from the canyon, and mysterious light and smoke rose up. Soon, a ball of blood-red escape light rushed out of the canyon in panic, desperately fleeing towards the horizon. However, a streak of light arrived first, crashing into the blood-colored escape light. 2 figures instantly fell out, then staggered to a stop in midair, revealing 2 men, one tall and one short. Both of them were pale, and they looked resolutely at the man who blocked their way. But a mile ahead, a young man with eagle eyes, a hooked nose, and long hair hanging down to his waist, standing in the air, with feathers of the Demon King on his robe fluttering in the wind. His eyes were as sharp as a hawk, and he swept them over the two men without restraint, finally landing on the man with the shield. The man with the shield had already raised the ancient eternal gold shield to his chest, not only covering his entire body, but also fatally protecting the short and thin old man beside him. The short and thin old man tucked his hands into his sleeves with an extremely solemn look, as if concealing some kind of killing move. Mo Bei, my Hong family and your Mo family are both one of the 8 ancient clans, and we have always been friends. Since we have handed over the 5 luck pearls, why do you have to kill us all? The aura of the man holding the shield continued to rise, but his words were full of weakness. The 5 luck pearls are actually not important. You two are important. If I don't kill you too, how can I accumulate more luck and opportunities? As soon as the words fell, a huge, red-green human-faced eagle appeared behind Mo Bei, and its majestic aura burst out. The 2 giants Henrin of the Hong family had been cautious and alert. When they saw the other party's attack, they immediately reacted. The man holding the shield shouted, and the giant shield in his hand burst into thousands of golden lights. The golden light condensed, and a golden giant turtle nearly 100 feet long was fatally revealed. As soon as the golden giant turtle came into the world, it rushed forward with an indomitable momentum, and the force was more than tens of millions of pounds. At this moment, the short and thin old man suddenly stretched out his hands and crushed 2 palm-sized jade talismans at the same time. With a loud chi-chi sound, hundreds of golden rays of light shot towards the young man in the feathered robe, overwhelming him from front to back and blocking him from all sides. Each beam of light was as powerful as a full-strength attack from a giant and true master. The young man in the feathered robe sneered at the rain of golden light and the golden giant turtle, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The giant eagle image behind him expanded, its brilliance blinding. The next moment, the human-faced giant eagle flapped its wings, sending thousands of crimson and blue eagle feathers blasting out. These feathers suddenly transformed into the phantoms of sun-chasing divine eagles, enveloping the world ahead. In an instant, they engulfed the golden light and the golden giant turtle, disintegrating them with a series of booming explosions. Seeing 2 nascent soul-level magical powers so easily neutralized, the 2 Hong family giant and masters gasped in shock, their hearts filled with panic. Mo Bei's face paled slightly, evidently having taken a heavy toll from the attack. Before the 2 could strike back, Mo Bei swung his arms violently, sending thousands of crimson and blue eagle feathers blasting out again, instantly engulfing the 2 Hongs. A moment later, the hundreds of remaining eagle feathers pierced the air, slamming into a mountain dozens of miles away. Rocks and vegetation touched were instantly reduced to ash, leaving a massive gash several dozen feet wide in the mountainside. As the feather-robed youth retracted his arms, the dimmed human-faced giant eagle image slowly retracted into his body. 2 mutilated bodies fell from midair, vaguely recognizable as the tall man and the short, thin old man. 2 giant and great perfection true immortals were rendered powerless by a newly minted nascent soul master. This was truly astonishing. A moment later, the feather-robed youth merged the 2's 5-element beads into his own. Having done this, he suddenly realized something and looked up at the sky. His expression quickly turned into ecstasy, and he laughed heartily. At this moment, beneath the sky, a magnificent and majestic celestial palace with auspicious light suddenly appeared with its outline, and then gradually solidified, and finally descended into this cave. Chapter 596, Inheritance appears. After 100 years, the Danyang Divine Palace finally arrived. At the moment of its appearance, most of the nearly 100 giant and true immortals residing in the various regions of Yuhu Cave Heaven were completely unaware of its presence, seemingly oblivious to the towering Divine Palace. However, a select few, including Zhao Sheng and the young man in feathered robes, suddenly saw the 5-element beads on their wrists blaze with rays of light. Deep in the ancient forest southwest of the Cave Heaven, a figure suddenly leaped to the treetops. Zhao Sheng, startled, glanced skyward, following a mysterious guidance, only to see a towering, imposing celestial palace emerge, towering above the clouds. Huh? I didn't expect the Danyang Divine Palace to appear so soon, Zhao Sheng muttered to himself, his eyes flickering. As he spoke, he suddenly transformed into a stream of light, soaring into the sky, hurtling towards the towering palace atop the clouds. As he took off, streaks of light shot up from all over the Cave Heaven, each targeting the now-born Danyang Divine Palace. A moment later, Zhao Sheng passed through a vast sea of clouds and, after breaking through an invisible barrier, quickly landed in a jade-white square nearly 10,000 feet in size. 8 or 9 people sparsely populated the vast square. A quick glance revealed that, aside from the 4 sons of the Wangxing Palace, the others were familiar, renowned faces. For example, Li Xiansheng, ranked first on the list, possessed a strikingly elegant demeanor, yet possessed a cold-blooded and perverse personality, leaving no one alive. There was also Jiu Fanling, the Wang Immortal. In the northwest corner of the square stood a young man in a feathered robe. He was none other than Mo Bei, the great elder of the Mo clan, one of the 8 ancient clans, known as the Eagle King. He had once been a very old man, yet now he had regained his youth, signifying that he had successfully transcended the tribulation and achieved the nascent soul stage. Besides him, there was another person in the square who had successfully regained youth, a young man in silver armor, sitting cross-legged. Upon taking in their features, Zhao Sheng was suddenly reminded of a prominent figure from the ancient Luo clan. This figure, whose real name was Luo Ren, had once enjoyed great prominence for centuries, though rumors had circulated that he had long since passed away. Yet, he unexpectedly appeared here alive and well, even successfully surviving his tribulations. The final figure was a stunningly beautiful woman wearing a phoenix crown. Zhao Sheng couldn't recognize her origins, but judging by her aura, clothing, and other details, she must be from the Xianren sect. Wow, 4 nascent soul cultivators. One looks like a nascent soul, another harbors a return to void divine consciousness, and the others are equally impressive. They're all formidable figures, Zhao Sheng muttered to himself, his gaze drifting to the far end of the square. A vast, pure white curtain of light enveloped the end, faintly glimpsing a towering palace beyond. Beyond the palace, the faint outlines of a cluster of palaces emerged, and even more mysterious structures tucked away in the mezzanine levels of the cavernous heavens awaited their moment of emergence. At that moment, Li Xiansheng, Luo Ren, Mo Bei, Jiu Fanling, Chen Guang, and the others all glanced over, their gazes filled with scrutiny and hostility. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng couldn't help but understand, everyone was an enemy, not a friend, filled with murderous intent. Jiu Fanling, already tipsy, saw Zhao Sheng, his drunken eyes gleaming slightly, and he suddenly raised his wine gourd towards him, a gesture of goodwill. Luo Ren, clad in silver armor, saw Zhao Sheng, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. He'd sensed the blood curse afflicting him, and a Luo family golden elixir must have perished at his hands. Zhao Sheng narrowed his eyes, sensing the murderous intent in Luo Ren's gaze. At that moment, a young man in a feathered robe, not far from Luo Ren, seemed to notice something was amiss with the 2 men. He too gave Zhao Sheng a deep look, his eagle eyes sharp as a knife, a burning sting on his face. Zhao Sheng turned his head and met Mo Bei's gaze, his gaze deep and unwavering. Suddenly, another beam of light broke through the barrier and quickly descended onto the white jade square. Zhao Sheng raised his brows slightly, sensing a somewhat crowded atmosphere. The light faded, revealing a bald, frail old man in dazzling, colorful robes. Upon seeing his distinctive attire, Zhao Sheng immediately recognized him as a descendant of the ancient Ke family, the current 3rd elder of the Ke family, Ke Fangzhuang. He was still at the great perfection of the golden core, having not yet broken through to the nascent soul stage. Ke Fangzhuang arrived at the square in front of the heavenly palace, his face filled with surprise and excitement, and he cast a glance at everyone present. "It's you. You scoundrel. Return my 4th brother's life." Upon seeing Yu Sanchi, one of the 4 sons of the Myriad Stars Palace, he erupted in rage, his hair rising with green flames as he prepared to attack. 100 feet away, Chen Guang suddenly snorted with a cold expression, flicked his sleeve, and a surge of starlight burst forth. At its center was a crystal stone with 64 facets. Each facet of the crystal was mirror-like, clear and smooth, reflecting a myriad of starlight. This treasure, also known as the Fantasy Star Mirror, was Chen Guang's natal magical weapon. It was also a replica of the Haoyang Lingbao Wongxing Mirror, its quality reaching the highest level of ancient treasures. The Fantasy Star Mirror spun, and a beam of starlight shot out from its surface, striking Ke Fangzhuang's forehead like lightning. With a bang, a turquoise wooden shield materialized 3 inches from his forehead, only to be nearly pierced by the starlight. Ke Fangzhuang retreated 3 steps, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Chen Guang, seemingly dissatisfied with his ineffective attack, unleashed the fantasy star mirror again, and all 9 mirrored surfaces suddenly condensed into a dazzling starlight. Stop. I'm not responsible for any feud between you two. This is the Danayang Divine Palace. If you two intend to fight, please find another place. With a flash of light, Li Xiansheng, with his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, frowned. He suddenly moved between the two men, and a crystallized wall appeared out of thin air, easily blocking the 9 incoming starlight rays. Li Xiansheng attacked because the Danayang Patriarch, the master of Yuhu Cave Heaven, had a close relationship with the Li family. The Li family has always worshipped the Danayang Patriarch as an ancestor. Chen Guang's eyes flashed upon seeing this, and he immediately recalled the fantasy star mirror. He looked at Kai Fangzong with indifference, as if he were looking at a dead person. At this moment, a gloomy voice came clearly from the other side. It's almost time. Everyone who can come should have arrived. Li Xiansheng, when do you say the Divine Palace will open? The speaker was none other than Mo Bei. At these words, everyone looked over. Li Xiansheng looked around at the crowd and slowly raised his right hand. The 5 luck beat on his wrist was eye-catching. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, everyone. The Divine Palace will soon open." The light curtain at the end of the square seemed to sense something and suddenly erupted with a blinding, dazzling light. The next moment, a surging, vast spiritual tide suddenly surged out from behind the curtain, shrouding the entire square in a spiritual mist, obscuring everyone's figures. This astonishing scene immediately captured everyone's attention, and everyone stared intently at the curtain. Great! This Inheritance Divine Palace is finally open, Jiu Fengling muttered, wiping the wine stain from the corner of his mouth. The silver-armored young man, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Then, the vast light curtain dominating the square shattered inch by inch, causing the entire square to tremble slightly. Amidst a deafening roar, the massive bronze gates before the towering palace slowly opened. The opening process lasted for a full quarter of an hour. When the light curtain completely disappeared, the entire square ceased its shaking. At that moment, the palace's bronze gates flung open completely, revealing a pitch-black darkness like the entrance to a bottomless abyss. Any spiritual sense that entered was instantly devoured, unable to detect any information. Alright, the gates to the Divine Palace are open. Everyone, take care and leave. Li Xiansheng laughed heartily, instantly transforming into a streak of white light and dashing through the gate. Mo Bei snorted coldly, and a pair of eagle wings extended from his back. A burst of golden light suddenly erupted, and then vanished with incredible speed. Seeing this, everyone harnessed their ethereal light and rushed into the Divine Palace. Zhao Sheng was a little slower, but he also dove in. As he entered the gate last, the bronze gate suddenly trembled again, slowly closing again, and in an instant, the light curtain returned to normal. Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng and the others were trapped in a vast darkness, their 5 senses completely nullified. They could only follow the guidance of the unknown, moving deeper and deeper. Though they were not far apart, they were completely unaware of each other. As Zhao Sheng walked further and further, the darkness grew thicker and thicker, and the space seemed increasingly constricted, like walking in a deep, gradually narrowing passage, forcing him to tread cautiously in the darkness. In such a peculiar environment, a surprise attack would be impossible to prevent. Fortunately, everyone was blind and deaf, completely unaware of each other's presence. He didn't know how long he had been walking. Zhao Sheng felt a vague sense of time passing, so long that even his memory was blurring. After a long moment, a bronze door emitting a white glow appeared at the end of the darkness. Even Zhao Sheng, with his unwavering willpower, felt a surge of excitement at the sight of the exit. He hurried to the door, examining it from head to toe. The bronze door was nearly 70 to 80 feet tall, tightly shut. Over 100 gray-white runes flickered on it, emitting a faint, ancient aura. Zhao Sheng's expression shifted slightly, and he secretly sent out his divine sense, but found that he couldn't penetrate the door at all. This didn't surprise him. It would have seemed unnatural to be able to see through the bronze door so easily. After examining the door, Zhao Sheng's lips curled slightly. He immediately rolled up his sleeves and placed his hands on the bronze door. A force powerful enough to crush mountains and uproot peaks surged forth. With a resounding boom, the seemingly heavy bronze door swung open with remarkable ease. However, a faint white light filled the air behind the door, making it impossible to discern what lay within. So mysterious. I wonder what this Daniyang patriarch is up to. Zhao Sheng rubbed his chin, then leaped through the door in a flash, instantly disappearing in the vast white light. As soon as he stepped through the door, the white light inexplicably dissipated, replaced by a thick, lingering fog. The mist swirled and swirled around, making it impossible to see far. But he waited only a short while longer. Li Xian Cheng appeared out of nowhere not far away, followed shortly by Chen Guang. The three of them sized each other up, each filled with surprise. However, none of them spoke, simply staring. A moment later, Mo Bei, Luo Ren, the woman in the phoenix crown, and Jiu Fanling emerged one after another. With their appearance, the lingering mist vanished in an instant. Zhao Sheng looked around and found himself in the center of a strangely empty palace. This is the place of inheritance, yet it seems empty, Jiu Fanling muttered, whether intentionally or not, quietly, but everyone could hear. But as soon as the words left his mouth, a jade disc over 100 feet tall, pure white, suddenly appeared, towering before them. Then, a shimmering glow shone from the jade disc, and 3 vortexes of different colors slowly emerged from it, each over a foot in diameter, as if beckoning everyone to explore. By now, only the 7 people who had entered the palace remained. The others had disappeared, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. But no one cared about their fate. Even Chen Guang paid no attention to the whereabouts of his 3 junior brothers and sisters. His eyes were fixed only on the vortexes representing the 3 inheritances. Zhao Sheng peered intently. He saw a fiery red light burst forth from the first vortex, occasionally accompanied by bursts of sparkling fireworks. It was immediately apparent that it was threatening. The second vortex was filled with a cool, azure light. Though somewhat chilly, it exuded a vibrant vitality, revealing its mysteries to anyone who observed it. As for the third vortex, it was as dazzling and shifting as the aurora, its bizarre streams of light flickering and fading, creating a truly mysterious atmosphere. It was unknown where the 3 vortexes led, nor how dangerous they lay. Not bad, not bad. 3 entrances to the inheritance have appeared simultaneously. Perfect for each of us. Who's going first? Chen Guang suddenly said, smiling as he looked at Zhao Sheng and the others. Strangely, Zhao Sheng and the others didn't respond, each examining the 3 entrances. Chen Guang smiled, and said nothing more. Zhao Sheng's eyes shone brightly as he gazed at the 3 vortexes on the jade disc, as if he were trying to discern some clue. But he just secretly released a trace of divine consciousness and probed towards the vortex of flames. As a result, before he got close, he was blocked outside by some inexplicable force and could not move forward. The same was true for the other 2 vortexes. Fire? Wood? Time and space. The young man in the feather robe took 2 steps forward and said softly with a burning gaze. There was a bit of doubt in his words. Although the voice was soft, Zhao Sheng and the others heard it clearly. Li Xian Cheng smiled proudly, and his figure flashed, and he flew into the 3rd vortex in an instant. After he entered the vortex, the size of the vortex shrank by half in the blink of an eye, barely enough for one person to pass through. At this moment, Chen Guang suddenly turned into a ray of starlight and shot towards the 3rd vortex. How dare you, stop, how dare you, you thief. Chapter 597, This is the Inheritance? How dare you, stop, how dare you, you thief. Seeing Chen Guang's shamelessness, the others' faces paled, and they shouted in unison. But the silver-armored young man, Luo Ren, with a sullen expression, shouted coldly. His right palm instantly erupted with a cascade of ancient, silvery symbols. He thrust his right palm forward, and 3 balls of silver-white light shot out. After another transformation, a silver and white little man emerged. The little man was only a foot tall, but his speed was incredible. After a blur, it appeared out of thin air, as if teleporting, before the vortex, catching the incoming starlight. Explode! The silver-armored young man uttered a single word, and the silver-white man exploded into a cloud of blinding light, nearly blinding everyone. The starlight Chen Guang had transformed into was also engulfed. Zhao Sheng's mind raced, and he swept his consciousness towards the silver-white young man. He discovered that he was no longer there, but was using the light's cover to head straight for the jade disc at the same time. Mo Bei, Jiu Fanling, the woman in the phoenix crown, and the others all took action, their movements surprisingly fast. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng flashed and teleported into the 3rd vortex. As he entered, the vortex's passageway twisted violently, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Just then, A faint ray of starlight flashed into it before the passageway could collapse. The next moment, the vortex's passageway quietly dissipated, leaving Mobe, Luo Ren, the woman in the phoenix crown, and the others frantic. However, each of them was a leading figure of their generation, and seeing that they had no choice, they immediately made a new decision. The silver-armored youth, after a fleeting moment, dove into the first vortex, swirling with red light. Jiayu Fenling followed closely behind. The woman in the phoenix crown and Mobe chose the second vortex, brimming with life. In an instant, all 7 figures vanished, and the hall returned to silence, with only the flawless jade disk radiating its brilliant light. After entering the vortex, Zhao Sheng was surrounded by a sea of starlight. It felt as if he were in an outer sea, plummeting downwards. As he continued to fall, a dazzling, vast galaxy emerged, and the sky was filled with countless, glittering stars. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Sheng's descent abruptly stopped, and he landed on a void platform woven from starlight. This void platform was truly bizarre. At first glance, it seemed limitless, seemingly unimaginably vast. But upon landing on it, he was struck by the realization that it was only a few hundred feet square. The ground of starlight was thin and non-existent, yet beneath it, ripples and undulated constantly, as if the starlight had become real water. Even more remarkable, beneath the water, a dense mass of stars appeared, like a riot of colorful pearls scattered in a pool, radiating a brilliant light. At the bottom of the starlight pool lay a thick layer of sand, countless shimmering gravels, interspersed with rough crystals of varying sizes and shimmering jade. Zhao Sheng's face lit up with surprise, as he discerned at a glance that the sand was actually space-time sand, while the crystals were space-time crystals and jades were cave jade. Li Xiansheng, who had arrived earlier, turned and saw Zhao Sheng beaming with joy. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Just then, a beam of starlight plummeted onto the platform, quickly revealing Chen Guang. Haha! Here comes a cowardly coward, and here comes an outsider with all the trappings of a facade. We, Li Xiansheng, are truly favored by heaven and earth, the son of destiny, Li Xiansheng declared with unwavering resolve after sizing them up. Chen Guang glared at Li Xiansheng with disdain, about to mock him with a narrow-minded observation. A loud rumbling noise interrupted his thoughts. Amidst the rumbling, the starlight platform vibrated slightly, and giant white jade tablets slowly emerged from the void surrounding the platform. A careful count revealed 10 tablets, 3 each in the east, south, and west, but only one in the north, 100 times larger than the others. Zhao Sheng's gaze swept across the 10 tablets, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He saw that 9 of the tablets, each in the east, south, and west, were engraved with overlapping spiral patterns, all representing the Yuquang's ancient summoning orbital instruments. However, these spiral patterns were incomplete, progressing from simple to complex, until the final tablet in the west, where the complete summoning orbital instrument was finally engraved. On the huge jade stele to the north, there are lines of words engraved. I, the Taoist Danang, was born in the Dajin realm. I practiced Taoism at the age of 9, built my foundation at the age of 18, and formed an elixir at the age of 120. In the same year, I met my master by chance, and was given the greatest opportunity of my life. I was mistakenly buried in a fairy tomb in the Immortal ruins. My mind, soul and body have been corroded by evil thoughts, and my life is coming to an end. Looking back on the past, I, Danang, have lived up to the sect and my disciples, but the only thing I owe is my hometown. Today I am about to pass on my life, and I have specially established this opportunity to pass it on here. I hope that those with great luck in the future will get the chance, re-enter the upper realm of the Immortal ruins, and ascend to heaven soon. Zhao Sheng silently read the words on the jade stele, and was soon surprised to find that some of the words had been replaced by some unfamiliar symbols, but at a glance, he instantly understood the pronunciation and meaning of the symbols, and it did not affect his reading at all. Wu, Zhao Sheng silently recited these mysterious, unknown symbols. After reciting just a dozen notes, his heart suddenly shook. In that instant, he realized with horror that the symbols, read together, were actually the summoning spell projected by Yuquang Xianshan. Meanwhile, Chen Guang, upon seeing the spiral patterns on the jade stele, blurted out, "Burial Immortal Ruins orbital diagram." Nearby, Li Xiansheng heard this, a flash of realization in his eyes, and then his murderous intent intensified. An ancient legacy remains here. I've come to the right place, Chen Guang muttered to himself, his expression extremely excited, clearly familiar with the fame of the burial Immortal ruins. Suddenly, a line of starlight text appeared from thin air above the platform. The Immortal ruins are ethereal, only those with great luck can see their true nature. This inheritance space will only last 10 days. All opportunities and treasures obtained belong to the owner. After 10 days, those without destiny will depart, while those with destiny may enter other inheritance spaces. Upon seeing this, Chen Guang and Si Li Xiancheng were both ecstatic. Zhao Sheng glanced down and couldn't help but feel excited. The Danyang patriarch was indeed wealthy and powerful. Even a single inheritance he left behind was truly significant. Chen Guang and Si Li Xiancheng were both surprised and delighted. Disregarding everything else, they hurriedly sat cross-legged beneath a jade stele and began to comprehend the Immortal ruins burial ritual diagram. The difference was that Si Li Xiancheng went directly to the sixth jade stele and observed intently, while Chen Guang began his study from the first. And what about Zhao Sheng? He didn't even glance at the stele, but sat down on the ground. A faint divine light shone between his brows, and then an ray of light shot out from there, descending onto the starlight platform. After passing through an invisible barrier, his spiritual beam stretched like a fishing line, reaching the bottom of the pond. He was startled to realize that the seemingly crystal-clear pond was surprisingly deep. Furthermore, as he descended, his spiritual awareness was depleting at an alarming rate. Zhao Sheng was forced to release more of his spiritual awareness to keep the fishing line engaged. In a matter of moments, nearly a third of his spiritual awareness had been depleted. But to his delight, the spiritual fishing line finally reached the bottom of the pond and successfully captured a palm-sized piece of Dongshan jade. As he lifted the Dongshan jade from the bottom, Zhao Sheng felt his soul sink, as if he had grasped an incredibly heavy object, and his spiritual awareness consumption skyrocketed. Meanwhile, in another inheritance space, a sea of blazing fire, Luo Ren, clad in silver armor, was engaged in a fierce battle with Jiayu Fanling. Suddenly, a sea of fire surged, streams of light filled the sky, and a resounding roar echoed. Above the sea of fire, jade tablets also hovered, each bearing a unique scripture, recording a profound and enigmatic fire tradition. From the outset of the battle, Luo Ren, having achieved the infant stage of the Golden Core realm, seized the upper hand, forcing Jiayu Fanling, at the Golden Core Great Perfection stage, to dodge and retreat, barely able to fight back. I'll see where you can escape to. When you're dead, this inheritance will be mine alone. Luo Ren's face twisted with excitement, and he laughed wildly. He unleashed 9 silver-white figures, chasing Jiayu Fanling in all directions. These figures were actually Golden Core ghosts, but Luo Ren had later, through a special method, infused them with his own true essence, allowing him to command them at will. Seeing his opponent's determination to fight to the death, Jiayu Fanling gritted his teeth and unleashed his most powerful weapon. A golden figure emerged from behind him, instantly unleashing an unprecedented and terrifying pressure. Swoosh! The blurry face of the golden figure suddenly opened a pair of radiant golden eyes, their gaze indifferent and arrogant, as if they despised everything in the world. As Luo Ren's gaze met those golden eyes, his heart trembled violently, and an unspeakable fear surged in his mind. Deep in a quiet, cold, misty world, a woman wearing a phoenix crown cautiously glanced left and right as she walked deeper into the mist. Something there drew her in. Not far away, a young man in a feathered robe circled a large circle, darting away at lightning speed. At the center of the circle stood a massive, 10-foot-tall wooden pillar, its surface engraved with dense silver runes, each one gleaming brightly. In the galactic space, Zhao Sheng, enduring a throbbing headache, continuously focused his spiritual consciousness. The cave heaven jade in the starlight pool rapidly rose, approaching the surface. Soon, ripples appeared on the ground, like the surface of water. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng's face finally lit up with a hint of joy. He hooked his finger at the ground, and a palm-sized crystal jade shot out and landed in his palm. As soon as the cave heaven jade landed in his hand, Zhao Sheng felt a slight sinking sensation. Though seemingly small, it felt incredibly heavy. Of course, this weight was nothing to him. After carefully examining it, Zhao Sheng placed the treasure into the Sumeru dimension. Then, his morale buoyed, he immediately took out a bottle of third-grade, top-grade soul-restoring pills, poured out 2 pills, and swallowed them. After a brief refining, he once again channeled his spiritual consciousness into the starlight pool. This time, however, his target wasn't the cave heaven jade, but a grain of space-time sand. As the saying goes, first time is new, second time is familiar. This second treasure hunting session had Zhao Sheng mastered the art. In just half a cup of tea, he successfully reeled in 10 grains of space-time sand. Compared to the cave heaven jade, catching space-time sand was undoubtedly much easier, requiring far fewer spiritual energy points. Zhao Sheng's thoughts were confirmed, and even the usually reserved man couldn't help but smile. Treasures imbued with the power of time and space are rare to find, especially when covered in a thick layer, including priceless Dongshan jade. Its value is so great that even a returning void semi-immortal would be tempted. Zhao Sheng briefly inspected the time and space sand before placing it in his Kyankan bag. He then channeled his spiritual consciousness into a line and lowered it into the pool. His target changed again, the stars. Each star below could represent a rare treasure, and Zhao Sheng certainly didn't want to miss out. After a moment, the fishing line successfully entangled a star. Then, he pulled hard. No movement. Pulled again? Still no movement. Zhao Sheng's eyebrows raised at this, his mind flashing. In an instant, a divine light shone from his brows, and the fishing line he lowered became nearly twice as thick and even more solid. Rise, he shouted softly, his spiritual line tensing and straightening. The star began to slowly move upward, accelerating. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng breathed a sigh of relief, though a faint throbbing pain lingered in his head. A moment later, a pale bone mirror was painstakingly pulled from the ground, finally landing in his hands. Suddenly, Zhao Sheng felt two different gazes fixed on him, both filled with inquiry and malice. But in an instant, their gazes shifted elsewhere, no longer focused on his movements. Zhao Sheng knew that Chen Guang and Si Li Xiancheng had not spared him, but rather that they had allowed him to take the treasure. The final day would be the day for the two to kill and seize the treasure. This was a realization not only for Zhao Sheng himself, but also for the other two. However, by that day, it was still uncertain who would kill whom. Zhao Sheng quickly put the matter behind him, taking another dose of the soul-restoring pill and concentrating on restoring his spiritual consciousness. Once his consciousness fully recovered, he resumed his fishing for treasure. Of course, after that, he prioritized fishing for cave heaven jade and space-time crystals, with treasures from the stars to come second. After all, the Zumi cave heaven contained countless treasures, but there was practically no cave heaven jade. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I'm the son of destiny. There's no way I can't comprehend the orbital chart. After a long moment, a furious roar suddenly erupted from nearby. Zhao Sheng, startled, glanced over, only to see Si Li Xiancheng's face contorted, his eyes bloodshot, brimming with madness. Although his breath was still lingering, streams of blood began to flow from all 7 orifices. The next moment, Si Li Xiancheng suddenly roared to the heavens, and a cascade of cold air erupted from his body, transforming into endless ice and snow, completely enveloping him. With a puff, a beam of starlight shot out, piercing the ice and snow and disappearing. Zhao Sheng was quite surprised. Comprehending the space-time orbital chart requires a natural talent for space-time and understanding. Judging by Si Li Xiancheng's demeanor, could it be that his talent is lacking? Zhao Sheng cut his fishing line, and suddenly a 3-foot-long, pitch-black sword appeared in his hand, ready to strike at any moment. Looking back, Chen Guang had unknowingly stood up, a 64-sided phantom star mirror dangling above his head. The mirror radiated ripples of starlight into the surrounding void, not only protecting him but also poised for an attack. The two men exchanged a glance, their powerful consciousnesses instantly clashing in mid-air. They clashed fiercely for thousands of rounds, each evenly matched. Chen Guang's heart trembled at this, his contempt instantly fading, and he now considered the black-robed man a formidable foe. Chapter 598, Flesh and Blood World. Crack, crack. Snow and ice swept across the platform, instantly forming a thick layer of solid ice on the ground, spreading towards Zhao Sheng and Chen Guang. A bone-chilling chill washed over them. With a crackling sound, countless flashes of lightning appeared, transforming into a dazzling sea of thunder that surrounded Zhao Sheng and blocked the biting cold at a distance of 5 meters. Elsewhere, Chen Guang manipulated his starry realm, unleashing a vast expanse of starlight. The light surged and swirled like a tidal wave, filling nearly a third of the platform. For a moment, the snowy region, the sea of thunder, and the starry tide were distinctly separated, their momentum seemingly equal. Just then, Zhao Sheng suddenly glanced at Chen Guang. Chen Guang understood and nodded slightly. In an instant, the two men attacked simultaneously. Zhao Sheng raised his sword and struck. A jet-black sword rainbow appeared out of thin air, instantly expanding to tens of feet in size. Like a giant sword slicing through the heavens, it fiercely slashed into the vast snowy region. Before he could strike, hundreds of starlight rays had already pierced the snowy region, blasting vast holes through the domain. The sword rainbow slashed, instantly splitting the shattered snowy region apart, revealing Li Xiansheng, his hair disheveled and his face grim. "I haven't even bothered you yet, and you dared to attack me first? You're courting death?" Li Xiansheng roared in fury, his entire body suddenly transformed into an ice sculpture. With a crisp bang, the sculpture shattered, leaving a blanket of shattered ice. At the same instant, Zhao Sheng, without turning his head, thrust his sword backward. Where the sword tip passed, the void distorted, and the unparalleled sword intent seemed to cleave everything in front of him. Bang! A transparent ice mirror was shattered, and the figure in the mirror flashed by. Chen Guang's eyes grew cold, and with a slight lift of his sleeve, a small dark purple shield shot out, transforming into a massive dark purple shield above his head. The shield spun, and the surroundings suddenly became incredibly heavy, gravity suddenly increasing hundreds of times. Bang! Bang! Rang out. At that moment, a slender, crystal-clear ice sword pierced the starlight domain, but was stopped by the dark purple shield. A figure suddenly appeared behind Chen Guang, but before Li Xiansheng could attack, countless brilliant starlights suddenly enveloped him. Frightened, Li Xiansheng's face darkened. He flicked his sleeves and unleashed a wall of ice, blocking the starlight. Simultaneously, he quickly retreated. After just one round of fighting, Li Xiansheng realized he had faced two formidable foes. The black-robed figure wielded a strange, pitch-black sword, a true razor-sharp edge, but his swordsmanship was even more formidable than the longsword itself. Then there's Chen Guang of the Myriad Stars Palace, whose starlight domain is incredibly versatile and pervasive. His power, in particular, resembles the legendary Void Radiance, possessing the ability to corrode the domains of others and erode their spiritual power. Li Xiansheng's mind raced. He suddenly pulled out a dark red talisman, muttering an obscure incantation before slamming it towards Zhao Sheng. Suddenly, a cloud of black light swept toward Zhao Sheng at incredible speed, instantly enveloping him. It then transformed into a black sphere of light. Hundreds of layers and thousands of layers, which continuously shrank inward. Countless strange symbols repeatedly appeared and vanished on its surface. Chen Guang had just retracted his Shuangling shield when he saw Li Xiansheng seal the black-robed figure with a single talisman, and his heart sank. He had originally planned to team up with Li Xiansheng to eliminate Li Xiansheng, then find a way to kill the black-robed figure and ultimately inherit the inheritance for himself. But now it seemed impossible. Ice prison, Li Xiansheng, unyielding, shouted coldly, and a vast expanse of ice condensed once more, its area now exceeding the entire starlight platform. A dense mass of transparent ice swords, like a mountain of swords, crashed down upon Chen Guang. Simultaneously, layer after layer of ends of icy ice suddenly grew from the ground, reaching half a man's height in a blink of an eye, and continued to condense and grow rapidly, threatening to freeze the platform into an iceberg. The starlight platform's limited area left Chen Guang no escape. His expression turned icy, and he activated the Phantom Star Mirror, unleashing thick beams of starlight to violently destroy the rapidly growing ice. At that moment, with a resounding boom, the sealed black sphere was shattered by a sword strike. A beam of black light shot out from within, flashing and soaring above the platform, revealing a black-robed figure shrouded in lightning. HMPH, surprisingly, very good, you two are both doing well. Li Xiansheng, upon seeing the black-robed figure escape, was immediately surprised. His gaze darted between the two, his eyes filled with murderous intent. With a slight roll, he muttered a sinister expression. He then opened his mouth and spat out a fist-sized, dazzling, iridescent ice bead, emitting an infinitely chilling chill. You and I were originally quite at peace. But who could have conceived such murderous intent? You deserve this fate. Zhao Sheng, though slightly shaken at the sight of the other party unearthing his most valuable treasure, maintained a calm expression. Elsewhere, Chen Guang's gaze suddenly grew colder, and he unceremoniously summoned a magical spell, his mana pouring forth endlessly as he plunged into the Phantom Star realm suspended before him. Suddenly, countless starlight rays emanated from the 64 mirrors, interweaving and overlapping like lightning. Dazzling stars the size of heads condensed and formed, emitting a fierce aura of destruction. Seeing this, Li Qiancheng intended to strike back to disrupt the opponent's killing move. However, before he could even launch his attack, he saw nearly 100 jet black sword beams piercing the air, forcing him to counter. Chen Guang, upon seeing this, let out a wild laugh and lightly tapped the phantom star mirror with one hand. Silently, dazzling stars the size of heads shot out, distorting space as if by some unknown force, blurring it in their path. Li Qiancheng snorted coldly, unleashing layers of ice walls to block the sword beams. While simultaneously distracting himself, the Ice Soul Divine Pearl blurred, carrying a field of ice over 10 feet across. With a resounding boom, the stars and the Ice Soul Pearl collided with unprecedented force, unleashing an unimaginable shockwave that roared across the platform like a hurricane. The platform was only a few hundred feet square. How could such a cramped space sustain a battle at the nascent soul level? Li Qiancheng was attacked by 2 fighters of his own level. Despite his immense strength, 2 fists were no match for 4. A moment of distraction sent him flying. Though he realized the danger and stopped himself, it was too late. His body had already fallen off the platform. No, Li Qiancheng's face trembled, and he cried out in shock and anger. But then, with an irresistible wave of energy, he was suddenly transported away. Chen Guang was delighted at first, but then his expression darkened, as if a thought struck him. The troublemakers have been sent away. Only you and I are left here. What do you say? Zhao Sheng raised his sword and spoke meaningfully to Chen Guang. What do you say? You take your treasure, and I'll contemplate mine. We won't interfere with each other. Chen Guang shook his sleeve, retracting his shield, and the phantom star mirror flew back into his body. He spoke coldly. To him, the black-robed man posed no threat. After all, he was solely focused on collecting treasures, yet he showed no concern for the most precious treasure here. Since someone was collecting the treasure for him, Chen Guang took the opportunity to comprehend the orbital chart. Once he had fully grasped the orbital chart, he would show the man in black what it meant to work in vain, ultimately serving others. Very good. I hope you will always remember what you said. Zhao Sheng nodded, sheathing the black abyss sword. He sat down on the ground, took out several elixirs, swallowed them, and began practicing to restore his mana and consciousness. Chen Guang's eyes flickered at this, and he walked to the 8th J tablet, sat cross-legged, and silently observed the spiral pattern on it. With a bang, after a dizzying moment, Li Qiancheng suddenly fell into a soft place. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked around, only to see a surging gray fog and a thick, fishy smell in the air. A look of extreme surprise crossed his face. Where is this? Shouldn't I be in the cave? As the foremost family in the Dachan realm, the Sili clan boasted numerous records of the Yuhe cave heaven. According to ancient records, whether one succeeded or failed in the inheritance, they would ultimately be safely transported out of the divine palace and returned to a location somewhere in the cave heaven. However, Li Qiancheng's location clearly did not belong to the Yuhe cave heaven. This gray, foggy world seemed modest, but the hazy, swirling grayness made it difficult to discern its boundaries. A chilling, unsettling atmosphere filled the air. Beneath him lay a dark red carpet of flesh, soft and sticky to the touch, with a faint sense of life. Looking up, the carpet of flesh stretched deep into the mist. Nearby, looming towering shadows, also faintly blood-tinged, loomed. Li Qiancheng surveyed his surroundings, a chill running down his spine. This gray, foggy space seemed as if it were part of the interior of some immense living being. Roar! A muffled roar echoed faintly from beneath the earth. The carpet of flesh beneath Li Qiancheng suddenly squirmed and twisted. Suddenly, a sharp, dark red line pierced through the flesh and stabbed fiercely into his thigh. Meanwhile, in another flesh and blood space shrouded in gray mist, a woman with a phoenix crown dodged frantically, avoiding the thrashing dark red limbs. These limbs resembled the limbs of some insect, their shells as hard as iron, their tips as sharp as knives, gleaming with a chilling light. After being expelled from the inheritance space, this person was also transported to this strange place. As she fled, she waved her hands and released thick columns of wind, whirling the pursuing strange limbs into tangle. Despite their destructive power, these wind columns could only destroy a portion of the dark red limbs, but were powerless against the endlessly growing carpet of flesh. Even if they destroyed a large area, it would quickly return to its original state. Soon, the woman with the phoenix crown was cornered beneath a massive mountain of dark red flesh. At that moment, the flesh mountain suddenly exploded, and from it burst like lightning, a massive, blood-red monster. It had the head of a bull, the body of a centipede, and its sides were covered in dense, dark red limbs. With a scream of agony, the woman with the phoenix crown was caught off guard as a tongue as wide as a human waist entangled her and, powerless to resist, was pulled into the Minotaur's maw. At the same time, Luo Ren, clad in silver armor, unleashed a succession of silvery white little men, which pounced on the incoming dark red limbs. Boom, boom, boom. Each time a little man exploded, vast expanses of flesh and blood, along with scores of limbs, were destroyed. However, this flesh and blood space was so strange that, with the destruction of a large area, its area shrank. As the space continued to shrink, Luo Ren had little room to escape and was forced toward the dark red mountains of flesh. Damn it! How on earth can we find a way out? Luo Ren cursed, his brow furrowed as he glanced at the dull silver armor. Speaking of which, his vaunted corpse spirit self-destruction ability proved completely ineffective against the boundless expanse of living flesh and blood. It only damaged the skin, but not its vital organs. Luo Ren's thoughts grew increasingly frustrated. With a determined heart, he pulled out a golden talisman and tore it apart. Instantly, a gigantic golden sun 100 feet tall materialized, radiating boundless light and heat. The vast mass of flesh and limbs below, once illuminated by the golden light, suddenly transformed into pools of blood, ultimately extinguishing in smoke. Roar! Before Luo Ren could rejoice, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of the gray fog. The entire space shook and distorted violently. Then, dark red mountains of flesh shattered, and from them emerged one massive monster after another, each with a bull's head and a centipede's body, madly charging at him. Seeing this, Luo Ren gasped and fled upward without a second's thought. But the next second, he was swallowed whole by a massive maw that descended from the sky. I, Si Li Xiansheng, have a promising future. I will surely ascend to the spiritual realm. I will absolutely not perish here, Si Li Xiansheng muttered to himself, his face pale as he sat cross-legged amidst a mass of ice crystals, his entire body enveloped by layers of icy walls. Soon, he was buried deep within an iceberg, without a trace of breath. He had used the ice-blocking technique because he had foreseen the dangers of this place and feared the future was bleak. Furthermore, the previous battle had drained his mana significantly, so he feigned death to delay. As long as he could hold out until the cave closed, he could leverage its restrictions and escape this strange dimension. In another space of flesh and blood, Mo Bei uttered obscure incantations. The crackling of bones echoed within his body, and his body suddenly expanded. The next moment, fangs erupted from his mouth, each one protruding. His fingers sharpened like eagle claws, and silver eagle feathers sprouted from his arms and body. At first glance, he resembled a half-man, half-eagle monster. The next second, accompanied by a rumbling sound, Mo Bei summoned a gust of wind and soared into the sky, suddenly transforming into a silver-white tornado 100 feet thick. The silver-white tornado swept across the ground, sweeping up clumps of flesh and countless limbs, pulverizing them with a roar, reducing them to a pile of pulp. However, he was surprised to learn that the faster the tornado blew away, the more the space around him contracted. Monsters burst forth from the flesh, attacking him. As time passed, Mo Bei was attacked by several bull-headed centipede monsters and eventually dragged deep into the gray fog. Chapter 599, Join Wongxing Palace? Huh? I finally got the last piece of Cave Heaven Jade. On the side of the Starlight platform, Zhao Sheng reached out and grabbed a fist-sized piece of Cave Heaven Jade. A hint of joy finally appeared on his pale face. 6 days had passed since the end of the great battle. He had fished tirelessly for 6 days, and on the last day, he finally secured all the Cave Heaven Jade and most of the space-time crystals from the bottom of the pond. For ordinary immortal cultivators, the treasures among the stars might be more precious and rare than the Cave Heaven Jade. But in the eyes of Zhao Sheng, who could enter and exit the celestial immortal realm, the Cave Heaven Jade, imbued with the power of space and time, was the most precious. After Zhao Sheng carefully put the Cave Heaven Jade away, he suddenly felt movement behind him. He immediately stood up and turned to look, just in time to see Chen Guang approaching with a smile on his face. As he walked, he said with a smile, "Haha, it seems that fellow Taoist has gained a lot these days. It's just a small gain." On the contrary, fellow Taoist Chen has achieved success in comprehending this inheritance. I should be congratulating you, Zhao Sheng said calmly, his eyes flashing. Chen Guang stopped 10 feet away and said seriously, fellow Taoist, please excuse me. You are more familiar with the legendary burial immortal ruins than I am. I should have asked for your advice. Zhao Sheng, upon hearing this, immediately realized he had exposed himself, allowing Chen Guang to suspect he might possess the ability to enter and exit the burial immortal ruins. Of course, this was also largely due to his lack of deliberate concealment. After all, his complete lack of attention to the immortal ruins orbital chart upon entering the area, as well as his relentless pursuit of Cave Heaven Jade, proved this point. Zhao Sheng's mind raced, and he suddenly, with remarkable keenness, sensed that the other party's hidden murderous intent seemed to have vanished. Could it be? Haha, fellow Taoist Chen is truly thoughtful and observant. You guessed right. I have indeed been in and out of the burial immortal ruins many times before, Zhao Sheng admitted with surprising frankness. Upon hearing this, Chen Guang's eyes suddenly lit up with dazzling starlight, and a hint of joy crossed his face. He quickly said, since you have such a great opportunity, why dwell in this tiny Hengshu world? Why not follow my master, the Star Lord Qi Guang, to the Wangxing Palace? Just by being able to enter and exit the burial immortal ruins, you will be ably nurtured by the Wangxing Palace. I can't say anything else, but becoming a true disciple is a piece of cake. You must know that only a true disciple can hold the position of a true disciple. If you can become my disciple, reaching the divine transformation realm is just around the corner. Chen Guang's words were incredibly alluring. From his words, one could tell how much the Wangxing Palace valued Jiangsu travelers. Any cultivator other than Zhao Sheng would have been thrilled and agreed without hesitation. Unfortunately, he encountered a 1-in-a-million exception. With just the divine transformation realm, Zhao Sheng was fully confident of advancing again, without even having to travel to the Wangxing Palace and gamble on a future whose truth and falsehood were uncertain. And most importantly, the Myriad Stars Palace was a superpower spanning the heavens. If he joined, he would likely lose his freedom and even be enslaved by powerful beings, leaving him with no control over his life and death. This possibility was not only real, but significant. After all, the immortal burial ruins held an incomparable strategic importance for those whose realms had stagnated. Brother Chen, are you serious? Zhao Sheng asked back, his body trembling, his voice slightly agitated. Unexpectedly, Chen Guang was even more excited. He raised his right palm and swore solemnly, every word I say is true. If I lie, I will be struck by lightning that very day, and my soul will be annihilated. In that case, I respectfully obey your command. I hope Brother Chen will look after me in the future. Zhao Sheng feigned excitement and agreed on the spot. No. We met too late, and we're on the same page. From now on, your affairs will be mine, Chen Guang's. With that, Chen Guang's eyes whirled. It's not that I don't want to trust you. It's just that this matter is incredibly important. If something goes wrong, Master will blame me. Could you please just give me some evidence? Zhao Sheng nodded. Brother Chen, you should be cautious. This is easy. Look at this. With a flip of his hand, a square jade plate suddenly appeared in his hand. Inscribed on it were layers of space-time spirals. When Chen Guang saw the immortal ruins orbital chart on the jade plate, he was overwhelmed with joy and no longer had any doubts. He knew all too well the value of a living immortal ruins traveler. Even with his exceptional talent, he hadn't yet fully comprehended the immortal ruins orbital chart. If the black-robed man agreed to follow him to the Myriad Stars Palace, he could certainly ask him for advice on the way back, hoping to quickly comprehend the immortal ruins orbital chart. By then, Chen Guang's status in the Myriad Stars Palace would soar to new heights, his path boundless. Brother Chen, do you believe it? Zhao Sheng displayed it for a moment before returning the jade plate to his Kyankan bag, then asked with a smile. Haha, I believe it. I was overly suspicious earlier, I hope you'll forgive me. By the way, it's been so long, and I still haven't asked you your name, you Taoist. My surname is Zhao, but it hasn't been long. Brother Chen, just call me Taoist Xiangqiong. Chen Guang's eyes flickered after hearing this, and his thoughts shifted subtly. The other party hadn't removed his mask yet, clearly lacking sincerity. But this minor disrespect was of little consequence. The most important thing now was to get this person safely out of Yuhu Cave Heaven and introduce him to the master promptly. Just as Zhao Sheng and Chen Guang, now enemies turned friends, chatted and laughed, the 10-day deadline finally expired. An irresistible repulsive force surged from the depths of the starry sea, and Zhao Sheng and Chen Guang suddenly soared into the air, falling off the platform and vanishing. After a moment of dizziness, Zhao Sheng suddenly opened his eyes and looked around. He saw a swirling gray mist, enveloping the heavens and earth. Beneath his feet lay a vast expanse of soft, dark red flesh, writhing and writhing, as if it were some kind of living thing. Huh? What the hell is this place? Zhao Sheng muttered to himself, a look of disbelief on his face. He concentrated his mind and attempted to activate the great space-time shift. Suddenly, countless faint points of light appeared in his mind, representing different space-time beacons. Seeing that the great space-time shift had not failed, Zhao Sheng felt relieved and looked back at his surroundings. At that moment, the entire fleshy land suddenly heaved violently like waves. Then, thick, dark red limbs broke through the flesh and stretched and danced wildly, resembling dense seaweed swaying in the wind. No, Zhao Sheng was startled and instinctively took to the sky. The next moment, dozens of dark red limbs burst from the flesh beneath the ground, narrowly missing his legs. Simultaneously, the gray fog in the sky began to surge and swirl, pressing towards Zhao Sheng. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed with a fierce gleam. With a wave of his sleeve, a dazzling violet lightning flashed out of thin air, instantly sweeping away the surrounding gray fog. Simultaneously, the remaining lightning transformed into streaks of purple divine thunder, which instantly struck the numerous dark red limbs below, instantly reducing them to ash. Since ancient times, heavenly thunder has been the nemesis of all demons and monsters. Moreover, Zhao Sheng's purple lightning, imbued with a hint of the true meaning of thunder tribulation, was even more effective in exorcising demons and monsters. Boom, boom, boom. This world of flesh and blood was soon filled with bursts of thunder. A thundercloud hundreds of feet tall hovered in the air, continuously raining down streaks of violet lightning, pounding the earth below, leaving pits and charred patches everywhere. Despite the seemingly endless outpouring of dark crimson limbs, despite their strength as iron, the purple thunderbolt swept through them with such force that they were powerless to resist and were reduced to ash. Even the gray fog and the fleshy earth were no match for it. Zhao Sheng frowned slightly, tossed several more elixirs into his mouth, and then, steering the thundercloud, slowly descended. By then, he had noticed that this strange world was rapidly shrinking. Although he didn't know the details of this space, he knew it was definitely not a safe place. Naturally, he had to be cautious and ready to escape at any moment. Wherever the purple thundercloud passed, the flesh and blood on the ground were burned to ash, completely losing its original power. A moment later, the entire space suddenly shook and twisted violently. Monsters, hundreds of feet long and with the heads of bulls and the bodies of centipedes, crawled out of the flesh mountain and fearlessly pounced on the thundercloud in the air. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng waved his sleeves without a word. The surrounding thundercloud suddenly shrank to a mere 100 feet, transforming into a pool of shimmering purple lightning water. The destructive aura suddenly grew much denser. Simultaneously, Zhao Sheng plummeted downwards. With a thought, a column of lightning shot out, instantly cleaving a bull-headed centipede monster. With a puff, a jet-black sword-like flash of lightning plunged into the flesh mountain below. A sudden, loud chi-chi sound echoed, and sharp sword beams pierced through the flesh, shattering the flesh mountain below. A 3-foot-deep hole in the flesh formed at the worst damage. Though the surrounding flesh squirmed and grew frantically, how could it outrun the sword's swiftness? Zhao Sheng grasped the black abyss sword and plunged it into the hole's depths. The black abyss sword domain instantly unfolded, and a black hole rapidly expanded, devouring the surrounding flesh. Above him, the 100-foot-wide purple sky thunder pool erupted with countless destructive thunderbolts, momentarily holding off the attack of the numerous bull-headed centipede monsters. The next moment, the sword domain black hole silently descended. Sword Master Zhao Sheng leaped down. After passing through a layer of flesh and blood nearly 10 feet deep, the front suddenly became empty. Zhao Sheng was delighted and immediately rushed out. After flying midair, he stopped and looked down. The space here was not large, but the ground was covered with blood-colored flesh cocoons over 10 feet in size. Some of them were constantly wriggling like living hearts. However, 2 flesh cocoons were like deflated airbags, lying on the ground, motionless and lifeless. At this moment, Zhao Sheng suddenly saw a familiar figure. It was Jiu Fanling. He had obviously escaped as well, standing with his hands behind his back, observing the sword scene. After seeing Zhao Sheng escape, the man glanced at him coldly, then looked away, But his gaze immediately returned to Zhao Sheng, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. As soon as Zhao Sheng took in Jiu Fanling's expression, he secretly feared something was amiss. Judging by his arrogance and contempt, it couldn't be Jiu Fanling himself, but rather the golden-armored man whose consciousness had cleared. Before Jiu Fanling could utter a single word, a hoarse, sinister voice suddenly echoed through the air. Haha, 2 young humans have managed to break through the Sky Centipede King's immortal demon fetus. It seems the Dachan realm has been producing a wealth of talent in recent years. Who's sneaking around there? Jiu Fanling's face turned cold upon hearing this, and without a word, he unleashed a punch. With a resounding boom, a golden fist of light, over 10 feet wide, soared through the air, slamming into a point somewhere in space with overwhelming force. Following a wild laugh, ripples rippled through the vast gray fog, and a water dragon suddenly appeared, colliding head-on with a golden fist light. With a deafening, earth-shattering explosion, both the water dragon and the fist light shattered simultaneously, annihilating them. Jiu Fanling raised his eyebrows, flipped his hand, and a golden dragon-tooth dagger fell into his hand. Suddenly, the gray mist that enveloped the sky and earth rolled together and quickly transformed into a hazy, bloated monster. Its upper body resembled a human, but its features were exquisitely flawless, resembling a peerless beauty. However, its lower body resembled a fat silkworm, its gray-brown skin sprouting terrifying eyeballs that glared unblinkingly at Zhao Sheng and the others. Then, with a loud bang, a flesh cocoon beneath them suddenly shattered, and a blood-stained Chen Guang flew out. After taking in the scene, he immediately approached Zhao Sheng. Fellow Taoist Qiang, what is that monster? Could it have created this place? Chen Guang asked hurriedly, glaring fiercely at the beauty that was neither human nor silkworm. Before Zhao Sheng could even speak, 2 more monsters materialized out of thin air on either side of the beauty. The one on the right stood over a foot tall, with a prominent dragon horn on its forehead. Dressed in a robe adorned with a 5-clawed green dragon, it exuded a majestic aura, a commanding presence, and the air of a king, a true demon with the blood of a true dragon. The one on the left had the head of a bull, a human form, 2 dark horns rising from its forehead. A row of symmetrical arms sprouted from its sides, and its dark red armor was ferocious and terrifying. Its aura was unmistakable, a demon, no ordinary creature. This demon was clearly the leader of the bull-headed centipede monsters, and presumably one of the masterminds behind the creation of the flesh and blood space. Zhao Sheng quietly released his spiritual sense and swept it away. As expected, it was impossible to ascertain the specific cultivation levels of the 3 demons across from him. Sky Centipede, you previously assured me the demon fetus was foolproof. Now, let's see how you can justify it. You actually let 3 people escape. Beauty Silkworm sneered at the bull-headed demon king with disdain. The Sky Centipede king didn't argue, his gaze directed at Aou. Aou was the last descendant of the Azure Dragon in the Cave Heaven, the most powerful of the 3, and naturally held the most influence. In fact, it was he who first proposed the 3 demons escape plan. Sky Centipede. Immortal demon fetus. 12-winged immortal Sky Centipede. Be careful, it's a descendant of the immortal Sky Centipede. At this moment, Chen Guang seemed to remember something and suddenly shouted, his face turning pale. His stomach bloating and stomach aches had been recurring for the past few days, the pain making it almost impossible to type. Chapter 600 War. Hey. I never thought that in this remote lower realm, there would be a human child who could see through my true form at a glance. How rare. Upon hearing someone call out his origins, the Sky Centipede King immediately let out a strange laugh, as if extremely proud. What kind of ferocious creature is this undead Sky Centipede? It seems that fellow Taoist Chen is very afraid of it, Zhao Sheng asked secretly, frowning. More than just fear. If this monster is truly a pure-blooded undead Sky Centipede, even a bunch of nascent souls tied together wouldn't be enough for this creature to take down. The Sky Centipede disaster of that year swept across the Eastern Star region for billions of eons, severely damaging the vitality of the major spiritual realms and causing trillions of casualties. Upon hearing this, Jiu Fanling had an unknown reason, but a stern expression on his face transmitted to Zhao Sheng and the others. However, this monster is a degenerate relic, so it is not invincible. In fact, it can even be said that it is the easiest of the 3 monsters to deal with. As for the other 2 evildoers, even they are about to die. Why are you still keeping us in suspense? Just explain clearly. Chen Guang frowned slightly and sent a message back without any hesitation. If I am not mistaken, that dragon monster is a descendant of the ancient Azure dragon. Its strength is the most powerful among the 3 monsters and has reached the limit of the 10th level. The last monster's footsteps are very strange. I couldn't tell for a moment. It seems to be somewhat similar to the legendary Shadow Mirage that lives in the time and space layer. Jiu Fanling's face sank, but he had no intention of hiding anything, and quickly told Zhao Sheng and the others what he knew. As a result, after listening to this person's voice transmission, Chen Guang took a breath of cold air, raised his head and looked at the 3 demon kings again, his face becoming even darker and more obscure. Zhao Sheng was also shocked when he heard it. The 9th netherworld is divided into 9 heavens, such as darkness and the palace of gods, and the interlayer is the time and space partition that divides each layer of the virtual world. Since the Shadow Mirage clan can reproduce and thrive in the time and space layer, they naturally possess certain time and space-related innate magical powers. It seems that the reason why they were brought to this weird space was all because of this beauty mirage behind the scenes. What worries Zhao Sheng the most is that if he activates the time and space teleportation to escape, will he be noticed by this monster? Or even be able to intercept him? Chen Guang on the other side suddenly showed a cruel look on his face, and suddenly shouted to the 3 monsters, "My master is a semi-immortal who has returned to the Void Realm. He is now waiting outside the cave. If the 3 demon kings wish to escape from this place, I am willing to lend a hand. My master and I both come from the Myriad Stars Palace. The Myriad Stars Palace is a vast power spanning the heavens, and its motto has always been teaching without distinction. As long as they abide by the palace's precepts, all, whether human, demon, or ghost, may join the palace. One of our patriarchs is a dragon saint of the Void Dragon Demon Clan. If the 3 demon kings agree to join the Myriad Stars Palace, why should they be confined to this tiny cave? What a clever little creature. If you say that, I can't bear to eat you. Fellow Taoist Ao, what do you think? The half-human, half-silkworm woman smiled brightly upon hearing this. After she finished speaking, she turned and looked at the Aou Dragon King beside her. Seeing Aou pondering in silence, the Sky Centipede King immediately shouted impatiently, "The human race has always been sweet-mouthed but treacherous. They are absolutely untrustworthy. Brother Ao, please reconsider. HMPH, compared to the vague promises of others, I trust our carefully formulated plan more." Aou snorted coldly, and a murderous aura suddenly rose from his body. Seeing this scene, Jiu Fanling's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he immediately sent a message to the 2 of them, "Don't be afraid. Both the Sky Centipede Shadow Mirage and the Hybrid Dragon King have their strength severely suppressed by the Cave Heaven restriction. If I am not mistaken, they will never dare to exert their full strength. Because once the demonic power fluctuations exceed a certain limit, it will definitely alarm the Cave Heaven's spiritual pivot, and then the 3 demons will be suppressed again. This is all your speculation. If you guess wrong, we will be doomed. Brother Xiangqiong, you and I must not trust this person's words." Chen Guang's eyes flashed, and he urgently sent a message to Zhao Sheng and Jiu Fanling. "I think what he said makes some sense. What's more, the 3 demon kings will not let you and me go. I will deal with the strongest dragon demon. There are 2 monsters left. Each of you choose one. Prepare to attack. The other party is about to launch." Jiu Fanling replied without hesitation upon hearing this. Chen Guang frowned as he immediately felt that this person was being too arrogant. But Zhao Sheng couldn't help but feel relieved upon hearing this. Of course, Chen Guang was also a genius among geniuses, his strength and determination far surpassing his peers. As long as he was not facing an absolute death, he would naturally be willing to fight. This is quite interesting. These human children are actually eager to fight. The half-human, half-silkworm Shadow Mirage suddenly laughed softly, and the many eyeballs on its body blinked, revealing naked greed and murderous intent. Aou Dragon King's domineering face also showed a hint of surprise. It seems that the origins of these 3 human children are not simple. They can even guess our weaknesses. Xianwu, how much of your strength has recovered? The monster fetuses below are just behaving well. This king has recovered 80% of his cultivation, enough to take down the 3 people in front of him. Aou nodded with satisfaction. Very good, you and the Mirage girl will take down the 3 people in front of you. This king will eat the person in the demon fetus first, so as to make up for the essence and blood lost over the years. At the same time, Zhao Sheng, Chen Guang and Jiu Fanling summoned their magic weapons one after another, and looked at the three monsters opposite with vigilance. The battle between humans and monsters was about to break out. The next second, there was a loud bang, and the body of the Sky Centipede King suddenly exploded, turning into a large amount of strange blood light that swept over Zhao Sheng and the other two. Chen Guang was startled and was about to dodge and escape, but his eyes suddenly reflected a layer of strange blood light. His body couldn't help but freeze, and he was immediately swept up in the incoming blood light. At the same time, Zhao Sheng also felt that the sky was full of blood light in front of him, and a strange fear inexplicably arose in his mind. His body was invaded by some strange power, but was immediately defeated by the purple thunder element in his body. After a flash of his body, he suddenly turned into a ray of lightning, shot out from his original place, and narrowly escaped. As for Jiu Fanling, he had also been ambushed, yet remained unharmed. He simply delivered a powerful punch, sending the attacking blood light reeling. A strange cry echoed, and the strange blood light that exploded in all directions condensed into hundreds of feet-long bull-headed centipedes, which once again attacked Jiu Fanling. Not far away, in the air, a ball of strange blood light continuously expanded and contracted. Within the blood light, a series of celestial centipede figures emerged, constantly shifting between flesh and blood. It's easy to imagine that the Sky Centipede King, while devoting considerable energy to suppressing Chen Guang, also directed his numerous clones to besiege Jiu Fanling. Without a surprise, the Sky Centipede King's cultivation would have been enough to defeat two newly minted nascent souls, but this time, he encountered an unexpected surprise. Even the Aoyu Dragon King hadn't detected the wisp of return to void divine consciousness hidden within Jiu Fanling. Aoyu sneered coldly, his body suddenly expanding countless times in size, transforming into a majestic five-clawed green dragon, swooping down on the flesh cocoon below, surprisingly not intervening in the battle. The Mirage Girl licked her lips, staring at the receding lightning. Suddenly, she smiled enchantingly, and her body disintegrated into a vast expanse of gray mist, merging into the surrounding space. The next second, space distorted and blurred slightly, and a large puff of gray mist appeared out of thin air, enveloping the void near Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng was startled and suddenly suppressed his escape light. Layers of lightning shielded his entire body. The pitch-black sword light emanating from the black abyss sword darted around, ready to strike at the enemy at any moment. When he took in the scene before him, he found himself in an enclosed space nearly 1,000 feet wide, swirling with gray fog. Deep within the fog, huge, pale dead fish eyes swirled in and out, releasing waves of malice. Human child, are you going to tie yourself up and surrender, or will you let me do it myself? If I were to take action, I would inflict untold suffering on you, crushing your body piece by piece, tormenting your soul until you'd suffer a fate worse than death. Only then could I even begin to allay the hatred I hold within me. A sharp, resentful voice suddenly echoed from the gray fog. Zhao Sheng's gaze turned cold upon hearing this, and he suddenly retreated several feet. The next moment, a seemingly invisible black line over a foot long suddenly and silently appeared where he had been. This invisible black line was a spatial rift. This nascent soul-level shadow mirage possessed this innate talent, capable of creating indestructible spatial rifts. Zhao Sheng nearly broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he sensed a slight fluctuation in space-time and time, otherwise he would have been cut in two by the spatial rift. Haha, you dodged quickly. Now I'm in for some fun. You better dodge quickly, or I'll tear you into pieces. The real body of the Mirage Girl was hiding in the gray fog, and she said slowly and with a smile. Zhao Sheng was too lazy to reply. For a moment, not only was his curiosity aroused, but his fighting spirit also soared. After all, this kind of monster that can manipulate space is the first time he has encountered it in several lifetimes. It is really too rare and must not be missed. At this moment, Zhao Sheng let out a low shout, and a sword intent that soared into the sky instantly broke out of his body. Then the dazzling lightning on the surface of his body burst out, and it turned into endless lightning, expanding in all directions. In an instant, the entire gray fog space was filled with dazzling lightning, and countless purple thunder slammed into the surrounding fog, and violent explosions occurred one after another. In a blink of an eye, the rolling thunder and lightning clouds flooded the surrounding fog, and it seemed to break out of the cage. However, at this moment, several space cracks crossed silently, but it was a pity that this attack only hit a shadow. The real person had already turned into lightning and escaped to the distance. Haha, you can't escape from my cage anyway. In a flash, One space-time crack after another emerged, but Zhao Sheng dodged them one by one. During this period, he tried several times to fly out of this layer of gray fog, but no matter how fast he flew, the gray fog in front still seemed out of reach. It was obvious that the Mirage Girl had a deep attainment in the avenue of space, far beyond his expectations. After a few breaths, Zhao Sheng suddenly let out a muffled groan, and his left arm below the elbow disappeared, and a large amount of blood spilled out. In order to sense the position of the Mirage Girl, he was accidentally cut by a space crack, and his left hand was instantly swallowed by the space crack. The next moment, countless flesh buds suddenly burst out from the broken arm, wriggling and growing wildly. In a blink of an eye, the front half of the arm quickly grew a prototype, and recovered visibly with the naked eye. Hey! At this moment, a creepy laugh suddenly came from the surrounding void. Good, very good. Such a gifted body actually made me meet it. It really is a blessing in disguise. Boy, be a good boy and become my new host. Before he finished speaking, gray fog poured out from the depths of the void, and began to compress the surrounding space step by step. Even more lightning explosions could not curb this trend. At the same time, the spatial cracks no longer swirled up and down, but were brightly fixed at the edge of the gray fog, and their number increased. It was like a big net woven rapidly, and the fish caught in the center of the net was Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng's pupils shrank when he saw this, and he threw the black abyss sword in his hand. A black hole continued to expand and rolled forward. With a boom, the black abyss sword domain crushed dozens of spatial cracks and collapsed and dissipated on its own. The black abyss sword wailed, and suddenly flashed back to the top of Zhao Sheng's head. The spiritual light outside the body became much dimmer, and there were even slight scratches on the surface of the sword. Fortunately, the spiritual power of this sword was not lost, and it would naturally recover as before in the future. Zhao Sheng's face flickered with shock at this sight, yet he felt the other party was a bit superficial, its strength seemingly not as formidable as its tone suggested. Without a word, Zhao Sheng flicked his sleeve, and a 3-inch tall wooden puppet flew out. After a whirlwind spin, its body rapidly expanded, transforming into a stern old man clad in emerald armor, clutching a wooden sword. The old man's features were strikingly similar to Zhao Sheng's, and the overwhelming aura he exuded was firmly above that of a nascent soul. This object was a nascent soul-level wooden puppet. Its combat power, while not quite reaching the mid-nascent soul stage, surpassed most early nascent soul stages. This object, acquired through a trade at the Immortal burial ruins, was Zhao Sheng's trump card. As soon as the nascent soul wooden puppet appeared, Zhao Sheng needed no further instruction. Without a word, he merged his body and sword, instantly swirling with countless emerald sword beams, like a dense forest of swords, slashing through the gray fog. In the blink of an eye, a large area of gray fog was wiped out by the green sword light, and cracks in space collapsed one after another. The Yuanying wooden puppet, regardless of the damage to its body, rushed around in the gray fog and quickly cleared a large space. Zhao Sheng snorted and gently patted the black abyss sword. The sword body glowed brightly. After a sword whistle, the black abyss sword domain emerged again, hiding its master, and then moved forward. Nascent soul-level war puppet, spiritual flying sword? Impossible. How can a mere child from the lower realm own a treasure of this level? I will never believe it. A voice of shock and anger suddenly sounded from the depths of the gray fog. At this moment, Zhao Sheng's eyes suddenly burst into an unprecedented brilliance, and he murmured in his heart, "Found you." In an instant, his figure flashed and he disappeared from the spot out of thin air. The next moment, Zhao Shengren appeared in the void somewhere 7 or 8 miles away. Today I went to the hospital for a full set of examinations. I had a lot of problems, including fatty liver, high blood pressure, and lung nodules. The most serious one was gastric ulcer, plus mild gastric bleeding, and there seemed to be signs of gastric perforation. The doctor warned that I must exercise more, eat less fried and spicy foods, have a regular work and rest time, and avoid staying up all night. He also prescribed medicines worth more than 700 yuan. Go for a follow-up check in half a month. After hearing what the doctor said, Beimei was almost scared to death and thought he would not live long. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.